Fear Me Not. Gavert City, Book 1. Written by Elodie Nowodazkij. Narrated by Megan Carter. Chapter 1. Fear. There's something about fear. It's intoxicating. The helplessness they feel, the adrenaline and need and wants it unleashes. Fear rights the wrongs. Fear is power. And for once, I have all the power. They're never going to save them. They're never going to catch me. They're never going to understand. Chapter 2. Aaron. Here's what we all know. Sometime this week, or the next, or the one after that, we will find another dead girl. Every year a girl disappears, and every year she's found dead with an angel wing carved into her cheek. And this year is no different. Another girl disappeared. Rachel Stein, former cheerleading captain, left her home last Saturday and no one has heard from her since. Despite the entire town searching every corner and her family's pleas and all the psychics inundating the town claiming to know where she is, she hasn't been found. Everyone holds on to the hope that she's safe. Some rumor spread that she ran away, that the killer hasn't found his next victim yet, that he's still on the hunt. Come on, girls, we need to do this. Shauna, our cheer captain, sounds like she's trying to convince herself more than us. She smooths her skirt, checks her cell phone again before dropping it behind her. For Rachel! This time her voice doesn't falter. Her dark hair is tucked into her ponytail and it bounces as she jumps, warming up. Her smile reveals the bronze glow of her cheeks, but her dark brown skin isn't as flawless as in the school pictures. The circles under her eyes are more pronounced. She and Rachel were very good friends, and she's been fighting tears ever since we got to the stadium. Rachel prepared Shauna to become captain. She trained with her and took her under her wing when Shauna was a freshman and Rachel a sophomore. Let's go! Shauna struts to the front. We take our usual positions for the first routine, waiting for the football team to enter the field. The spotlights brighten the entire stadium, but they do a pretty poor job of hiding the fear rippling through the crowd. The smell of hot dogs wafts in the air, reminiscent of happier and carefree times, but the kids' laughter isn't as loud as usual. Parents keep a trained eye on them, not entirely relaxed. If it weren't for football, most people would have stayed at home. If it weren't for football, Gavert City would be a ghost town the entire month of September. If it weren't for football, we might all be at the lake, pretending nothing bad can happen to us while we're all scared shitless. Despite the adrenaline coursing through the crowd's veins at the thought of winning another game, of snatching another state title, we can't ignore the heaviness settling in the air. People walk faster. They whisper more often. They spy on one another and make sure their doors are locked. Some people think they can play heroes. They organize their own neighborhood watch. They institute curfews. Curfews that are not respected. After school, some students throw face the killer parties. Saturday nights are spent telling scary stories and drinking or partying it up until we forget reality. Saturday nights are full of bravado and fuck you attitude. They're there to make it seem like we're eternal. But every year, a few weeks before the homecoming queen and king are crowned, it all changes. The fear is almost palpable. The fear of losing someone. The fear of dying. Our community is on pause for several weeks until a body is found. My best friend Nadia stands next to me, shifting from one foot to another. Both of us are too tall to be top of the pyramid material, but we're smaller than Kelly and Aaliyah, so Shauna put us next to each other for the opening routine. Nadia glances at me and tucks her thin brown hair back into her ponytail. How are you holding up? She asks as quietly as possible. Okay. I stretch my neck and rise on my toes. My gaze turns to the bleachers. Dad stands up with Caleb in the front. Mom stayed home again tonight, too tired to come out, too worn out to face a crowd. I force myself to wave at them, but my gesture is way too stiff for a cheerleader. The seats around him are empty. No one wants to be seen with him. That's why my heart swells when I notice Audrey's blonde hair behind them. She's talking to Caleb and smiling. Even though Audrey and I are competitors on the pageant circuit, she's become one of my closest friends. Her mom used to forbid her from coming to football games, but she's been a bit less strict in the past months. Audrey waves at us and settles down a few bleachers away from Dad and Caleb. She's wearing her favorite dark blue top, the one that brings out her eyes. Carlos, the best wide receiver on the team, finally convinced her to come to a game and to the party afterwards. He seemed more nervous about her watching him play than the actual game. Nadia leans in. Her familiar perfume, the one her mom gave her when she turned 12, envelops me and calms my jitters. "They're coming." Her voice still holds that little piece of awe we both had when we first got into cheerleading. The football players jog onto the field and the crowd gets louder. I jump up and down with a smile stretched across my face like the rest of the cheerleading squad. "Go, Tigers, go!" We scream and dance and shake our pom-poms. But Nadia doesn't jump as high, my cheer isn't as loud, and the entire team seems to lack energy. Shauna keeps on tilting her head to the side, staring at her phone in the grass, fighting tears. Ever since Rachel disappeared, we've all been on edge, hoping against all hopes to find her alive. The football players all wear a blue armband. Not black, because everyone wants to believe that Rachel's story will end differently than the other girls. My eyes don't linger on the football players, though. They land right on this season's assistant coach, Dimitri. He looks as good as when he used to be the star of the team. His navy shirt is tight around his broad shoulders, and his dark hair is perfect in that I'm not trying too hard, messy way, but his frown is more pronounced than usual. He and Rachel dated on and off for a few months before his car accident. He's been helping the volunteers from the search team every free moment he has, and he told me he's been having issues sleeping. Part of me wishes he'd glance my way so I can give him a reassuring smile, but another part screams I need to protect my heart because he's already demonstrated he's capable of breaking it. We're friends. Nothing more. Coach Miller wraps an arm around his shoulders and talks to him behind his hand. Ever since one team read an entire play on his lips, he's been much more careful. Nadia nudges me and gives me one of her exaggerated winks, the kind you can see from the back of the auditorium when she's on stage. I'd believe her enthusiasm if her lips weren't pursed into a thin line. "You're supposed to cheer for the team, not my older brother." Her lips turn up slightly, and we both know we need to put our game faces on. People need this bright spot in the darkness. Friday night is a tradition. It's the pride of our Texas town. "Your brother is part of the team." I stick my tongue out at her. There, almost natural. Shauna dances to the front of the squad and music blasts through the speakers for our second routine. Coach Miller takes long, purposeful strides to the middle of the field, his head high. The mic in his hand, he clears his throat. His voice, usually so strong, breaks. "Both teams will be at an organized search party for Rachel tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., and we hope you can all join us. We'll be meeting at City Hall. We may be rivals this evening, but we're all together in our prayers to find Rachel alive. God bless." The silence on the bleachers is eerie. The entire crowd holds its breath. The booming voice of the announcer resonates. "Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for our national anthem. It will be sung tonight by junior Tessa Gardner." Tessa steps onto the 50-yard line with her eyes glued to the floor. Her mother, Mrs. Gardner, is next to Rachel's mom in the second row. She wipes tears away and is wearing a shirt she made when Tessa's sister disappeared 5 years ago. A picture of Melanie with the words, "Have you seen her?" and the number 1-800-FIND-MELLY. Melanie's body was never found. The police believe she's dead. They're convinced that the angel killer got her too, that she was his third victim. Tessa steps onto the 50-yard line, and her clear voice singing the Star-Spangled Banner resonates and digs deep into our hearts. Nadia's hand finds mine, and I grip Shauna's. The entire cheerleading squad gathers together, and we stand united. At the end of the song, a switch happens. Once a game starts, people focus on the ball, on winning, on anything that's not the powerless feeling of not being able to change the course of events. My body shivers despite the somewhat warm September evening, and my skin prickles as if someone's watching me. I shake away the uneasy feeling. At the football game, players may get most of the attention, but cheerleaders get some too. "Touchdown!" Nadia shrieks, and we go back on position. And for the duration of the game, we try to bring joy and smiles to the town, if only for a short moment. Sweat trickles down my neck to my back. We needed this win, and we got it. And we all hope our cheers had something to do with it. "Good job, girls," Shauna says while checking her phone again. "You did awesome. Don't forget, we have practice on Sunday and then super early almost every morning next week. We have to get ready for homecoming." She doesn't wait for us to answer, but hurries to the locker room. Nadia wipes her forehead and hands me a bottle of water. Her red and white cheerleader outfit clings to her skin like my own does to mine. She fans her face with her hand. Her cheeks are flushed and her light brown eyes flicker back to the bleachers. "This was a strange game. The players gave it their all, and I think we did too. But I couldn't help looking at Rachel's parents and wondering how they felt, being there." She chews on her lower lip in typical Nadia fashion. Her mom tried to make her stop, but it's been her coping mechanism every time she feels anxious or worried. Every single time a phone beeped, I thought someone found her. I can't imagine how they feel. I take another sip of water. Nadia tilts her chin to the right. "Your fan club is coming." And butterflies do a billion jumping jacks inside my stomach. But it's not Dimitri. My little brother, Caleb, rushes to me. His dirty blonde hair, similar to Dad's, sticks in all directions, and a big stain is splashed on the front of his Superman shirt. Probably chocolate ice cream if he convinced Dad to buy him one. He throws himself into my arms. I tumble back but catch him, spinning him around. He's giggling and begging me to go higher and higher. Instead, I slow down as my father gets closer. His hands are curled into fists by his side, and I struggle to take a deep breath, struggle to keep a smile on my face, struggle to not grab Caleb's hand and go home without worrying about Dad. "Did you tell Dad you were coming to see me?" I whisper while Caleb hugs Nadia tightly. He loves spending time with her. Not only is she super patient, she always has a craft project for him. Last Sunday, they made balloon cars with a milk carton and a balloon. "I did!" His tone is defensive, but his sky-blue eyes widen slightly like they do when he's thinking hard. Maybe I did." His stutter has gotten much better in the last year, but it still reappears when he's a tad anxious. Like his asthma. That's why I always keep an inhaler in my bag. I hold his hand in mine. "It's okay." Dad stops in front of us. The wrinkles in his beige slacks send a wave of unease down my spine. He always ironed his clothes. His hair has grown slightly, while he used to get a haircut every 2 weeks. Former students might not see the difference between this outfit and the one he wore to class every day, but those details are more signs that he's spiraling down. Ever since the school put him on administrative leave, it's hard to tell if he's going to be in an okay mood or to be mad at the world. His blue-green eyes, so similar to mine, flash with anger, but he seems to rein it in. "I'm taking Caleb home," he tells me without sparing me another look, instead turning to Nadia. "Good job today, Nadia." My father's tone is warm, contrasting with his fake smile, and I refrain from raising an eyebrow because he's much colder at home than he used to be at school. At school, people used to know him as a popular teacher. Most of the students still do. Their parents are more wary. They used to tell him how much they believed he's innocent, what a wonderful man he was, but ever since Rachel disappeared, more and more people cross to the other side of the street when we walk their way. Rachel is the 4th student who disappeared while having him as a teacher. She is the 9th girl to disappear in Gavert City. The sheriff really started to get on Dad's case when Melanie didn't come home 5 years ago. Melanie wasn't even in high school then, and her body was never found. That's why many dismissed it back then as the sheriff being overzealous. Progressively, the sheriff's behavior has gotten worse, and for the past 3 years, the sheriff hasn't hidden the fact he considers Dad to be the prime suspect in the murders. Dad believes the sheriff has it out for him. Maybe he's right. "Thanks, Mr. Hortz." Nadia touches my forearm. "Listen, I have to go get ready. Liam's waiting for me in the parking lot. But I'll see you tonight, right?" Dad clears his throat the way he used to before entering his classroom.
"Aaron might not be able to go tonight."
I groan inwardly. "Why?" I ask, keeping my voice as calm as possible. Friday nights at the lake used to be tradition. Ever since it became clear that a serial killer was on the loose, Friday nights in September have been spent at one of the football players' homes. Tonight it's at the quarterback's house.
"Because your mom would worry too much."
The tilt of his lips is victorious. He's fully aware that I won't do anything to worry Mom. "Okay, let me grab my stuff. I'll be home soon." My shoulders slump only slightly. I don't want Caleb to realize I'm disappointed. It's hard enough dealing with bullies at school who say his dad is a serial killer, even though they have no proof. Even though Dad didn't get arrested. Even though Caleb has nothing to do with any of it. I clench my teeth, but that does nothing to stop the anger from spreading. Caleb cried himself to sleep last night again.
"Good."
Dad grabs Caleb's hand and pulls him toward the parking lot. Caleb doesn't even protest. "Good," I mutter, and the anger turns into sadness. Caleb's been trying so hard to be good and to follow the rules and to make our parents happy, and they don't even see it. Nadia sighs and wraps an arm around my shoulder. Your dad is in one of his moods. Nadia and Dimitri are the only friends who know how Dad can be sometimes. I can postpone with Liam and see him later if you want to grab some ice cream on your way home. Maybe your mom would like some. I bump my hip against hers in an I'm okay, don't worry move, which I know she's not going to buy. It's fine. I need a good night's sleep anyway. I have pageant training, and Jenna's been even bitchier than usual. She hasn't been wearing her engagement ring, so I wonder if something happened with her fiancé. The one she gushed about at the last pageant? That one. I nod. That sucks for her. And for the rest of us, too. She's taking her anger out on everyone. Nadia winces. That means if I go see you at the Queen of Hearts pageant, she might tell me again that I definitely should stick to theater because my face and body are not big screen material? You're talented and you're gorgeous. I can make a routine to tell you. I threw one pom-pom in the air. Nadia. Nadia puts her hand on my arm. I get it. You think I'm awesome. She laughs, and the little crease between her eyebrows disappears. Jenna also misses her own pageant days. She told me once how much fun she had when she was on stage. I tuck a lonely strand of hair behind my ear, and ever since she stopped wearing that engagement ring, she's been worse. She made a 6-year-old cry last week when she couldn't remember her little speech. That sounds bad. Exactly. I wish she'd found another outlet for her rage. I sigh loudly, seeing Caleb in the distance running with his best friend, Julian. Maybe Dad loosened up a bit. I'm going to try to go by the search tomorrow morning. Me too, Nadia replies, and we both stay silent for a few seconds, both lost in thoughts. Another day, another search, and Rachel still hasn't been found. Cars peel away from the parking lot. People are heading to the party. I nudge Nadia. You should get going. Liam is going to worry otherwise. This time, her lips stretch into her I'm so in love smile. Liam and Nadia have been dating since our freshman year, and they won cutest couple 2 years in a row for a reason. She gives me a quick hug. I'll call you later, she says over her shoulder as she jogs toward the parking lot. I hurry to the locker rooms. Every cheerleader is gone, either getting ready for the party or heading home to reassure their parents. The football team is celebrating on the other side of the stadium, probably thinking about their next game already. Dimitri's notebook must be full of scribbles. I pull out my phone and warmth spreads from the end of my curls to my toes. Shorty, noticed your car was leaking on the parking lot. Why don't you bring it to the garage? I'll check it out for you. I type back, thanks. See you Sunday for our run? Ever since his physical therapist told him he could train again, Dimitri has been hell-bent on getting back into the best shape of his life. And a delicious tingle runs down my spine thinking about him running without a shirt again. He's definitely in the best shape of his life. I undo my ponytail and run my fingers through my hair. A door closes in the distance and my heart jumps up my throat. The silence in the locker room settles in my chest, and my eyes dart to the right, then to the left. Don't be silly. Everything is okay, I say out loud, but taking a full breath is still hard. Must be the football players leaving. I grab my bag and hesitate between the emergency exit and the main exit a bit farther away. Blood pounds in my veins, and I'm tempted to run to the emergency exit. But this is ridiculous. No one is there. No one is there to get me. Footsteps resonate and I accelerate, but the footsteps get closer. There is someone. Someone behind me. A hand reaches out and touches my arm. Shivers run up and down my spine, and I scream. Chapter 3. Dimitri. The football field almost seems smaller. When Coach Miller called to ask if I wanted to volunteer as his assistant during the season, I almost said no, afraid of what it would feel like to be back on this field. Last year was supposed to be the best year of my life. I was going to bring Gavard High to another state championship. My mom was going to watch me win. I was going to get recruited by Texas State and then go into the NFL. Instead, cancer took my mom and I fucked up any chance I had to play with the team. My dreams never included getting my GED. My dreams never included taking classes at Gavard County Community College while figuring out my next move. My dreams never included disappointing my mom before her death. The pressure behind my eyes ramps up. If my eyes were tires, they'd explode. I crack my neck, but it doesn't help.
I want to forget. But I've learned the let's get drunk and drive way that forgetting comes at a price. Drinking myself to oblivion to forget my mom was battling cancer wasn't the solution. She still died, and I lost my position on the team, my life as a football player, and my future. There really is a before and after. When Nadia used to tell me about some stories she'd read or a play she was auditioning for, she always said there was a before and an after. And with those comes one moment that changes everything. My accident was a turning point, and my after sucks. Before, whenever I'd come into town, people would pat me on the shoulder or offer me an extra sandwich and ice cream. Little kids would look at me with so much awe in their eyes. Guys would want to be me. I was celebrated. I mattered. Football player. It wasn't only about the game. It was a way of life. After, some look at me the way I expect them to. A bit of pity, a bit of you deserve this. What hurts the most is realizing that most don't even notice me anymore. I've officially become a ghost of football past, unless I can convince one coach to take another look at me, even if it's at a Division II or Division III school, even if it is on the East Coast. No, especially if it's on the East Coast. That may be the only chance I'll ever get to be with Aaron. Aaron, my sister's best friend, and the reason I have blue balls most of the time. "Good game tonight, guys. Really good game," Coach Miller calls out to the football players gathering around him. He's been giving me more and more training responsibilities and asks my opinion before calling the shots, and the guys respect me, but part of me envies them, their prospects. They have scouts in the audience ready to pick them up and make them stars. "Dimmy, why don't you tell the boys here how you guys won state championship your junior year?" I step forward, remembering. Practice, 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 and teamwork. I know it all sounds like words thrown in the air before every game, but we became a team that year. "And why didn't you win your senior year?" Coach asks, and I wince. I've held talks at high schools in a 100-mile radius as part of the court-ordered community program to campaign against underage drinking. Because I fucked up. Because I let my team down. The guys all stare at me, but Coach shakes his head. The locker room is stuffy and feels small, and part of me wants to shove my hope for a brighter future deep down and run away. But I can't do that to the team. Facing my past and the demons that go along with it are part of what I need to do, even if it hurts more than getting pummeled on the field when trying to protect the ball. Coach snaps his fingers in front of my face. "You're wrong, Dimitri. They didn't lose because of you. They lost because they didn't remember how to be a team without you." His voice booms. "Play for your team, play for your school, play for yourself. If you have an issue, settle it off the field. But on the field, you're one, and you proved that again tonight." The team huddles together. They're still out of breath after the game, but the pressure is off, at least for now, and they all itch to get out and party. "Now, hit the showers. You stink." Coach Miller chuckles and nods my way in his usual no-bullshit attitude. "Kublev, I need to talk to you." He usually calls me by my last name if I either fucked up royally or helped the team to victory. Hard to tell if he's mad or proud. "Yes, Coach?" He gestures for me to sit on the bench. 2 weeks ago, I went to the annual football welcome-back dinner at Midwestern State University." He pauses and his dark eyes bore into mine. "I saw my buddy Chad there. I told him about you. I told him your stats from your junior year and told him you were helping me coach this year. He said you could call him if you wanted." He hands me a card with the Mustang, Midwestern State University's mascot, emblazed in it. "I know a recruiter from Bowie State University is coming here from Maryland to talk to you next week, but you have options." My shoulders tense. Having options shouldn't make me feel trapped. "Thank you, Coach." I sound more confused than excited. He stands up, and I'm forced to look up. "One mistake doesn't screw up your entire life, son. You've always wanted to play in Texas. You still can." I nod, but my thoughts are all over the place. Playing in Texas was a dream I crushed all by myself. And Aaron is working for an early acceptance to the University of Maryland with Nadia. That's where Mom graduated from, and Nadia's always wanted to follow in her footsteps. Aaron and Nadia made a pact signed in blood when they were 12 that they'd go to the same university. That's where my best friend, Gabe, is going to school too. He texted me before the game. The night of the accident changed him too. He was in the passenger seat when we crashed against that tree. I thought I killed him. He was able to play again mid-season, and he never held a grudge. He said we were both being stupid that night. And he's right. When Mom found out about the accident, she cried. She didn't let us see her tears when the cancer spread, but she sobbed when she visited me at the hospital. She didn't think I heard her, but the sound of her tears will haunt me forever. That's what hurt the most, knowing I had let my mom down right before her death. I slowly stand up and busy my hands putting up towels and wiping off benches before dragging myself out of the locker room. The back exit is closest to me and to the parking lot, so I head that way. Nadia probably already left, but she's not the one I'm looking for anyway. Ever since Rachel disappeared, all those feelings for Aaron I thought I had hid away are rushing back. Because life is fucking short. Mom's death should have taught me that, but I thought I needed to be better, to work harder, to have a future in order to be with Aaron. Her dad told me as much after he found Aaron crying because of me last year. His cold voice rings in my ears. You need to stay away from her. You're not good enough. He was right then. She deserves that and so much more. Few cars are left in the parking lot. Caleb is playing tag with Julian. He's laughing so hard it makes me smile. He's had a hard time since their dad has been a suspect in the murders for years now. But it really got worse with Brooke's disappearance last year and Rachel's this year. They were both not only in his American history class, but he tutored them too. Rachel. I take a deep breath. My eyes scan the area, but Erin's nowhere to be found. I force myself to not worry. She's probably still talking to people in the locker room. I check my cell and see she answered my text. I'm about to call her, but her dad grabs my attention in the distance. Erin's friend Audrey stands next to him and he leans toward her. Audrey seems uncomfortable, shifting from one foot to the other. I can't see her face, and I'm about to walk their way to check on her when Audrey turns around and leaves. She seems in a hurry, and I can't help but think Erin's dad had something to do with that. Audrey was supposed to wait for Carlos. Carlos wouldn't shut up about it for the past week, and now she ditches him before seeing him? My stomach churns, but I can't stop staring at Erin's dad, who's yelling for Caleb to hurry up. I can hear him from here. Our families have been too intertwined in the past decade to not realize her dad can be strange. The talk he had with me last year was intense. The way he stared me down, the way his hand tightened on my arm, the way he smiled like nothing happened after. At school, he used to be funny. He cracked jokes. He used to get a Teacher of the Year award every single year. But at home, he always had this darker side. A darker side that grew more pronounced on Erin's 13th birthday. The 4th year a girl disappeared in Gavert City. Erin's car is parked on the far right of the parking lot, and my hands clam up. There's no rationale behind it. Erin's in the locker room. She has to be safe. But still, my feet march back toward the building's main entrance until I break into a small jog. She exits the building right as I'm about to open the door. Her skin is flushed, but not the way it is after a game. She looks like she's scared and my hands tighten into fists. Carlos follows her outside. When he sees me, he steps back. I didn't mean to scare her, I swear. I was rushing to see Audrey and I saw Erin walking ahead. I didn't think, man. Erin, I'm so sorry. Carlos' words tumble out of his mouth faster than he's ever been on the field. Erin's smile is shaky, but it's there. I shouldn't have screamed like that. Clearly, I'm on edge. I'm sorry. My gaze darts from Carlos to Erin, and before I can help myself, my fingers reach her face. A hint of a blush spreads on her cheek, and I step closer to her. Carlos clears his throat. Have to go. Audrey said she'd meet me at the party. He almost sprints away. My hand still cradles Erin's face, and her blue-green eyes widen slightly. Her dark red hair falls past her shoulders. Her lips I know to be soft and sweet and addictive part, and I can't stop staring. I could lose myself in her. I could find myself in her. I have to regain control, or I might ask her if she feels like going back to the empty locker room for a make-out session of the century. I step back and let my hand drop. She inhales sharply and a flash of disappointment shatters her face, but she regains control quickly. "Assistant Coach Kovlev, what did you think of the game?" She starts walking toward the car and I follow. "We did pretty awesome, but I think the cheerleaders were the best." "If I didn't know you any better, I'd think you were trying to flirt with me." Her tone is hopeful, but until that meeting with the recruiter, I need to rein myself in. We already had a missed chance, a missed opportunity. Aaron's dad wasn't the only one who was pissed I hurt her. Nadia was mad like I've never seen her before when she found out what happened at the away game last September, but their reactions don't compare to how angry I was at myself for putting a dent in Aaron's heart. That wasn't my intention. I wasn't ready then. I couldn't deal with Mom's cancer or the pressure or my own thoughts. All I wanted was to play and party and pretend. I changed the topic. "I saw your text. Definitely up for running on Sunday." We stopped by her beat-up car. "How is your dad?" "He was talking to Audrey earlier." She winces. "Hope he didn't make her uncomfortable. Ever since the school put him on leave, he's been acting even weirder than usual." She blows out a breath and leans against her car. "Do you remember when Nadia and I turned 13? I was 15 then, almost 16, and I remember the bathing suit she wore that summer." "Mm-hmm." "I think that's when he changed. The summer we turned 13, he got mad more often. He yelled at Mom more often, too. And that's when I feel like I've disappointed him, but I'm not sure why." She shakes her head as if trying to get rid of unwanted thoughts. "Anyway, I have to go. I'll try to be at the search party tomorrow morning. Maybe I can convince Mom and Dad to let Caleb spend the night at Julian's. He needs to have fun." My fingers itch to caress her face again. My arms need to hold her. My mouth wants to kiss the worries away, but I hold myself still. "If you can't make it tomorrow, I'll see you Sunday morning. Be careful, okay?" "Always." And she rises on her toes, her lips brush the corner of my mouth way too quickly, and she hops into her car, leaving me behind.
Chapter 4. That football game was stupid. And the way she looked like she owns the world, like she owns him, ridiculous. "Honey, I'm back," I sing-song, and Rachel, hot, malleable, but idiotic Rachel, whimpers on the dirty floor. Our little hideaway is tucked not too far from the lake, and every single time the search party gets close, I want to laugh in their fucking faces. But instead, I go with them and hunt for the one they're never going to find. I wipe away the sweat from Rachel's forehead and she recoils under my touch. I'll slap that attitude away soon enough. "Why?" she croaks. Her light blonde hair is plastered with blood. Blood from her cheek where the tip of an angel wing I carved earlier is visible. She has the face of an angel, or at least she used to. My lips turn into a smile that some might call sadistic. I call it real. It's not one of those I'm good and nice and happy smiles, and it's certainly not one of those forced smiles people give out at every corner. No, it's a smile that tells her exactly what is about to happen. It's a smile that tells her she's about to die. And despite knowing deep inside that she's not going to live to see another pathetic day, she still pleads for her life. A life so unworthy I'm tempted to laugh in her bloody face. "I want to go home." There's no fire in her words, no strength, only resignation. But her brown eyes are begging for mercy. Brown eyes that some might call a light shade of caramel. Brown eyes I'm sure are used to getting what they want. Girls like her are so predictable. And she had it coming. Another slut. I sit on the only chair around the wooden table. My art is hidden in a secret drawer in the counter. Necklaces of girls I killed. Little notes I made them write for their parents and never delivered, of course. And then a picture of her. She'll be my last victim. She'll be the perfect angel. Perhaps in a last attempt at survival, Rachel pushes herself to sit back up in an impressive move. Many girls have totally given up by this point. "I won't tell anyone who you are. I swear." Her upper lip quivers. And this time my smile turns angelic, innocent. It's a smile I practice often, the one I use when I need to blend in the crowd. Right now, it's a smile that teases her into believing she has a chance. She must see hope in this smile, because she repeats, "I swear I won't." But like all the other ones before her, This girl isn't going home. Chapter 5. Aaron. The sun shines through the kitchen's windows, but it doesn't brighten the atmosphere. The mail piles up on the counter. Despite my best attempt at cleaning, I can't seem to get rid of the dust. Aaron, are you ready? Dad sounds annoyed, and it's not even 9:30 in the morning. I am, I reply, and put my long hair in a tight bun on top of my head. Let's take 2 cars. You have rehearsal this afternoon, and I'd like to stay and help search for Rachel until the end. His eyes bore into mine, and he takes a step toward me, crowding me. I flinch, even though he never raised a hand to me. Are you sure? His frown deepens, and I want to swallow the words back in my throat. Am I sure about what? His tone is colder than the snow we barely see in this area of Texas. He leans back against the counter, and I take a deep breath. Nothing, I mutter. His smirk chills me even more than his tone. I'm not raising a daughter who's too cowardly to express her mind. I wish I was raising a daughter who didn't think ill of her father, but that seems to be too much to ask. I'm sorry, I mumble, glad I convinced them to let Caleb spend the night at Julian's last night. Dad doesn't say another word and slams the door behind him. I want to believe he's so angry because he's worried about Rachel, and because he's furious that the killer hasn't been caught yet. That's what I want to believe. After the search party, I go back home to change quickly and check on Mom. Mom, I have to go. I knock on my parents' bedroom door and crack it open. It's past noon and Mom's still in bed. Mom? I lower my tone. The drapes are shut and the room is dark. Okay, honey. I'm getting up. She turns to the other side, and I don't believe she'll move until Dad gets home. I left some pasta in the fridge. Dad is still at the search party, and Caleb slept over at the Carmichaels. Thank you. Be careful out there, okay? Always, I reply and shut the door behind me. Mom has been battling depression for years, but in the recent months it's become worse. Her therapist retired, and she hasn't found someone she really trusts. Her dose of medicine is clearly no longer working. I pull my hair into a bun and write a short note for Dad. I'm at Jenna's to rehearse for the Queen of Hearts pageant. I'll pick Caleb up later. There's pasta in the fridge. I texted him too, but he barely checks his phone messages. The drive to Jenna's house is a blur. My mind swirls with thoughts I can't control. I should be rehearsing my lines for the question portion of the most important pageant of my life. I should be thinking of ways to be more convincing on stage. I should be thinking about winning. The front door of Jenna's mansion is open. She doesn't seem to worry about the killer on the loose. She does have several panic buttons inside her home, including 2 in the rehearsal room she built in the right aisle. I pass Jenna's many trophies and pictures of her in different gowns on the wall. Everything is pristine as always. She's not fighting dust like we are. I slip inside the room, avoiding Jenna's gaze since I'm 5 minutes late, and she hates when people are late. Luckily, she's too busy yelling at a younger girl on stage to bother lecturing me. I settle next to Audrey, who has a soft smile on her face. How was last night? I whisper, not wanting to take any chances on Jenna lecturing me for daring to talk. Audrey tilts her head to the side. Her blonde hair is cut right above the shoulders, and she's wearing a dress her mom probably picked for her. It's long and kinda brown, kinda green. Audrey hates that dress. Her mom may have loosened the reins, but sometimes her control freak side seems to reappear. Mom got pissed because I came back after midnight. Her voice doesn't seem too disappointed. But I had a great time with Carlos. He's so sweet. I nudge her shoulder. That's great. He's one of the good guys, and he's really into you. Really? Her tone is full of hope. Audrey had one boyfriend who his mom approved last year. A guy she met in a homeschool kids camp in the spring. Audrey never seemed to like him all that much. Really, I confirm and squeeze her hand into mine. You're going to have to tell us everything. Jenna's shrill sergeant voice resonates in the room. You need to keep your chin high, but not to the ceiling high. This looks ridiculous. Jenna is working with a group of girls 2 years younger than me. Their session was supposed to have ended almost an hour ago, but Jenna isn't one of the most sought-after pageant coaches in the entire state of Texas for no reason. She's a perfectionist. The rehearsal room is bright, but she put up black curtains to block the natural light, and spotlights are pointed to the makeshift stage. One last time! She doesn't need to yell to be listened to, but she raises her voice even higher nonetheless. Her chestnut hair is pulled up in an elaborate do, with curls floating around her beautiful face.
Her nose may be a bit too long and her lips may be a tad too thin. Her words, not mine. But Jenna still has the aura and the charisma that got her to the final of the Miss USA pageant. Our very own Miss Texas and a 2-year winner of the Miss Queen of Hearts pageant. Today, she doesn't stand as tall, though. Her very sophisticated makeup doesn't hide the red in her brown eyes. The breakup with her fiancé seems to have extinguished the little light of empathy flickering in her heart. Parents are on the other side of the windowed wall. One mother is biting her nails. If Jenna catches her, she's in trouble. Jenna doesn't want parents to show bad habits to their kids, and biting your nail is definitely not a habit Jenna supports. The hairspray and perfumes floating in this place could be nauseating, but it's a smell I'm accustomed to. My mother was a beauty queen years ago, and she said she met her best friends on the pageant circuit. I did meet one of mine that way, too. Audrey shifts in the seat next to me. The smile she had on her face while speaking about Carlos is gone. She stares right ahead. Her eyes are more green than blue, while mine are more blue than green. She's been stressing about the Queen of Hearts pageant that's coming up in 2 weeks, probably not sleeping a whole lot based on the circles under her eyes that even the best concealers can't hide. We both need to win this pageant. This pageant can be a lifeline. It's not big on the pageant circuit, and it won't get us into Miss Teen USA, but it will pay the tuition of the state university of our choosing, anywhere across the country, as long as it's a state university. She's mouthing the words to the answers she practiced 1,000 times before. You're going to be fine, I tell her, nudging her. And remember what Jenna said. Since you changed some of your answers, you need to wait for her feedback before internalizing them too much. Otherwise, and I quote her, you will not unleash the magic. Audrey glances back to the stage and her sigh is full of defeat. Unleashing the magic. I'm not sure if she realizes how many times she's said it since we signed up for that pageant. She bites the corner of her lip like she does when she's stressed out, and I'm relieved to see the beginning of a smile spread. She sounds like a wizard, but not the good kind. Her shoulders relax, and I can almost see some of her stress melting away. Jenna smells stress 10 miles away, and she's a hound dog on the hunt when she realizes someone doesn't use their stress to perform better. Audrey doesn't need Jenna on her case. She already has a mom who's pressuring her to be the best, all the time, and who barely trusts her to do anything by herself. I'm surprised she doesn't come to every single rehearsal anymore. Mom used to come to my rehearsals too, but she hasn't in a while. She hasn't asked about the Queen of Hearts pageant in weeks either. I'm not even sure she remembers it's coming up. Jenna is even more on edge than usual. Audrey tilts her head to the right side. I think that little girl already cried 3 times since rehearsal started for her. Jenna's on her way to a new record. She barks much louder too, and I think she might bite today. And I feel like I've done my friend-reassuring task when Audrey lets out an unexpected giggle. The Queen of Hearts pageant means a lot to her. It's her legacy. Every year one of her girls wins it. If none of us do, she's going to be doomed. Doomed into the never-never land of beauty queen pageants. I stifle the full-blown laugh that would put me right in the path of Jenna's wrath. After the search party this morning, it feels weird to have this bubbly feeling inside my chest. Stepping into Jenna's mansion is like stepping into another world. A world with many rules. Rule number 1, no laughing and talking while waiting. Audrey and I have been breaking Jenna's number 1 rule for the past 6 years, ever since Audrey joined our small group one Saturday afternoon. Her mom seemed nervous and stayed away from all the other parents, but Mom gestured for me to welcome Audrey. And I did. And even though we've been competitors ever since, Audrey and I are inseparable. Together with Nadia, my best friend since we were babies, we mastered the art of sleepovers and are pros at lounging by the pool. We're always together, except when Audrey's mom decides she needs to stay home, and except at school. Audrey's homeschooled. Her mom thinks there are too many distractions at public schools. Audrey's phone beeps. Her eyes dart up to the stage quicker than the shutter speed used to capture a moment in time. Jenna is too busy on stage to notice she hasn't turned off her phone like we're supposed to. Another broken rule in the pageant world. She focuses on her screen again and her frown deepens the crease between her eyebrows. Did you see that video? She sounds hesitant and touches my arm in a reassuring manner that freaks me out big time. What video? Keeping my tone unaffected is impossible. Carlos just texted me. There is a new documentary about the murders. A chill slams down my spine, strong enough to force goosebumps along my skin. Audrey's eyes are full of sympathy, but I'm not sure she realizes how scared I am, how worried, and how awful I feel for feeling scared and worried. Because, unlike dozens of other girls, I'm safe.
I get to go home tonight. I get to live my life. Do they talk about him? I sound breathless, like I've just cheered 4 quarters of a football game. At the end, apparently. Do you want to watch it? She's careful with her words, kind of like the first time she told me she was homeschooled, as if I would laugh at her or ask 1,000 inappropriate questions. I understand if you don't want to. Those allegations are stupid anyways. I know, I reply, forcing my eyes off the ground into the earbud she's handing me. Knowing what the new rumors are can't hurt. Becoming aware of your surroundings and apparent known tactics of the killers are also recommended. And if the documentary mentions my dad has been a suspect for years, I'll know how to react. I'll know what the lies are, what sensational facts they're spinning out of control for their own needs. I nod and she touches the play button.
We're back with our exclusive documentary about the mysterious disappearances in Gavard County, Texas. Every year when high school students should think about their application for colleges, or maybe what mums they will wear at homecoming, or if maybe their football team is going to become state champion again, a girl is snatched away from this tight-knit community. Her lifeless body is usually found a week to 10 days later, with an angel wing carved into her beautiful face. The angel killer has been terrorizing the area for 7 years. When will this horror stop?
The voice of the presenter, grisly and sad, looms in the background as pictures of all the girls who've disappeared flash on screen. The last one, Rachel Stein, smiles at the camera. Her mom must have chosen this picture. I captured that moment at her birthday party last year and sent it to her when she said she loved it, even though I cried myself to sleep more than once when she was dating Dimitri. For a split second, I thought he and I had a chance, but it was a figment of my imagination mixed with too much whiskey and coke.
Rachel Stein is the second girl not enrolled in Gavard High School at the time of her disappearance. However, she was a former student at Gavard High. She had just graduated and had enrolled at Gavard Community College. She loved to dance and was captain of the cheerleading team.
Another picture of Rachel, this time from a cheerleading competition, fills the screen. Her smile is the poster smile for every cheerleader. Bright and happy, sweet and sexy. Last year, it seemed she had the world at her feet. The tapping of stilettos on the expensive dark bamboo floors is the tell Jenna has finished with the younger girls and is ready for us. She leans forward and her strong perfume, a mix of flowers and musk, envelops us. It's such a warm scent compared to her icy stare. I called your names. She pauses in her dramatic way, raising her perfectly traced eyebrows and sighing as if the mere sight of us sitting in our chairs instead of rushing to her is a disgrace. Twice. Audrey stands up before I do and slides her phone inside her bag before I can hear what they have to say about Dad. It's my fault. I wanted to... She glances at me with wide, I-don't-know-what-to-say eyes. We wanted to review last year's winner's speech. My mind races. If Jenna finds out about the new documentary now, she's going to insist I spend even more time preparing questions about my father and the accusations and how it makes me stronger. It doesn't. Good. Go on stage. I need you to show the girls how you walk and handle questions, Jenna says, but the way she narrows her eyes tells me she doesn't believe one word I've said. Whatever. I force my shoulders to relax. Showing the girls how to walk is another way for Jenna to tell us we should be perfect by now. The pageant is in 2 weeks. We have no time to waste. The 5 girls she's coaching as part of her Discover Your Inner Talent brochure sit in the front row, staring at us like we hold the pageant's kingdom keys. One girl looks like she'd rather be anywhere else but here, and she glances back at the parents' room where a mother is standing instead of sitting, encouraging her. I smile at her. A real, you-can-do-this smile, and she shrugs. Clearly, discovering her inner talent wasn't part of her plan for the day. See? How poised they look! No tension in the shoulders. The smile is almost perfect. Audrey, you need to look a bit less constipated. Some of the girls giggle, but Audrey's face turns red and her eyes stay glued to the floor. She breathes deeply before putting on her mask, a shadow of a smile that won't convince anyone. That's her one weakness, smiling when all she feels like doing is screaming or crying. I've learned to smile through the tears, like when Dad was first under suspicion and Jenna told me she didn't know if she could continue coaching me under these circumstances, or when Caleb asked me one night what it meant to die after Dimitri and Nadia's mom passed away, or when Dimitri got into a bad car accident after drinking too much at a party. My years as a cheerleader come in handy to fake my smile, and that's one thing Jenna usually never complains about.
Audrey, what did we say? When Jenna says we, it's usually code for I.
Then I need to clear my mind from anything that isn't happy thoughts.
Yes, that and that you need to practice smiling. It needs to look natural. See how Aaron does it? I cringe inwardly. If there's one thing I really don't like, it's when Jenna pits us against one another. I welcome some healthy competition, but Jenna putting Audrey down isn't healthy competition. At all. Audrey blinks rapidly and I'm tempted to step in front of her, to defend her, to shield her. But she shakes her head and forces a much better smile out. Jenna claps her hands. That's it! Good! She grabs a note card from her expensive designer jeans. She told me once she had 30 pairs of jeans, and they all cost over $250. I think that was supposed to encourage me to work harder. There's a shuffle in the front row, and one of the parents knocks at the window, which they're only supposed to do in case of emergencies. Life or death emergencies. The smallest girl with ebony skin and light brown eyes, Maya, one of Jenna's favorites for the title of Little Miss Queen of Hearts, throws her hand on her mouth as if to stifle a scream. Oh my God, oh my God! The girl next to her whispers, holding her phone, another non-follower of the no cell phone rule. Jenna shakes her head, sending her carefully constructed chestnut curls flying around her face. What's going on? Maya hands her phone to her. What did we say about cell phones? Jenna asks, with lips that may have been pursed, but it's kind of hard to tell since it looks like she got a collagen treatment this morning. She grabs the phone and pales, but doesn't lose her composure as her eyes meet mine. Rachel's body has been found. She's dead. She takes a deep breath, and her voice is as dramatic as it's ever been. No signs of empathy, only theatrics. Aaron, the police are interrogating your father. Again. Chapter 6. Dimitri. The search party ended an hour ago, and since Coach wants me to help drill the guys at practice tomorrow, I should go home and work in the garage. I passed by school to pick up Coach's notes on yesterday's game. Some of the cheerleaders are rehearsing. I stride through the empty parking lot, my shirt clinging to my skin. September is such a weird month here, going from mid-70s to 90s within an hour. And today we're in the high 80s. Aaron's car is having issues with the AC. I lick my lower lip, ready to get my phone to call her, but I get a text from Gabe in Maryland. I watched last night's game on YouTube. Those kids are even better than we were. I lean against my truck. Maybe. Or maybe it's because they have the best assistant coach in the world. His replies come back even faster than his passes. I'd be the best assistant coach in the world. Did you meet with the recruiter? Monday. Good luck, man. Any news from Rachel? Not yet. That blows. How are you holding up? It's hard. She wanted to get back together, and I pushed her away. His answer doesn't come as quickly this time. Aaron? Aaron and I are friends. Whatever. Keep me updated, okay? Okay. I shove the phone back into my pocket and take a deep breath. Being in my truck doesn't send me right into full-mode panic attack, but my hands still clam up. I don't remember much from the accident, except Gabe screaming before we hit the tree. My red truck is higher up than the Charger Hellcat I was driving when I slammed into a tree. It wasn't my car. Rachel thought it would be fun for me to race her car against that douchebag Max in his Porsche Turbo. Max was the quarterback from Sauter High School, our main rival in the championship. He got away without a scratch. I thought I would look all tough and shit racing this baby, and I thought I could forget how Mom looked so small and fragile in her hospital bed after the operation. A tiny part of my brain also thought Aaron would stop sucking face with whatever his name was to look at me race. But she didn't. Rachel pulled me to her and plunged her tongue almost all the way down my throat and told me she bet I could beat Max. But I didn't. Gabe almost died that night, but his injuries were nothing compared to mine. I don't blame Rachel. I'm the one who got behind the wheel despite the 5 beers and 3 shots I had chugged down earlier during that evening. Rachel wanted us to continue whatever shitty non-relationship we had going after the accident. We had broken up after the away game. I didn't want to lead her on when she told me she was falling for me. Agreeing to go to that party with her a few weeks after breaking it off with her gave her hope. It was a big mistake, all around. After the accident, I was not only done playing football, I was also done playing pretend. and I'm not done paying for all the damages I've caused. I throw the duffel bag in the back seat and stand in front of the open driver's seat, repeating what I've been telling myself day after day. You're not drunk. You can drive. You can do this.
You're going to the bonfire tonight?
Kim, one of the cheerleaders and also the owner of the longest legs ever, struts into the parking lot. I don't think so, I reply with an even voice. Kim and I have been there, done that. No desire to play repeat. My phone rings and I frown. Baby sis is calling. I gotta go. See you later. Kim nods.
I'll definitely see you later.
I'm not sure if she's flirting or stating a fact, and I don't feel like investigating. I take a deep, calming breath and slide into my truck. Nadia should be spending a fun afternoon at the lake with her forever boyfriend, Liam. Not many reasons she would call me right now. My heart beats faster and faster. If something happens to Nadia... Don't tell me you and Liam had a fight and you need a ride. I should have my trademarked joking tone, the big brother joking tone that annoys Nadia, but instead I'm still concentrating on sounding like I'm not about to lose it.
If I needed a ride, you would come and pick me up. It's part of the brother contract you signed with your blood when you just turned 10 and I was 8.
And that's why Mom decided you couldn't read all of her books just yet, since you had and still have a tendency to recreate what you read. She sighs in her dramatic manner.
If you wouldn't have been such a tattletale.
I was bleeding and you screamed because of the blood. And you were the one who told on me in middle school for releasing all those crickets in the gym. Being one grade apart kind of sucked for a while.
You even asked Mom to keep me at home longer.
True, but Mom reminded me that I had an important role to play as big brother. It's only later I understood the school district policy about birthdays and when a kid can or cannot start school, even though our 18 months difference seemed like an eternity. My muscles feel more relaxed, and I would thank her for it if I didn't know she would worry about me driving when I'm stressed. Anyways, if you're having such a good time with Liam, why are you calling me? And if it's to check on me, I'm okay.
It's about Aaron. I need your help.
And with those words full of worries, the tension slams back into me full force. What do you mean? What happened? Is she okay? And if I didn't already realize I had a crush on my sister's best friend, the level of anxiety in my tone would have been a dead giveaway. Nadia pauses, and I'm sure she's chewing her bottom lip. She's been doing that for years, despite biting it so hard she actually bled. She used to say, "They all do it in the books I read," when Mom tried to help her break the habit. "Nadia, you there?" And I sound more biting than intended.
She needs a ride back to pick up her little brother and go back home.
Where is she? I turn on my car and put on my seatbelt in a rush while balancing the phone.
At Jenna's house, and her car won't start. She tried to jump the engine, but it's still not moving.
Nadia sounds like she's pacing around. She also paces when she's nervous.
We're coming home earlier, but I don't want her to wait for more than an hour there. Audrey doesn't have her car either, but her mom picked her up from the 7-Eleven parking lot.
She pauses.
Of course, she doesn't want to drive Aaron back. Her mom didn't even want Aaron to walk with Audrey to the 7-Eleven. Man, that just sucks.
I rub the back of my neck. I'll pick her up. Audrey's mom has been telling Audrey she doesn't like her spending so much time with Aaron. Aaron's paying for whatever people believe her father's done. An unwelcome chill sprints down my spine. They found Rachel? Nadia clears her throat.
Yes.
Her voice is barely above a whisper, and I overhear Liam in the background telling her she can cry. Rachel is dead. My throat closes up.
And they're talking to Aaron's father. Again.
I'm on my way.
Thanks. And Dimmy?
What? She pauses, a pause full of warning. She told me once that Aaron used to doodle my name in her journal, and she told me to never lead her on, to never hurt her. But she said it in such a way as if she was also telling me to get my act together. When I kissed Aaron last September and then told her the next day that it didn't mean anything, that I was just drunk, Aaron tried so hard not to cry in front of me. But Nadia figured out almost right away something happened, and when she found out how dumb I had been, she yelled at me and didn't talk to me for days.
Nothing,
she finally says.
Thanks again. We'll be home soon.
I hang up before driving away, and for once I don't need several minutes before leaving the parking lot. I pass the small town center, crank the AC up, and manage to find the local news on the radio.
Rachel Stein was only 18 years old. Her parents have not returned our call, but our prayers and thoughts are with them in this tragic day. It has now been confirmed that Mr. Hortz is being interrogated by the police. Our sources confirm there has been some discovery on the victim's cell phone.
I pass the 7-Eleven and resist the urge to press on the pedal. I turn into the county road that leads to Aaron's coach's mansion. The driveway is almost a mile long, and the huge house sits on top of a small mountain with a part indoor-outdoor swimming pool in the back. Erin's waiting by herself in front of the door. Her shoulders are slumped, which only happens when she thinks no one is watching. But as soon as she hears my car, she straightens up. I lower my window and instill as much warmth in my voice as possible. "I thought I showed you how to jumpstart your car, shorty." She takes a step forward, and there's so much pain in her eyes I'm tempted to jump out of the car and wrap my arms around her, but she throws her shoulders back, building the invisible barrier around her that I loathe.
"I'm not that short. I'm not top of the pyramid material, remember?"
Her usual bantering tone isn't there, and her blue-green eyes dart from the ground to the car instead of challenging my gaze like she usually does. But what sends my heart spinning down to the floor is a little shake of her voice on the last word. She's hurting, and I can't stand to see her hurt. She clears her throat in the same way Nadia does when she's trying to regain control of her thoughts.
"I don't think it's the battery. I'm not sure what's going on."
She's fighting the tears, and the tension in my shoulders intensifies. "You heard about Rachel?" She nods.
"I'm so sorry, Dimmy."
Dimmy. She hasn't called me that since the night at the away game. "It's not your fault. I should have answered her calls this past month. Maybe if I did, she wouldn't be gone." I pause, unsure of how to say what I'm trying to say. "Rachel and I were done. She was. It sucks. It sucks that she's gone. Her parents must be devastated."
"I can't believe she's dead. Who would do that?"
She shakes her head and her face pales even more.
Dad is at the police station. Again."
"We'll figure it out." I aim to sound as confident as possible, even though I have no clue how to fix the sadness surrounding her. I lean through the truck and open the door. "Do you want me to take a look at your car? I can pull it back to the garage after dropping you off." She exhales softly, and finally our eyes meet. The shade of sadness in hers recedes at my words, making me feel as if I hit a touchdown.
"That would be great, thanks. Between the rehearsal and practice, I haven't taken a lot of shifts at the grocery store. Paying for this repair is going to be tough."
I force the grin she usually blushes at, the one that doesn't show my teeth, but the one I heard before was one hot smile. "I know someone whose father has a shop, and I'm pretty sure that someone might be able to do it for free."
"I heard that someone is pretty nice,"
she says, and finally the corners of her lips turn up and her eyes clear up, and that feels even better than winning state. "Come on in. It's blistering hot out there."
"Better here than listening to Jenna telling me how I need to use this tragic incident to tell my story, to make myself more personable, to reach for the stars."
She kicks an imaginary stone with her foot, grabs her bag, and opens the door to my truck.
"She told me before that if Dad is ever found guilty, she might need to stop coaching me, because it's not good for her image, but apparently she's got second thoughts. She said, and I quote, 'This could be the most amazing publicity I ever get.'"
Her long hair is up, and she's staring straight ahead, but her lips are pursed into too thin of a line. She's upset, but doesn't want to show it in typical Erin manner. My hands tighten on the wheel. "She's a bitch." She turns to me, one eyebrow raised. "She's an asshole, but she gets the work done. If I don't get that scholarship, I don't know how I'll afford to go to school. Even with my grades, I only got a partial scholarship to A&M, and you know how much I'd love to go to Maryland with Nadia." Her fingers touch one of my hands. It's a soft touch, and it only lasts for a second, but I can imagine how her hands would feel, all over me. And this is so not what I'm supposed to concentrate on right now.
"What happened?"
she asks, looking more closely at my right hand. I have to look too to remember what she's talking about. I have a pretty big burn. "I made grilled cheese." Her laughter bursts out and her eyes widen at the sound.
"You made grilled cheese? What did I tell you ever since you almost set your house on fire making us popcorn?"
"To not be alone in the kitchen." I nudge her. "Clearly you were right." Her fingers trace a soothing circle on my wound. 2 years ago, before Mom relapsed, she was sleeping over at our house. She and Nadia had decided that instead of going out for Halloween, they were going to watch a bunch of scary movies. After the annual Halloween party at the football team captain's house, I snuck through the back door and touched Aaron's shoulder while hiding under the couch. They yelled and jumped, and my dad came downstairs with his hair all messed up and a baseball bat to check what had happened. Even though I was told not to scare them, he had a slight dad smile on his lips and told me to make them popcorn instead of being a butthead. Nadia, like Mom, hates microwave popcorn, so I used the old-fashioned kind. I put it on the burner and then sat next to Aaron on the couch. She was so close, and when she got scared, she moved in a bit closer, or maybe I did. All I know is that soon enough, my hand was on her leg and she was leaning on me. I got lost in the moment and totally forgot about the popcorn until it started burning and the extra-sensitive smoke detector alarm broke the magic. My fingers interlink with hers and she sighs, leaning her forehead on my shoulder, as if she wants to hide from the world.
You know what I hate?
Brussels sprouts. I tug her closer to me and tilt her head up gently. Her lips are inviting and full of untold memories, but right now they part and she lets out a resigned sigh. One I loathe because she sounds sad and unsure. Talk to me. My fingers press gently onto her arm, letting her know I'm there, hoping she knows I'll always be there.
I do hate Brussels sprouts.
Her voice lowers and I turn off the radio to hear each word.
But what I hate even more than Brussels sprouts, and more than missing the perfect sunset light when taking a picture, is that sometimes I look at my father and I feel so full of hate.
She doesn't break eye contact. It's almost as if she wants to see if I'm flinching or if I find what she's telling me disturbing. I don't. Why?
Because he doesn't realize what all those rumors, all this shit is doing to us, to his family. He worries about his job, and he worries about public opinion, and he's mad that anyone dares question his character. But I don't know if he sees how Mom's been depressed, how Caleb's been withdrawn, how
you... I prompt her, keeping my voice as gentle as possible, caressing her back.
How mad I am!
Her voice rises, and the flash of anger is better than the sadness I saw in her eyes before.
Shit, I'm mad at him! He's been mean to Caleb, telling him he needed to stop being a crybaby. I'm pretty sure he cheated on Mom. He's gone so often during the weekends, and he doesn't hunt or fish, and his excuses that he needs alone time are bullshit. He's always so hard on you, too. I saw him telling you to man up when you were stressed about driving again. The last time he acted like a father was years ago.
Her own burst of anger stops, and she slumps back down, sliding away from me only slightly, but it's a sign she's closing up again.
But then I feel bad because I bitch about Dad while there are girls who die. Rachel got killed. How can anyone do that? It can't be my father. He can be an asshole, but he's not a killer.
She exhales loudly.
I'm sorry. You probably didn't think you'd be my Dr. Phil when you agreed to pick me up.
She shrugs as if she's okay, as if she's not on the verge of tears. Don't apologize. How many times did I complain to you about not playing anymore? I don't wait for an answer. You listened to me. You told me off when you thought my self-pity was just a way for me to not take responsibility, and you held my hand the first time I went back inside my truck. I want to pull her back to me, but she still has that I'm strong and can do this alone look on her face. Her lips part slightly at my words, and those lips parting send another reminder of how sweet she tastes right to my brains. I shift on my seat and tear my gaze away from her lips. I'm responsible for drinking too much and getting behind the wheel. You have nothing to do with what's going on. Her phone rings, stopping me from what I really want to do, which is to make her forget in any possible way that she looks ready to burst into tears. Her hand grips the phone.
Yes, Mrs. Carmichael?
Her frown turns into a lonely, sad, lost expression that pulls my heart into knots I'm not ready to understand.
I'm on my way. I'm picking him up very soon.
Her attempt to sound like she's fine might work on Mrs. Carmichael's ears, but not on mine. Is Caleb okay? Caleb plays a lot with Mrs. Carmichael's son.
He's okay, but Mrs. Carmichael heard the news, and even though she says she doesn't have a problem with it, she thinks her husband might, so she wanted to know if I'd be there soon.
She turns her head to the window and buckles her seatbelt.
She tried at home, but no one picked up.
And with that tone, I know she's also worried about her mom. And since I can't kiss her senseless without opening an entire new can of I think I've fallen for you but can't be with you bullshit, And since I don't even know if she wants me to kiss her senseless again, now or ever, I choose the next best thing. I make it my mission to make her smile. Come on, Shorty, tell me the truth. Did you put water in your engine? She puffs and her shoulders relax.
No, I tried to change the battery and forgot to put it back inside.
She relaxes against the seat, and as we banter with one another, I feel 1,000 times taller.
Chapter 7. Aaron. Mrs. Carmichael's house is only a few minutes walking distance from ours, but Dimitri insists on driving me there instead of dropping me off at my house. During the entire ride, I'm way too aware of where his hand rests and how his lips turn into that dangerous grin of his, the one that is well known for being the grin. The one some girl called the panty dropper grin on a bathroom stall with his phone number below. He changed it since. My mind drifts away from the sucky present to scenarios where that one kiss we shared last year ended way differently than him telling me the next day that he was sorry, that it should have never happened, that he drank too much. Nadia and I always daydream, making up stories as we go, but as always, my daydreaming doesn't change what happened. His voice interrupts my alternate reality. I'll drop both you and Caleb at your place, and then I'll pick up your car. Are you sure? I know you're busy. Twice a week for the past month, we've been jogging together. He's almost back in his top shape. And not only physically, even though I'm not blind, I see how ripped he is. He turns right, a cloud of dust bursting free behind us. His eyes stay glued to the road until he reaches the first stop sign. And then he turns to me, and even though he has the smile I've grown addicted to throughout the years, his eyes have this solemn, I mean it vibe, and my breathing accelerates. I'm never too busy for you. He sounds so serious. Usually he might follow this declaration with a funny joke, but he doesn't. He continues in the same tone. I mean it. If you need me, I'm there. You don't have to do everything by yourself. I know you can take care of yourself, but sometimes it doesn't hurt to have someone else there. You've been there for me. Let me be there for you. I want to pinch myself, making sure my daydreaming didn't take new proportions where I can't distinguish between my dreams and the reality. Let me be there for you, Shorty, he repeats, and I nod, not trusting my vocal cords, and he nods back as if we just came to an unspoken agreement. This time his smile floats right back to his eyes and he turns on the radio. With only one hand on the wheel, he checks each side again before driving off, and his other hand rests dangerously close to my thigh. And my heart does a spirit tuck, jumping higher than I ever have during any of my cheer competition. I'm not too busy for you. How can he say things like this and not realize what he does to me? Because no matter my fantasies and no matter how the reasonable voice in my head repeats over and over that I need to get over him, Dimitri has haunted my diary for years. He's haunted my diary ever since he cheered me up after I fell during my very first official routine as a cheerleader. I wanted to impress him and I fell on my ass, but instead of making fun of me, he made me smile. I doodle his name in secret. I love hearing his laugh, especially if I'm the one who made him laugh. I wonder if his lips would taste the same as they did last year after an away championship game, where we all drank too much, where we danced in the parking lot, and where his lips touched mine, briefly, like lightning you might miss if you don't keep your eye on the camera and your finger on the shutter. The next day, I was almost shaking with excitement. I hadn't told Nadia yet, waiting to see what he would say, how he wanted to present it. I had rushed to the breakfast area where I saw Rachel whispering something in his ear. He smiled and she touched his cheek. They had been on and off for several months, but I didn't think she really liked him. It was one of those relationships where you wonder why people are staying together. For the force of habit, for the comforting moments of knowing you have someone, because it's expected of them. But no matter the reason, my chest squeezed so tight seeing them together that I got scared. Scared of falling in love with him. Scared that he might joke about the entire situation. Scared he might not say anything. So instead of kissing him like I had thought about doing, I smiled and waved and sat next to Jerome. Later that morning, Dimmy pulled me aside and sliced my heart with those words. I'm sorry, it didn't mean anything. We're friends, right? I wanted to pound his chest with my fists, but his eyes were too full of sadness. His mom's cancer had come back and spread. I swallowed my tears and nodded, and we never talked about it again. Dad saw me crying one night, and I wanted to confide in him. I had this nonsensical urge to bury my head against him and have him hold me. Instead, he snickered. Is that about the Kovlev boy?
You're even stupider than I thought if you're in love with him. He's nothing.
His phone rings, but since his old truck doesn't have Bluetooth, the caller's ID doesn't flash across his console's screen.
Is that Nadia?
I shuffle through the console and my breathing stops. My hands turn clammy, and turning my head to him happens in slow motion.
If it's Nadia, tell her I'll see her later at the house. She was very worried when she called earlier.
It's not Nadia. I drop the phone on my lap and he glances quickly my way, frowning, and then he swerves to the side of the road.
Are you okay? Talk to me.
I'm not sure if he sees the anguish in my eyes. His phone rings again, and before he reaches it, I whisper, "It's Rachel." Chapter 8. Dimitri.
The space in the truck seems to get smaller and smaller with each ring.
I don't understand.
Her voice shakes and her eyes are full of anguish. Someone must be playing a prank, a very bad and stupid prank on me. But Rachel's name still flashes on the screen. It makes no sense. We're stopped on the side of the road. I put my emergency lights on and pick it up. Because what else am I supposed to do? Hello? The edginess of my tone could cut through any bullshit. I'm ready to blow up at whoever is doing this. Even though Rachel and I ended it, her disappearance hit me hard. I should have ended it with her when my lips touched Aaron's at that away game from hell, and I did. Until the night of the accident. I wanted to invite Aaron to that bonfire, but she was already going with Jerome, who had been hitting on her for a month. Rachel called me up asking me out, and I should have said no. I told her I didn't want anything serious. I wasn't up for the happily ever after, knowing full well I had someone else in my heart, in my mind, in my blood. The night of the accident, I think I told Rachel about falling for Aaron. Hello? I repeat when no one answers. Rachel's smile floats in my mind and my throat tightens. She's dead. A few weeks ago, I ran into her at the grocery store. She seemed happy to see me, throwing her arms around my neck. She didn't go away to a 4-year university, but rather decided to go to community college too. I saw her from time to time, but we never talked that much. She whispered how much she missed me, how maybe we could try dating again, and I changed topics, asking her about her classes. That declaration came out of the blue. We broke up a long time ago, and I thought she had moved on. This isn't funny. I don't know who you are, but you're a little shit for doing this. My voice rises, and Aaron gently touches my hand with hers, calming me, soothing me. And then I hear her, Rachel, screaming for her life. Blood drains from my face, and my hands shake. The screaming stops, and a metallic voice whispers, "Mine, mine, mine." Chapter 9. Mine, mine, mine. Rachel wasn't mine. Rachel's dead. Right after I recorded that scream, she gasped for air. My fingers tightened around her slender neck. No knife for her. No more play. She kicked her legs underneath me. Still hoping. Fucking stupid. Chapter 10. Dimitri. Erin turns to me. Her eyes are wide and her voice is small. What happened? What's going on? My hands shake on the wheel and my voice breaks. I heard her. Screaming. She was screaming. Whoever did this called me. The killer called me. Wait, what? She struggles to take a full breath. We need to call the police. You need to tell them what's going on. My phone rings at the same time and I pick it up without glancing at the screen. My voice is full of fury. You need to stop this shit. This is ridiculous. This is Sheriff Wilkinson. You and I have to talk. I pause and glance toward Aaron with one eyebrow raised. I was about to call you. I just received a phone call from Rachel's phone. I inhale and exhale deeply, but tremors still rush down my body. She was screaming, and then someone said, "Mine, mine, mine." I put the phone on speakerphone so Aaron can hear. This is not possible. Sheriff Wilkinson uses his no-nonsense voice. It was Rachel's number, I repeat. This is impossible, Dimitri. We have Rachel's phone in custody. Sheriff Wilkinson sounds annoyed and angry. He always sounds annoyed and angry. Ever since his wife left him and he took his nephew in with him, he's been on edge. I shake my head. You can't have her phone. Someone just called me from her phone. Maybe it was a prank. It was her voice. I heard her voice. She was screaming. The anguish in my tone deepens and Erin reaches for my hand again. Her name flashed on the screen. You can ask Erin Hortz. She's with me and she saw it too. Hortz. Interesting. Well, hopefully the apple fell far from the tree with that one. The sheriff mumbles and then clears his throat. Again, Dimitri, we have Rachel's phone with us, and the reason I'm calling you was because you are saved as lover boy. We need you to come to the station, Dimitri. We have a few questions for you. I'm sorry? You knew Rachel and I dated. I'm the one asking the questions here. Sheriff Wilkinson doesn't only sound like a jerk, he is a jerk. Again, I told you Rachel and I went out, and it was more than a year ago. Her number called me. I heard her. I'm on speakerphone, right? Sheriff Wilkinson doesn't wait for an answer. Erin, did you hear her scream too? His voice is too cold, like he forgot he's talking about Rachel. I saw her name on the screen. Maybe Loverboy knows two Rachels. Maybe Loverboy doesn't want you to know he's seeing someone. Maybe Loverboy is full of lies. Loverboy. Rachel gave me that nickname after we hooked up the first time. Erin must feel the anger raging deep within me because she tightens her grip on my hand and slightly shakes her head, like she knows fighting with the sheriff is a bad idea right now. Sheriff Wilkinson slams the door. She sent you a text message before disappearing, telling you how excited she was to see you and that she had amazing news. What? I couldn't sound more disbelieving if I tried. I don't have a text message. You can check my phone. You can do what you want. Rachel and I were no longer together. There's a shuffle on the line. The sheriff talks to someone in the background. Dimitri, a message was sent to your phone. Did you delete it because you got scared about becoming a suspect? This makes no sense. I'm telling you again. Except on the night of my accident in October. We didn't go out since September last year. I broke up with her the day after an away game. Erin turns her head sharply to me. Her mouth gapes open, but no words come out. Do you know the date? I think it was September 17th. We won against the Huskies and I scored the last touchdown, and it's a day before my father's birthday. This is only half a lie. Well, it seems you have one story and her cell phone is telling us another story. I'm going to need you to come down to the station. When can you do that? Or should we pick you up? She called me. I clench my teeth so hard my jaw hurts. She's dead, and we have her phone. She couldn't have called you. I need you to either come to the station or we'll pick you up. I'll be there in less than an hour. I crack my neck. If it wasn't for Tyreek, you would already be there. The sheriff pauses and clears his throat. Tyreek played football with my dad, they were fraternity brothers, and they've been best friends forever. Tyreek did play for a season in the NFL, but then decided to come back home and become a police officer. He hates the sheriff more than we do, but he doesn't show it most of the time. I hope for your sake you didn't hide anything from us. And he hangs up. I stare straight ahead without a word, giving myself some time to calm down. It seems the sheriff has another suspect in mind, I finally say, and Erin doesn't run away screaming. Instead, she looks outraged. The sheriff has only one goal. Find someone to blame for the murders. Anyone. Because this case makes him look bad. You should have seen him yesterday in town, talking about getting close to ending this string of horrors while discreetly drinking from his special stash. She shakes her head. Ever since his wife left him and his nephew came to live with him, he's been even more on edge than before. He gives me the creeps. Her chest is heaving and she's curling her hands into fists as if she's ready to fight for me. One of my hands tentatively rises to her face, not touching her at first, and then cupping her cheek. Her eyes slightly widen, but she closes them and leans into my touch. Without opening her eyes, she whispers, How do you remember September 17th so well? You're usually pretty bad with birthdays, and you won against the Huskies at least 3 times. You know why I remember. I simply say, and her cheeks flush slightly. She struggles to swallow as if she's unsure about whether or not she should ask her next question. Instead, she softly pulls her hand away.
Caleb's going to be waiting. We should go. I'm sure the police will see you never got that message. And I'm worried. This all doesn't make any sense. Chapter 11. Aaron. The truck smells like him. His cologne and the watercolors he sometimes uses instead of his charcoal pencil for drawing.
I don't understand, he repeats. I really don't understand.
We're still stopped on the side of the road between the Carmichael's house and my house. And when he turns to me, I forget about the horrors, about Rachel dying, about my father and the rest of the world. The only thing I hear over and over again is how he remembers that day. My treacherous and silly mind holds on to the hope that he chooses this moment to turn to me and tell me how much he's been wanting me, that he's been in love with me for such a long time he doesn't remember when it started. Because that's how it is for me. I don't know if it was when he helped me after I fell during that game. I don't know if it was when he asked to take Caleb bowling one afternoon after I told him a bunch of Caleb's friends were ganging up on him. I don't know if it was during that kiss, or 5 minutes ago when he asked to be there for me.
Aaron?
He asks, and there's confusion in the way he stares at me. Confusion which drops me back on Earth. Fast. I'm sorry, what? I feel my cheeks flaming, and I'm pretty sure they're the same shade as my colored hair. My mind always goes to the weirdest place at the worst moments.
Nothing,
he replies and starts up the engine again. I shake my head. This is ridiculous. Life is short, and instead of grabbing it with my heart, there's this distance I'm afraid to cross. Afraid to get shot down, because if I do, I'm pretty sure the hope within me will be squashed and it's going to hurt too much. My heart takes a diving plunge. Is that a media truck? I ask, pointing in the distance.
It looks like it,
he replies, almost reluctantly. Every time Dad is named a person of interest, they come back. Last year, the photographers captured every smile, and one newspaper headlined a picture with "Not a single tear for the victims." The camera waited for us at every corner, with journalists shoving microphones in our faces. How do you feel about your father being a suspect in the murders of all those girls? Did you know them? Are you afraid for your life? The news changed the way our neighbors talked to us. Some supportive, others claiming they'd always known there was something wrong with our family. All of us judged. Dimitri turns into Mrs. Carmichael's street. Her street is quiet, but I know how this works. Soon, reporters will swarm to our neighbors, our friends, asking questions, making up stories. I touch the bracelet Caleb made me for my birthday. I need to stay calm. Freaking out will only feed the vultures new material and scare Caleb. It won't help Dad either. I shift on the seat and check myself in the rearview mirror. My eyes are too big, almost haunted. There's a blotch of red on my neck that only shows up when I'm stressed. I grab my water bottle from my bag, take a long sip, and force myself to pretend. Pretend I'm going on stage and that all eyes are on me, waiting for me to make a mistake, to forget my answers, to fall. I'm not going to fall. I'm the one deciding what they see. Caleb needs to see me strong. The reporters need to see me strong. Mom and Dad need to see me strong. No matter how I really feel. Dimitri's voice interrupts my thoughts. Let me come with you. The word no is on my lips, but Caleb is going to be so happy to see him. And right now, that's what's most important. Okay, I reply, and he jumps out of the car. I open my door, and he's already there, offering me his hand to jump over this small puddle of water. I pretend my entire body doesn't become soft as the inside of a s'mores at the gesture. When our fingers touch, his eyes search mine, but it's like an old habit he's trying to kick to the curb, because it only lasts for a second. I let go of his hand as soon as I'm on the ground, and I hurry to the front door of the Carmichael's house. They have a wraparound porch and a bunch of flowers growing on the right. Some pink, some blue, some small, some big. It's an organized chaos that works. My focus turns to a small hummingbird flying around, and I wish I had my camera with me. He looks ready for an adventure. Dimitri's hand finds the small of my back, and he whispers, "Did you leave your camera at home?" I nod. He knows how much I love capturing those moments in picture. It's like trying to make sense of the world, and one of the only times where I'm at peace with myself. I left my crayons at home, too. Dimitri always loved drawing, but ever since his accident, he's been spending more time with a charcoal pencil in his hand.
Whenever he's not working or training, he's usually sketching. There's a commotion in the back of the house, a door opening and closing, and then laughter. Caleb's laughing. A weight drops off my shoulders. He doesn't know what happened yet. He's happy. Caleb's going to be so sad, I mutter and step forward. Dimitri keeps his hand on my lower back. It's a protective and supportive gesture, and for once I'm not overanalyzing anything. I just let his strength help me. I force myself to ring the bell. The melody of the doorbell is familiar. It resembles a doorbell I had to create in technology class last year. Beethoven, I think. Almost right away, the Carmichael's dog barks loudly. His bark is definitely louder than his bite. He's the cutest dog ever, with big brown eyes and long ears. They're not quite sure what he is. A mix between a beagle and a lab, maybe? "Bree, stop barking!" Mrs. Carmichael yells from inside. Bree continues yapping even more loudly, as if she wants to make sure I can still hear her. "Come here, Bree. Here. Here, here, here!" Mrs. Carmichael calls her dog. After a few seconds, she opens the door and wraps me in her arms. "Oh, honey." Bree whines and barks from behind the gate that separates their entry to their living room. Despite her warm hug, my body stiffens, until I see Caleb poking his head back inside the living room, followed by his best friend and Mrs. Carmichael's grandson, Julian. I pull away, and I'm pretty sure I've got my signature worried look on, the one Jenna told me would be the end of me, one eyebrow lightly raised and pursed lips. Caleb stops when he sees us, and then he waves frantically. "Dimmy! Dimmy is here!" Dimitri waves back, and I wonder if acting skills run in the family, because Dimmy manages to look happy and almost relaxed. "Hey, buddy." Caleb frowns. "I'm not ready to go yet. Julian wanted us to play with his rabbits." Mrs. Carmichael raises a hand. "The rabbits are too young. No one can play with them yet." She sounds patient, even though I'm pretty sure she must have repeated this for the past 2 hours, since Caleb was already telling me all about the rabbits when I dropped him off for his sleepover last night. "Oh, please," he says, and he has this begging look that usually helps him out. His lower lip is pushed forward, and his light blue eyes are the definition of the puppy eyes. Mrs. Carmichael turns to me. She puts a hand on my shoulder, and even though she's a bit taller than I am, she's not doing it in a patronizing way. "I wish he could stay longer. They're having so much fun. He was great last night. Really polite, finished all his vegetables, and helped clear the table." She's blabbering now, and she sounds almost like she's rehearsing a speech. I know she loves Caleb, and I believe she truly wants to help. But her hand quivers on my shoulder, and she looks past me to the clock I know is above their entry door. Her husband works shifts, and he might be coming home soon. He's trying to be supportive too, but he hasn't been as present ever since Dad was named a person of interest in Rachel's disappearance. Rachel was going to the same church and used to babysit for them often. Now that this has come out, he's probably the reason Mrs. Carmichael really wants Caleb to go sooner than planned. Dimitri steps forward and checks the construction the boys apparently have done in the living room. Some sort of fort. He pats the no longer barking dog and asks Caleb if he wants to go fishing tomorrow. Caleb nods enthusiastically, and my heart flutters like the first time Dimitri nonchalantly put his arm around my shoulder, like it was natural, while I forgot how to breathe. Mrs. Carmichael has a nostalgic smile forming on her face. "You have a nice young man here." I'm about to blabber that he's not my young man, but Dimitri must have overheard her because he turns to me and winks. "She has no idea," he replies jokingly, diffusing the tension, even though his jaw is still tensed. "Can Julian come fishing with us tomorrow?" Mrs. Carmichael shoots me a furtive glance and her smile disappears, but then she squares her shoulders. "I think it could be fun for Julian." And I know she's going to either not tell her husband of her plans or argue with him until she gets her way, and for that I'm grateful. "Thanks so much for having him over," I say. "Come on, Caleb, let's go. Did you bring your inhaler?" He nods. He hugs the dog, waves to Julian, and then stands in front of Mrs. Carmichael. "Maybe Julian can come and play after dinner tonight?" He sounds hopeful. Mrs. Carmichael shoots me a sympathetic look before replying. "I'm not sure Julian will have the time after dinner, but I'll see with your mom if you can come and have dessert here." Translation: I'm not sure I want my son over at your place while all this mess is going on. Fishing with Dimitri and Caleb is one thing, but she's got to choose her battles. Caleb glances down and his lower lip quivers, but he manages to keep himself together and turns to Mrs. Carmichael.
Thank you for having me over.
He takes a deep breath and I pay attention to a possible wheezing sound. His asthma also flares up when he's worried, and when his hand finds mine, I squeeze it in encouragement. Caleb only holds my hand on the parking lots, when we cross the streets, and when he's sad.
Are you okay?
He tilts his head to the side as if trying to assess my mood and asks in such a way that my heart tightens in my chest. Everything is fine. I force my lips to turn into a small smile. But even with my cheerleading and pageant experience, I know it does not work because Caleb squeezes my hand tighter.
It's Dad,
he whispers and then turns to Dimitri.
Are you really taking me fishing tomorrow?
He asks as if he's afraid Dimitri is also going to abandon him. Dimitri musses his hair. Of course. And maybe after fishing you can teach me how to build such a cool fort. I frown. Don't you have... I thought Coach asked to meet him on Sundays, too. Dimitri doesn't let me finish. He wraps his arm around my shoulder, his strength enveloping me like a warm and fuzzy blanket, protecting me despite the lines of anguish I still notice on his face. A few minutes ago, he heard Rachel scream. He heard her scream and he couldn't do anything. Yet he's protecting me again, keeping a sense of normalcy for Caleb, and doing more for him than my parents are. I can catch up at the garage tomorrow evening or Monday super early. I'll get your car done today, and we only have one appointment tomorrow morning. When it comes to Coach, he's flexible with his hours. I only need to meet him for 1 hour. I shiver, my skin, my entire body reacting to his breath on my neck, to his closeness, to everything about him. And then he steps away, taking another piece of my heart with him, or creating a new piece I didn't know was missing. He opens the door for Caleb, who jumps in the truck, talking nonstop about Bree, the dog, and how he and Julian taught her to jump on command, and how they made s'mores last night and watched a movie until super late, and how much fun they had. And I am reminded how Mr. Carmichael not trusting our father is only one of the facets we're about to deal with. Dimitri nudges me and opens the door for me, too. Everything is going to be fine, he says, but he looks worried. There's a little frown between his eyebrows I've only seen a few times before, when he found out his mom had skin cancer and when he found out he lost his scholarship. Everything is going to be fine, he repeats in a soothing tone, and I want to hold on to that hope.
Chapter 12. Hope does die, eventually. Sometimes quicker than others. Even the feisty ones have a moment where they lose all hope. Rachel lost hope the moment I took the longer knife out of the drawer and slowly poked her soft neck. She knew it was the end. For days I had been breaking her down. It was time to finish it up and let her be found. I'm glad people found her that fast so that her body wasn't decomposed. I would have hated for people to miss the angel wing. The good people of Gavert City think they're safe for another year, but they're soon going to realize that the pattern has changed. Kim kicks her long legs. She's almost out of breath, out of life. She wasn't as fun as Rachel. She gave up way too easily. For a cheerleader, she didn't have much spirit.
Why?
She croaks with tears falling down her beautiful face. They're all so beautiful. Some know it. Some don't see it. They think they're not tall enough. They believe their nose is too long, too short, too crooked. They want bigger boobs or shinier hair. The media wants to know why I carve an angel wing on their cheeks. If I'm a fanatic or if I'm insane. If they only knew. Kim gasps.
Why?
Because you tried to take what wasn't yours. You're definitely no angel.
Chapter 13. Dimitri. Their street is narrow enough without media trucks piling up on each side. No worries, we'll make it through. Keeping a cheerful tone is a must right now. Caleb can't hear the panic in my voice, and Erin needs me to be strong. I slow the truck down almost to a stop. Her driveway isn't like ours, though. She doesn't have a lot of privacy. Caleb's silent, and his eyes dart from one side to the other. His nonstop chatter stopped as soon as he saw the media trucks and the reporters.
Maybe we could drive around and park at the intersection of the gas station, and then we could walk from there via the back,
Aaron mutters. If you want to do that, we can.
Or you could just park as close to the house as possible and we drop and roll.
We're stalling. Someone knocks at the window, but I don't bother answering.
They know it's us. Let's just get it over with.
Her voice is full of determination and with a hint of her cheerleader tone, like she's pumping herself up to go out and take everyone on with a smile. She lets her hair down to protect her face. With the sun reflecting on it, it seems to be a window of fire. She schools her face into a calm facade, stares at herself in the mirror.
We can do this.
I'm not sure if she's convincing me or herself. She turns to Caleb, seeming calm and more at ease.
As soon as we open the door, you come with me, and we have to walk fast. We don't answer any questions, okay? Okay.
He nods and grabs his inhaler from his bag, a reflex he has when he knows he might need it. I can carry his bag, I tell her, but she shakes her head. Her cool facade breaks and her stormy eyes grab hold of mine.
No, you don't need this mess. And if they find out who you are and what your name is...
You're worried because they called me. I shouldn't feel that pang in my chest, this flare of disappointment she might not trust me, but it's there, together with the recognition that I wouldn't know what to do with myself if she indeed didn't trust me. Her eyes widen and her hand reaches out to mine. That touch may be small, but it goes yards to reassure me.
No. I'm not worried they called you because I suspect you did anything. I know you didn't.
She sounds sure of herself.
I'm worried for you. That phone call you got from her number.
She trails off, not wanting to say anything more about it in front of her brother.
I'm scared shitless for you. You said a bad word.
Caleb giggles and throws a hand in front of his mouth. Erin tilts her head to the side and taps her lips in a thoughtful manner.
I guess I have to put $1 in the swear jar.
She winks at him.
But you don't say that word, right, see?
I turn her hand around and trace circles on her wrist. Her pulse hammers in contrast with her smooth voice.
I'm going to go out first, and then I'm going to open your door and I'm going to carry you. I'm too big, he protests. And I have my bag. Dad said I should carry my bag.
She sighs, and I wait until Caleb is busy putting his inhaler back in his bag to drop a kiss on her wrist. I don't say a word, mostly because I don't know what to say, but her blush is the answer I wanted. That, and the little crease between her eyebrows, isn't as deep. She takes a breath.
Okay, still wait for me to open your door, and then we're going to hurry inside. Don't say anything. I won't, he replies, and an 8-year-old shouldn't have to sound this serious.
I'll drive as close as I can, I tell her, and she nods, but the movement of her head is too stiff. Are you sure you don't want me to come in with you?
I want to say yes, I really do. I wish I could. It's not me not accepting help this time around, I promise, she whispers. But I can't pull you into all this. You know my dad, and you know how he can get. You don't need this. And it would make it more difficult for you, for me, and especially for him.
She jerks her chin toward the back, where Caleb is holding his bag like it contains all the treasures of the world. Okay, I trace one last circle on her wrist. I drive as close as possible to her home. She leans toward me, her sweet scent surrounding me. Despite how tough and strong she wants to look in front of Caleb, I wish I could change her mind and go home with her. If her dad is already back home, he's going to be reeling from that interrogation. Last time he was hauled back to the police station, he hurled insults at Erin and her mom. She called Nadia in tears. I can't let her go in by herself. She must see the battle playing on my face. She bores her eyes into mine, and some of the anguish in hers is replaced with gratitude.
You're helping me right now, Dimitri. Without you, I'd be even more anxious. You keep me steady.
She lowers her voice.
You keep a smile on Caleb's face.
My heartbeat resonates in my ears, and it takes me all the strength I gathered in years of football training not to pull her to me and kiss her senseless. Her lips touch my cheek.
Thanks for driving us back. Thanks for everything.
Caleb laughs.
You kissed him,
he sing-songs. She winks at him.
On the cheek. It's a friendship kiss.
Talk about getting a reality check. She hops out of the truck, keeping her chin up, ignoring the reporters and their question, and gathers Caleb. She holds his hand and they walk to their house. Together. She moves him slightly closer to her body as if to shield him. I wish I could shield her from the vultures waiting to take a statement or catch a weak moment. My eyes narrow as the door closes behind them. Most importantly, I wish I could shield her from her father. I slam one hand on the wheel and force myself to stay in the car. She's right. It wouldn't help her. It might make me feel better, but it wouldn't help her. I breathe in and out deeply and slowly back away. The police are waiting.
Chapter 14. Aaron. The house used to smell like warm caramel apple pie, fresh lemonade, and the pine solution we used on the hard floors. The house used to be lived in. Clean but a bit cluttered, with Mom's lifestyle magazines on the couch in the living room, my cheer outfit and photography books scattered on the kitchen counter, and Caleb's shoes always in the way. The house used to scream, "Welcome home." "Mommy!" Caleb kicks off his shoes and drops his bag, rushing to our parents' bedroom. No answer. Caleb knows better than to barge into their bedroom. Maybe before he would have opened the door and sat on their bed and talked. But not anymore. Not since he found Mom in her soft flannel pajamas crying on the floor. She's tired, and tired of being tired. I hurry to where Caleb's standing, his eyes full of questions I can't even begin to answer, questions I wish he didn't have. The soft hum of the radio Mom's playing in the bedroom doesn't hide her tears. Caleb hangs his head and his little hand finds mine. "Why don't you go get the bag you left in the entrance, clean up your room, and then we'll play with your archaeological tools. Maybe we'll find a new treasure." He got this new archaeology kit for his birthday, but no one has had the time to help him with it yet. I was hoping Mom or Dad would, but I guess not. I pushed Caleb away from our parents' bedroom. Mom and Dad sleep on the ground floor while Caleb and I share the upstairs. It's small, but we both have our own rooms, so I can't complain. "Do you think we're finally going to find the treasure?" "Maybe." I smile. This time I don't have to force it. His passion for history is adorable. Caleb hugs me, runs back to where he dropped his bag, and then hurries into his bedroom. I slowly go up the narrow stairs. Mom decorated the walls with pictures of Caleb and me growing up. A few pictures of her parents, who died when she was in college, and then some of my own pictures. I remember when I got 2 of my favorite pictures printed at our local grocery store, and Mom hung them right away. She used to tell people that I was going to become a great photographer or graphic designer. She doesn't really talk about my future anymore. If I don't win that pageant, I'm not sure I'll live up to her ideas of me. I enter my room and plop myself down on my bed, ignoring the adrenaline crushing me down. It's too much. Rachel's dead. I struggle to swallow and sit back up. The phone call Dimitri received chills me to the core. I lean back on the mountain of pillows and stare up at the ceiling, forcing my breathing to slow down by focusing on the small details. 3 years ago, both Nadia and I put up a picture of Lucas Wills, the hottest rock star ever, but after a while it felt strange to wake up to his face. I replaced that poster with a saying: "Enjoy the little things in life, because one day you'll look back and realize they were the big things." Some days in the mornings it helps me focus, but right now my thoughts are all scattered. Rachel's dead. Dad liked her. She was in his American history class, and he told me once how impressed he was with her behavior in class and in their tutoring session. I didn't ask what behavior, because usually he would use other students to tell me I wasn't good enough. My grades weren't high enough. My extracurricular activities weren't academic enough. But when I was 11 years old, I remember he read stories to me at night. Not often, but a few times. Dad couldn't have killed her, or anyone else. My knuckle bounces against my mouth. Mom is going to have a full-on nervous breakdown, and Caleb's going to try to look tough, but at 8 years old he shouldn't have to. My throat tightens remembering Rachel, her big smile, her way of including everyone at parties. When she hooked up with Dimitri, I hated her for a while, hated her smiles and her happiness. I envied her. I wanted to be her. And now what? Tears blur the words on the ceiling, but I wipe them swiftly, almost angrily. I can't let the sadness overpower me. I stand up and take the few steps between my bed and my window. From there I can see Rachel's house. From there I can see Melanie's house. Melanie, who disappeared 5 years ago and was never found. From there I can see Brooke's old house. Brooke, who was killed last year. Westbrook, who was one of the sweetest girls, always trying to help people, always genuine. She was a wonderful competitor on the beauty pageant circuit. Her parents left town after her body was found. There's a car parked at Rachel's house and I'm drawn to it. I can't stop looking. Maybe I should go there, but to say what? I'm sorry for your loss. I don't think my dad did it. This would be a lie. I am sorry for their loss. So sorry. But I don't know if my dad's responsible. My heart hammers. My hands clam up, and the weight settling in my chest gets heavier and heavier. I sit back on the bed and close my eyes. Chapter 15. Dimitri. The same media circus is happening at the police station, but cars back out, and within minutes the parking lot is almost empty. My gaze follows them. They turn into the county road that leads to Aaron's house. The knots in my stomach turn into stones harder than the ones Dad taught me to ricochet with. I shoot a text to Erin. Everything okay? And when she doesn't answer right away, I put my truck in reverse, ready to go back to her house. My phone rings. I slowly check it, still worried about seeing Rachel's name on the display, but it's Erin. Everything is okay, she breathes out, and the tension in my shoulders recedes. I saw the media trucks leaving in a hurry and they're going your way. I was worried. We're home. Dad's probably still at the police station. Are you okay? I'm about to park and see what the sheriff wants. He should worry about that phone call. Someone is playing sick games. Promise me you won't go out by yourself. I promise, she whispers, and I breathe out slowly, relieved. Thanks again, Dimitri. Nothing to thank me for. I have to go, but be careful. And if your dad gets into one of his moods, call me, call Nadia, call my dad. We'll pick you up. Okay. I don't want to hang up. While she is with me on the phone, I know she's safe. But I have to go see the sheriff. I have to settle this. I have to make sure he knows Rachel's death feels different than the others. I'll talk to you soon, Shorty. I try to infuse my tone with as much normalcy as possible, but it fails. I still sound too anxious. Be careful, too, she replies and hangs up without another word. I park close to the Flying Pig, the restaurant where the town celebrates everything. Birthdays and graduations, a promotion, a football win. My fingers hover over the phone. I don't want to worry Nadia. After spending the morning searching for Rachel, Liam thought spending time in his parents' cabin an hour away with his brother who's on leave from the military would be a good idea. They'd be safe, and Nadia could maybe forget about everything for a few hours. When she called me about Erin needing a ride, she was on her way back. They're probably almost back home. But I need to make sure she's okay. I exhale loudly and call her. What's going on? Nadia doesn't sound relaxed at all. Don't freak out, okay? The best way for me to freak out is you telling me not to freak out. Is Erin okay? She's at home. I'm not saying she's fine because Nadia knows better. Listen, I got a phone call, and it worries me, and I just want to make sure you're fine. I'm fine, but you don't sound fine at all. Nadia knows my different intonations. After Mom's death, she was watching out for me, telling me it was okay to grieve, that I needed to stop bottling everything inside. I'm going to the police. The sheriff wants to talk to me. I can't bring myself to tell her about Rachel's screams, about the metallic voice repeating mine, mine, mine. If I say it out loud, it feels like it's going to become more real, more of a threat. You're going to the police? Nadia's voice is way higher pitched than usual, and she doesn't give me any time to answer. The words don't tumble out of her mouth, they sprint out. Why does the sheriff want to talk to you? You have no idea what happened. You know nothing. Does Dad know? She inhales, and I use this moment of respite to jump. It's going to be okay. My clammy hands seem to disagree with my confident tone. I rub the back of my neck, hoping the familiar gesture eases the jitters. I don't have anything to fear, but a part of me still wonders what's going to happen. Listen. Nadia would be impressed by my acting skills. My voice continues to be calm and composed. The sheriff didn't seem to think too much of it. I half lie, but at the same time, if he really thought I was the killer, he probably would have come and gotten me instead of asking me to pass by.
He thinks Rachel sent me several text messages the night she disappeared. I never got any messages. My sister clears her throat. Her tells she's about to say something I might not like. Maybe you should ask for a lawyer? You've watched too many Law and Order episodes. This time my chuckle sounds forced, but she doesn't call me on it. Outside my window, people go about their daily routine. The flying pig is quite busy at this time. Tessa, who sang the national anthem at the game on Friday, waves at me with a sad smile. Ever since her sister disappeared, she's been trying so hard to keep it together.
This is not a joke, Dimitri Vladimirovich.
Nadia's like Dad. If she middle names me, she means business. I don't need a lawyer, Nadia. I lean back in my seat. A kid is jumping up and down, leaving the restaurant. Like Caleb after eating his birthday cake a few weeks ago.
It's better to have one, though.
We don't even know any lawyers, and we don't have the money for one. I'm still trying to repay the court fees for my DUI.
Liam's uncle is a lawyer who specializes in criminal law. I met him a few times. He's super nice. His name is Andrew. I can get you his number.
I can almost picture her twirling her hair or biting her lip. My little sister is pretty easy to read. She's the definition of wearing your heart on your sleeve. Unlike Aaron. I'm fine.
Come on!
She uses her whining voice, the one she knows either annoys the shit out of me or can maybe convince me to do her bidding, depending on my mood. But I don't want to involve Liam's family in all this. They're good people. Hell, they didn't say anything when Liam started dating Nadia, even though they're richer than rich. Or when I got into that car accident, even though a DUI doesn't look too good when you're prepping your son to take over your oil business and hope he'll get into local politics like his daddy. When I got that DUI, my dad refused any help. That may be why I never heard about that uncle before. Nadia exhales loudly.
Dimmy, please. Aaron doesn't need to worry about you, too.
What is that supposed to mean?
You know exactly what it means. It's not time for bullshit, big brother. Erin's going to be worried sick about you. Her dad is, again, a person of interest, and her mom has been more of a ghost than usual.
The tension in my shoulders comes back with a vengeance. I meant what I told her about being there for her. I don't want to be one more reason she worries. Listen, how about I go by myself first, talk to them, show them my phone, and I won't bother Liam's uncle unless there's an issue. Nadia's sigh is the poster child for defeat. She repeats my words to Liam, whose answer I can't make out.
Fine, but Liam is going to call his uncle to let him know we might need his help, and you have to promise you'll call him if you do need help. Playing the stubborn hero right now is not what Aaron needs. It's not what I need.
You're a pain in the ass. My words may be harsh, but my tone is light because I know what she always answers to that, and I'll take any hint of normalcy right now.
And proud of it. You need me in your life. I'm the yin to your yang.
She sings songs, albeit a bit less joyfully than usual.
We're about 20 minutes away. Liam is dropping me off. I'll be home when you get back.
And there's determination in her voice. Like, of course I'm going to be back. Like she's convincing herself everything is fine.
And I asked you earlier if you told Dad. Since you didn't answer, I'm guessing you didn't?
Don't tell him yet.
If you're not home in an hour, I will.
I grunt in agreement and hang up. I roll my shoulders to ease my tense muscles and slide out of my truck. I'm tempted to go inside the flying pig and sit at an empty table, pretending nothing is happening. Pretending Rachel is still alive. Her parents must be going through hell with no ticket back. Even if they might not welcome me checking on them, maybe I can get them some food. I need to ask Nadia if the town is organizing something. I don't have much money, but I could always find a way to donate to the charity of their choice.
It's nice seeing you here, Dimitri Kovlev.
The town's oldest resident and also biggest gossip, Mrs. Dunton, leaves the restaurant with a small group.
I heard you're doing a great job with the football team, young man.
Her arm trails up and down my arm, and if I didn't know any better, I'd think Mrs. Dunton is flirting with me. Her daughter, who's wearing her trademark flowery blouse, links her arm with her, and her eyes glance at me with a frown. She leans closer to her mom, but even her whisper is loud.
Come on, Mama. You heard what Johnny said on the phone when he picked up some food for the station.
Johnny works with the sheriff and is not known to be very quiet. Mrs. Dunton narrows her eyes at me.
I don't think you did anything to poor Rachel. Not everyone believes everything.
She turns to her daughter.
Now let's go before you start analyzing whether handsome Dimitri has the hands of a killer.
And they slowly make their way back to their cars, while I'm left wondering if the entire town already knows about the sheriff wanting to question me. Maybe it already made it all the way to Bowie University and the recruiter will cancel. And then my heart accelerates. Do Rachel's parents know about it too? Have they heard about the phone call I got and that scream? My stomach churns and I drag myself through the dirt of the parking lot to the police station. The station's AC is turned to the max. A blast of cold air slams into my lungs as I inhale deeply. The front desk is on the right and I force my feet to move in that direction. Mrs. Johnson is at the desk. She used to be in the same book club as my mom. She's busy on the phone, but gestures for me to sit in one of the chairs in the corner. Before I do, my dad's friend, Tyreek, enters the room. He's a bit shorter than me, but he still looks like the football player he once was. The laughing lines around his dark eyes get deeper every time I see him, but right now his face is serious. "Thank you for coming in, Dimitri." Tyreek's voice is warm, but it does nothing to reassure me. Being here suddenly makes everything seem more real. "I'm glad you finally made it." The stern voice of Sheriff Wilkinson doesn't usually faze me, but right now a shudder runs up and down my spine and I shift from one foot to the other. Sheriff Wilkinson has cropped brownish hair. His uniform almost looks too large on his frame. He's tall and lanky and has this smile that only seems to tug his lips up without any effect on his general mood. Ever since I plowed that car into the tree, he's been short with me. But hell, I've been short with myself, so I can understand. "John," Tyreek grunts. "You know Dimitri and I go way back. I'm not asking for any favors here." "You already did when you said we shouldn't pick him up and handcuff him. I'm sure you wanted to call his dad, too. He's 19, turning 20 in January. He doesn't need parental supervision." He stares into my eyes as if he's going to uncover all the secrets I don't even know exist. "I didn't think you would actually come." My nerves turn into annoyance. I was going to pass by anyways because of that phone call I received. Someone who was there when Rachel got killed called me. I heard her scream. I gulped down a breath, trying to calm down. He raises a hand. "Come on into this room. I just have a few questions for you. And please give your phone to Darcy." He gestures to Mrs. Johnson. He steps forward, crowding me, but I don't step back. I don't care about his games. I only want to make sure everyone is safe, that the killer is found. "Of course, if you don't want to give me your cell phone for whatever reason, I could get a warrant, but it wouldn't really help your case." I clench my hands into fists by my side and I don't look away from him. He's not going to win this stare down. "I don't need to see a warrant. Didn't you hear what I said about the phone call I received?" He waves his hand in front of him. "We'll investigate that too, of course." He points to Mrs. Johnson again. "Darcy will take care of it." I hand over my refurbished Samsung Galaxy. I almost killed myself in the fucking accident, but my phone came out untouched. I'm checking my brain to see if I have anything I'd rather they don't see. Pictures from parties where alcohol might not be the only non-legal activity going on. Pictures from past hookups and that I may not have deleted. Pictures from Erin taking pictures. Yes, this last one isn't really incriminating, but those pictures are important to me. On one of them, she knows I'm taking a picture of her, and she's laughing while holding the camera. The sheriff finally gives me more room to breathe by stepping toward the reception area. "You said you never received this text message. We just want to make sure it's not hidden somewhere on your card." He pauses, checking my reaction. "We have the technology to see if you maybe didn't delete those texts." "Why would I do that? It makes no sense." He gestures to the door by the reception. "Let's go this way and into a more private room. We'll talk more. You can tell us all about that phone call you apparently received." I'm tempted to roll my eyes or to argue that the phone call was real. Tyreek gives me a slight nod in an "I've got your back" way, and I force myself to calm down. I need the sheriff's help. He needs to get his head out of his ass and follow up on that phone call.
"Dimitri, can you please sign this form?"
Mrs. Johnson asks in a friendly tone. I take the pen and paper she hands me.
It states that you agree with the search and that depending on the results, your phone may be kept as evidence.
I sign the document without protesting. The door behind the reception opens and Aaron's dad steps out, followed by his attorney. Tyreek, Mrs. Johnson, and the sheriff all tense up. The hair on my arms lifts at the look on his face. Mr. Hortz looks pissed, royally pissed. The color of his eyes reminds me of Aaron's, but I've never seen that hateful look in hers. At school, some girls were all over him, saying how he listened to them, how hot he was, how intense. He's definitely intense now.
This is ridiculous. I should sue you for slander. You know what this is going to do to my reputation, my career?
His voice is loud and he steps forward, right in front of the sheriff.
Your anger and desire to take revenge on me is starting to piss me off, John.
His lawyer pulls him back, whispering in his ear, but Aaron's dad continues.
Of course, he's trying to hurt me. He still believes I killed his brother.
He shakes his head and smacks his lips together in a derisive manner.
I never touched your brother, John. I'm not the one responsible for his death. He had issues.
My mouth gapes open. I've never heard that story before. Everyone knows the sheriff's brother had drug problems, and the rumor is he dated Aaron's mother during their senior year of high school. Back then, Aaron's dad was only here during the summers. The sheriff's brother drowned in the lake one night after drinking and partying too much. That's the official story. Mr. Hortz doesn't stop there.
I've got the life he doesn't. A loving wife, beautiful kids. All he has is this nephew of his who's always up to no good.
The sheriff keeps his face a mask of blandness, but his jaw tenses.
You talk like this again, and I'm putting you in jail. For what? You have nothing on me.
And then Aaron's dad's eyes meet mine. He steps back and barks a laugh.
I always told Aaron she shouldn't go for someone like you, Dimitri, but you're no killer. You don't have guts.
The sheriff taps his finger on his lips.
Does that mean you are guilty, Derek?
He enunciates each syllable slowly.
Because we all know you have guts.
Mr. Hortz narrows his eyes at him.
Don't play with me, John.
His tone is threatening. His lawyer leans forward and mutters for him to get moving. Mr. Hortz points a finger at me.
Remember what I told you, Dimitri. You're not good enough for her.
He stomps away. His words fill me with dread, knowing Aaron's home alone with her mom and brother. Baiting him isn't the answer. One day I stood up to him after I told Aaron she was beautiful but stupid. We were having brunch at our house. My mom and Aaron's mom were in the kitchen, and Dad had to finish working on a car. Aaron's dad almost never bad-mouthed Aaron in front of her mom. It was Nadia, Aaron, and me in the living room. We were playing Mario Kart, and Aaron's dad had been quiet, until he took Aaron's controller away and told her to stop wasting her time playing, that her beauty would only last so long. She had gotten 1 B in algebra. My heart was beating in my ears, but I turned to him and replied, "She's beautiful and smart. Definitely smarter than some people." He stood up in a rage, and for 1 second I got scared, but our moms entered the room and he turned back to his more normal self, laughing my comment off. Mr. Hortz's lawyer walks up to me. She doesn't look rattled, except there's a red spot on her neck.
If you need a lawyer, let me know.
She smiles before turning her attention to the sheriff.
Now, you know better than to talk to my client without me.
The sheriff stares at her, but she doesn't back down.
I can't believe you're defending this monster.
She shrugs and readjusts her hair.
You have nothing on him. Nothing. Now, if you could excuse me, I've got paperwork to file.
Her heels click-clack on the floor. The sheriff's gaze follows her, or rather her ass, to the door. While he seems mesmerized, I step closer to Tyreek. Erin's at home with her mom and her brother. Can you call my sister and ask her to check on them, please? The dread inside my chest spreads to my veins. Mr. Hortz is unraveling. Tyreek nods, and part of me is relieved, but the biggest part just wants to get out and check on them myself.
Are you ready, Dimitri?
The sheriff's tone is more subdued, but I'm not fooled. He still has this glint in his eyes, a glint that's giving me shivers. Because the sheriff? He's out for blood.
Chapter 16. Aaron. My stomach turns and turns as I wait for Dimmy's phone call. Why isn't he out? And where's Dad? A few more media trucks showed up on our front lawn. Caleb is still playing in his room, and I should get moving. I should clean up, but it feels like too much. Like moving is hard. I wonder if it's how Mom feels. My phone finally rings. But it's not Dimitri, it's Nadia. Hey. She knows all my voices, and she's not going to believe I'm doing well when I sound like I've been crying all afternoon. Tyreek called me. Your dad's coming home, and Dimmy was worried. Your dad seemed pissed. I sit back up. My right foot bounces with nerves I can't control. Okay, did you hear anything about Dimitri? Is he still there? Did they find out who called him from Rachel's phone? Words tumble out of my mouth, but I'm stopped when Nadia shrieks. He didn't tell me that. He only told me about the sheriff thinking he's hiding text messages. What did the person say? I lick my lips. Aaron, what did whoever called Dimmy say? Is he in danger? What's going on? He heard Rachel scream, and then someone using some sort of voice change thingy said, mine, mine, mine. Oh my God, and he didn't tell Dad? I don't think so. The sheriff called right after. He dropped me off and then went there. I'm calling Andrew, Liam's uncle. If the sheriff thinks he can put this on Dimmy, he will. And this has never happened before. Why now? Why Dimmy? I don't know. I wish I could be sitting next to Dimmy right now, supporting him. His face was ashen when he left, but he couldn't stay. Not when Dad comes back. Especially when Dad comes back. We're almost home. Do you want me to come by? If I'm here, your dad might not be as mean. The cheerleading trophies, the crowns of past pageants hang on the shelves, also gathering dust. I don't think it's a great idea. He's going to be pissed enough, and he hates when we have people over. My foot bounces even faster. I don't get Mom. Why is she still with him? I know it's gotten worse. 4 years ago, it wasn't that bad. And at the beginning, he didn't show Mom how upset he got, but now he's not hiding it from her anymore. I don't get it. I know. I'm sorry. She pauses, says something to Liam I don't understand. How about you get out of the house tonight? We could go to Liam's, head to his pool. You in a bathing suit might be all my brother needs to knock some sense into him. She grunts. Dude, saying those words out loud was just weird. I know you really like him, but can I keep the pep talk to go, Aaron, go? She's trying her hardest to distract me, and it's working. I laugh, and it shifts something inside of me. For a split second, it pushes my worries to the back of my mind. Nadia's offer is tempting. More than tempting. But Caleb... As if she could read my mind, she continues. Or we could hang at my place. You could bring Caleb. You know my dad would love to show him some of the Discovery Channel shows he's recorded. True. My dad may be the history teacher, but Nadia's dad is obsessed with everything related to Egypt. The pharaohs, the pyramids. Maybe. I'll call you back. Or I will, she replies with a small laugh. That's been our signature goodbye for years. Her phone call is what I need to get up and declutter the house, starting with my room. After 15 minutes, my ears strain to hear if the door screeches open. The police station isn't that far. 30 minutes later, my phone beeps several times. I got at least 5 text messages, all from Nadia. They found the text messages on Dimitri's cell phone, but he has an alibi. When he supposedly sent and received them, he was with us. We spent the night at the lake. Liam's uncle is going to get him out. And the phone number saved on his cell under Rachel isn't Rachel's phone number. It's one of those pay-as-you-go numbers. Dread grips my chest so tightly I can't remember how to breathe. The killer planned all of this. He touched Dimitri's cell phone, used him to get Rachel. I remember that night. The fire, the s'mores, the laughter. Dimitri didn't want to come, but he did, and we spent the evening together. He lost his phone. I type back as quickly as I can. Did he tell them he lost his phone that night? If that was the night at the lake, we were arguing about the latest Matt Damon movie and he wanted to prove me wrong, but he couldn't find his phone. He found it again the next morning. It was weird. I pace around my small room, the phone in my hand. Nadia replies, That's true. He thought I played a prank on him. Is he going to be okay? Do they know who called him? He didn't do anything. The sheriff is being a real ass, but luckily Liam's uncle is with him. He should be home soon. Dad was majorly pissed Dimmy didn't call him. The front door slams.
Caroline! My dad's voice booms. My dad's home. Gotta go. Love you. Call you later.
Not if I call you first.
Caroline! He calls again and slams something on the floor. 4 years ago was the second time I really saw him lose his temper. It was my first day of school, not long after my 13th birthday. I was scared because I had just gotten my period and didn't know what to do. I had locked myself in the bathroom. Mom had told me she was going to buy me pads, but it didn't happen. I was freaking out but wouldn't tell him why. Mom was too tired to help out, and he started yelling through the door, telling me I needed to calm the fuck down and go to school. I ended up sliding out of the bathroom, telling him I was sorry and calling Nadia. Her mom came to pick me up. I thought Dad was angry because Mom had checked out on that day, but I also felt like he was mad at me because I was too weak, because I needed help. I slowly step out of my room to find Caleb waiting at the top of the stairs, like he does when he's grounded but is still trying to hear whatever's going on downstairs. Why don't you go back to your room?
What are you doing?
Just checking what's going on.
Mommy is out of her bedroom. She's crying very loud.
Caleb whimpers and then sucks his breath in, as if he's trying not to show how affected he is by all of this. She's sad, but she's going to be fine. I've never lied that much so quickly. Did you finish cleaning your room?
Not entirely.
His lips form a thin line, and it's like looking in a mirror. I do that when I know I might get in trouble. Well, you should. We might go out tonight, I whisper as if it was a big secret only between him and me. He doesn't say anything. I'm going to go get a glass of orange juice. Do you want one too? He nods but doesn't move, and I really don't feel like using my stern sister means business voice right now. I squeeze his shoulder and slowly make my way down the stairs. Caleb follows me down.
I want to come with you,
he whispers. Mom and Dad are in the living room. Mom's still wearing her old robe. She's smoothing her honey blonde hair down and staring at Dad with the same scared look Nadia had the first time she stood on stage. Dad's dark gray shirt is rumpled and he looks pissed. His nostrils flare and he has that look in his eyes, the one he gets before he starts yelling. He looked at me like that after I came back from jogging with Dimitri last week. He yelled that I better not be stupid enough to get with that boy, as he called him. I didn't bother answering then. I simply hurried to my room and locked the door.
All of this for a little slut who didn't know what to do with herself.
He slams his hand on the living room table and I step back, tightening my grip on Caleb. I inhale sharply. He can't be talking about Rachel. I'm about to ask, but Caleb squeezes my hand. I can't ask in front of him.
We're here,
I say, and my attempt at sounding cheerful falls flat. But I still hope that when Dad realizes Caleb is here, he's going to calm down. He usually tries to rein himself in when it comes to Caleb. I tried to help her. I tutored her, but she still almost failed. That's why she mouthed off. He yells again and paces around the room, ignoring us. I crouch down and turn to Caleb. Why don't you go back to your room? His lower lip quivers again and I whisper, I'll come up and help you finish cleaning your room, and then we'll look for treasures. He nods, but his eyes are glued to the ground until I nudge him to give him the courage to move. He rushes behind me, back up the stairs. Dad rakes his fingers through his light brownish hair.
This is ridiculous.
His voice is a bit lower. Mom doesn't sit as much as plop herself on the sofa, as if standing for too long was exhausting for her.
What did Karen say?
Mom asks, staring at my dad like he grew another head.
To not speak to the police without her. This is...
Dad turns to me and he looks so defeated, so sad suddenly that I'm not sure how to feel anymore. He's been angry and mad, but maybe it's because he's on administrative leave. It can't be easy.
I'm sorry about Rachel, Aaron.
His voice is calmer, more like his teacher voice, the one that can get an entire class to listen to his every word. He used to switch his anger on and off, and there are days where I tiptoe around the house not knowing what might set him off. But before, there were days where he would be fun to be around. He would take us on long walks and tell us all about the history surrounding us. He hasn't done that in years, but that part of him still has to be in there. Maybe it's the suspicions throughout the years that got him even angrier.
I saw Dimitri Kovlev there.
His tone is sharp and he watches me carefully. I want to believe the reason he warned me off Dimitri was because he saw me cry that one day, that he's trying to protect me, but he's lashed off at me too many times now to really think he cares about protecting my feelings.
Dimitri seemed worried, he adds.
He didn't do anything, I reply, realizing too late I didn't say either. Dad narrows his eyes at me.
I know he didn't. That kid is stupid. He's not a killer.
He's not stupid. I step forward, ready to jump to Dimitri's defense on pure instinct. Dad is about to say something, but Mom interrupts him.
What are we going to do?
We're going to not let ourselves be beat up by all of this.
He towers over her.
You need to take better care of yourself, Caroline.
His tone is too biting, too annoyed. Mom is trying. She's been trying. I wish she'd tell him as much. But instead she turns away from him without another word. I can't stay here tonight. Caleb can't stay here tonight. Not when the house is filled with so much tension. My right hand reaches out for my left elbow, creating a barrier between me and the possible rejection. Can I go over to see Nadia tonight? I ask. Dad's lips turn up into a knowing smirk.
I told you I didn't want you spending too much with Dimitri.
I turn to Mom. She used to take my side in arguments, like when I decided to drop AP Calculus to take another photography class, or when I asked to not compete in all pageants anymore, only to the ones I decided to go to. Maybe Mom heard my thoughts because she finally speaks up.
If Aaron wants to go see Nadia and Dimitri, maybe it would be good.
She squares her shoulders, and even though she still looks like she's not sure of herself, she continues.
Caleb's been fighting again at school, and you need time too, Derek.
Her voice becomes soft.
You also need some quiet time. Today must have been hard. I know John is not taking it easy on you, and that's my fault.
I raise an eyebrow but don't dare to ask what's going on or why the sheriff takes it out on Dad. Caleb would go with me. It's hard to find words to explain how desperate Caleb is. To our own parents. They should see it. They should protect him. Protect me. He's having a hard time. The doorbell rings and my dad stands up.
Maybe we shouldn't get it. It's probably the media.
Mom massages her forehead with her fingers. Dad walks to the door, ready to open it.
They should hear from me. They should know I'm being persecuted.
His face changes into the one he presents to the media. Concerned, innocent, desperate. For a second, worry grasps me tight in the gut. Last year, he put both Caleb and me in front of the photographers to show how people were destroying his family. I can't deal with that again. Not after Rachel died. Not after that phone call. Mom, I call, hoping she's going to get up, take charge, tell me everything is going to be okay, hoping that she's going to lie to me, like I lie to Caleb. But she doesn't. She stares out of the sliding door in the living room.
My parents told me to be careful with my choices,
she whispers. Careful with my choices. But sometimes it feels like I never chose anything. Life chose me. She turns to me and her face is haggard. Be careful with your choices. And then she closes her eyes.
I'm tired, sweetie. Maybe it's a good idea for you to go to Nadia's.
Dad's talking to the press. Mom's dealing with her own emotions. I need out. Out of this place. Out of this atmosphere that's more oppressive than ever. Out of this house that used to feel like a home. Chapter 17.
I grab yet another piece of paper, writing down everything that's going on, that's happening, keeping newspaper clippings, together with the little memorabilia of the girls. This is one of my ways to make sure my legacy won't get tampered with. That one day people will realize they've wronged me for no reason. I'm bigger than them. I write. The police think they got it all figured out. They think they're getting closer. I saw the sheriff on TV calling those murders the work of a sick mind, of someone wanting to torture this community. He's not entirely wrong, but I really only want to torture a few people. Some people have it easy. They have it so easy and they don't realize it. Those girls, they needed to learn the hard way. If they're stupid enough to fall into the trap set out for them, they're too stupid to live. Rachel shouldn't have believed Dimitri was writing to her. Kim shouldn't have rushed to my car. She shouldn't have trusted me, no matter what I told her. Kim's body is sprawled at my feet, where it belongs. She was an easy kill. not a challenge. The best is yet to come.
Chapter 18. Dimitri.
Andrew, Liam's uncle, marches into the room with Mrs. Johnson, who smiles at him like he rescued her kittens from a tree. That's the way she looked at me when I did exactly that 3 months ago. The sheriff sits straighter and mutters,
Big shot lawyers think they're entitled to everything. Well, not here.
But even though he seems pissed, he doesn't confront him directly. Listen, Sheriff, we're going to take care of this little issue very quickly. He pauses and settles next to me. He doesn't look very old, with the same blondish hair as Liam, and even though he's a bit shorter, he's intimidating. Maybe it's in the way he smiles like he's not a threat, but then his voice cuts through the bullshit. Did you read him his rights?
He's not under arrest,
the sheriff protests. Well then, if he's not under arrest, he can leave any time he wants. He's doing you a favor by answering questions, letting you check his phone. But really, I have to ask, are you doing anything to protect him? The sheriff leans back in his chair.
Andrew, don't you think you're pushing it?
Andrew stares back at the sheriff, and there's an understanding between the two men.
I am not. He received a phone call from Rachel's phone after Rachel's murder. It was recorded. It was premeditated. I got the results from Malik. He told me the missing texts were found on Dimitri's phone. However, Rachel's contact had been changed to a pay-as-you-go phone.
I lean forward in my chair. My body feels like I've played an entire season of football in 1 week, and my head buzzes loudly. The texts were on my phone? My throat closes and it's hard to talk. Rachel thought she was seeing me? I remember the day I broke up with her. Her hair was flowing over her shoulders, and she threw her arms around me.
Hey, lover boy. I've been waiting for you.
Her cheerleader smile didn't hide her frown, and she tried to kiss me. I gently pushed her away. She shook her head and turned to the other side.
I don't want to hear it. My mom just told me how much she can't wait for me to go and explore the world. You know what I told her?
She still didn't look at me. That you're happy here. She turned her body back to me, her eyes flashing with something I didn't quite understand.
Yes, that I'm happy here. That I'm happy in high school. That I don't understand what the deal is with everyone wanting to move away from Gavert City. I like it here. I love it here. I'm someone here.
Tears shone at the corners of her eyes.
I know you don't love me.
You're a great girl.
But I'm not enough.
We could still be friends.
We were never really good friends.
Dimitri? Andrew nudges me to the present. The sheriff wants to know if you think anybody wants to hurt you. Me? My voice breaks. Rachel died because of me. I must sound confused because Andrew pats my arm gently. Rachel didn't die because of you. You did receive that phone call, though, and your phone was tampered with. Do you remember what happened on that day? What day? Last week, on Saturday night? I scratched my temple. Rachel's dead. She thought she was seeing me. Rachel handing me her car keys last October, a month after we broke up, flirting with me. I played with her. I used her to try to make Aaron jealous. I want to slam my fist on the table. Andrew nudges me again. Where were you last Saturday night? I struggle to swallow my saliva. At the lake, having a big party. We were supposed to have it at a house, but it didn't work out. I turned to the sheriff. The cops were here. You guys are always around during that time of the year. And everyone is there. Safer by the numbers, you know. If we're all together, nothing can happen. I lower my head and exhale loudly. But something did happen. Someone used my phone to get to Rachel. Who used your phone that night, Dimitri? Andrew asked gently. I don't know. I always have it with me, but some old football guys were back that weekend too, and they were talking about throwing me in the lake. Some stupid prank I started when I was on the football team. Every Saturday we'd throw someone else in the lake. The sheriff tenses on the other side of the table.
That's dangerous. What if one of you stupid knuckleheads was drunk and in the lake?
There's restrained anger in his voice and the hint of a threat. We stopped that after my accident, but they know I don't drink anymore. I want to add not that much, because I do nurse a beer from times to times, but it's probably not the best idea to say that here. Erin and I went to walk around the lake, and I left my stuff with hers by the bonfire. I left my phone there. The sheriff rolls his shoulders as if, like me, the tension is taking every inch of his body.
Did your sister use it? Anyone else?
It's not my sister. I raise both eyebrows at the thought of Nadia being responsible for any of this. Everyone was at the lake. You guys were at the lake too. When I came back, it wasn't there, but I found it later. I thought someone had just moved it out of the way.
I saw Derek Hortz's car at the lake that night.
The sheriff pushes papers in front of him and jots down a few notes.
Did you see him there?
No. I didn't know he was there. If he was there and saw my arm around his daughter's shoulders, he wouldn't have appreciated it.
If you have no further questions for my client, could he have his phone back? I assume you took all the needed information away from it.
The sheriff turns to me.
I would like to put a wiretap on your phone, Dimitri.
Andrew taps his pen on the table.
My client would need to agree unless you already have a wiretap order, and even if my client agrees to it might take a few days. And it's not like he's not coming forward with the information. The wiretap wouldn't protect him more than him letting you know what's going on.
I'll do whatever you need, I say quickly. I need to feel like I'm doing something to help catch this killer. Tyreek glances at the sheriff. Your lawyer's right. Unless you're hiding something, this might not be of help at this stage. I'm not hiding anything. The sheriff frowns and crosses his arms over his chest, but doesn't say a word. Does he really think I'm hiding conversations with the killer? Thank you. Tyreek stands up, and the sheriff follows him. He seems lost in thought. Andrew keeps the door open for me.
Listen, I'm going to give you my card. Call me if the sheriff asks you to come in again.
The sheriff narrows his eyes.
You sound worried, Andrew.
The sheriff leads the way to the reception area where Mrs. Johnson is getting my phone back from Malik. Malik's maybe 5 years older than me, and he married Mrs. Johnson's granddaughter. Everything in this town is a family affair. Wouldn't you be too if you had a killer on the loose?
I would be, but I'd be careful where I spend my resources. Talking to Dimitri once is fine, but if you start harassing him like you harass Mr. Hortz, I'll have to talk to you again.
Hortz is a suspect.
Hortz has been a suspect for you for more than 20 years.
The sheriff shakes his head slowly and his eyes flare with so much anger I'd actually be scared if I were Andrew. But Andrew stands his ground.
If you want to solve this, you need to stop thinking like you're still investigating your brother's death. Ben was 18 when he died. You were only 16. This town needs you to put the past behind you.
Your father speaks too much, and I know what I'm doing.
The sheriff doesn't spare me another glance before slamming the door behind him. I sign the paper Mrs. Johnson hands me with a warm smile. My eyes glance down at my phone. The killer touched it and used it to lure Rachel to him. He could have taken information from it. Maybe Erin's picture. Maybe the texts Nadia and I exchange on a daily basis. My stomach churns and I lean against the wall. Tell your dad I said hi, and call us if you get any other phone calls, okay? Tyreek asks, and I nod. I need to get out of this station. I need to make sure Erin and Nadia are okay. Andrew follows me outside. The air feels different than earlier. Heavier and electric. Thunder is coming.
You're not responsible for Rachel's death,
he repeats, but I disagree and I can't talk about it without having flashbacks of her voice screaming for her life. Instead, I take a deep breath. The sheriff and you seem to know each other pretty well.
Everyone knows everyone in this town. My father was a good friend of John's family. The accident that caused John's brother's death has been terrible on John. That's why he became a sheriff, to make sure justice is always served. I sometimes wonder if he doesn't wish he could serve justice himself, though. It must have been hard on him, thinking he could have done something differently to save his brother. The connection I feel with the sheriff is weird. Andrew seems to be a mind reader. You're different. Neither of you are responsible. You have a family who loves you and who will be there for you. John's been struggling." He sighs. "Anyways, remember what I told you. You call me if he asks you to come to the station again." He hands me his card and stops in front of a silver Audi, and my lips tug into a smile when I see his stickers. Everything is bigger in Texas, and lawyers have feelings too, allegedly. I rub the back of my neck. I don't know how long it's going to take me to be able to repay you. You don't have to. You're a good kid. Consider it my good deed of the day. How would you know that? When you had your accident, you didn't find any excuses. You didn't fight any of the charges. You took the required classes. You agreed to talk to your former high school about your mistakes. And you're a fighter. I see you jog with Nadia's friend. I hear about your work with the football team, about the classes you take at the community college. You're doing your best. And you trust me? Just like that? He eyes me with a smirk. I shouldn't? He pauses. My instincts are very rarely wrong, and you need to give yourself a break. You didn't kill Rachel. He gets into his car without another word. I wish I was as confident as he is. I didn't murder Rachel, but she thought she was going to see me. If I had kept in touch with her, she wouldn't have believed a random text message. Maybe she thought I wanted to hook up, like last October at that stupid party. My phone feels like it's burning my hand. I want to throw it against the wall of the police station, to shatter it, but I can't afford it. And if Nadia or Aaron needs help, that's where they'll call me. Tyreek steps out of the police station, and when he sees me, he hurries to where I'm still standing. Listen, I'm sorry. He leans back next to me. Dad and he have been friends for as long as I can remember. Dad told me once that Tyreek's mother was one of the first African Americans to graduate from A&M in the late 60s. He keeps on telling me that history isn't necessarily centuries ago, but sometimes is still right in front of your face. What do you mean? The sheriff is on a roll. He's worried sick like we all are about these cases, and maybe that's blurring his judgment a little. I called your dad to let him know. I get why you wanted to talk to me about the text messages, but why not believe me about that phone call? Why not already put more pressure on finding whoever is doing this? Because he's still out there. I feel angry and drained at the same time. Whoever took my phone didn't raise any suspicion. It's someone we know. The sheriff said Aaron's dad was at the party. Did anyone see him there? A girl, Kim, mentioned she saw him at the party, but he's not the only parent worrying about you kids being out there. Several cars were parked in the vicinity that night. Including the sheriff. True. He seems like he wants to say something else, but instead he drops his cigarette to the floor. Anyways, tell your dad I said hi, and tell him I'm being careful. Tyreek has been in the police force for 10 years. He dropped his football career and enlisted soon after 9/11, and he already got shot at twice. His wife used to tell Mom it was hard to say goodbye to him every morning, not knowing if he would make it home at night. That it was hard whether he was working or not. She said when he's not working, he gets pulled over way more often than any of their neighbors. One time he was in 2 counties over, and a police officer pulled his gun on him as he was reaching for his ID. A colleague who saw him as a threat, who may not have even realized he saw him as a threat. Thanks again, I tell him and make my way back to my truck. Once inside, my hands grip the steering wheel. I want to break something. Anything. My phone beeps.
Caleb and Aaron are coming over tonight. Any chance you can pick up some ice cream on your way home?
And then it beeps again.
Tyreek called Dad. I'm glad you're coming home.
Nadia is a worrier, but she manages to hide it under a ton of pep cheer talk. She'd be the one to call me if I'm 5 minutes late, or to check all police reports online to make sure nothing's happened. I slowly relax my shoulders. Salted caramel for Aaron and cookie dough for you and vanilla for Caleb, right?
You're the best brother in the whole wide world.
And you're a pain in my ass.
I'm the yin to your yang.
Can you check if Rachel's family needs anything?
Donations to the county animal shelter where she worked. Already donated. Didn't put our names.
Thank you.
Now hurry your butt back home with the ice cream.
Tell Aaron I'm okay.
I will.
Even though I'm not okay. I turn the radio as loud as possible, but it doesn't drown Rachel's screams away from my mind. Our house isn't big, but it's home. We use a carport as an extension to our detached garage where Dad, former star of Gavard High School football, restores old cars and then resells them. Aaron's car stands next to the lift that broke 2 days ago.
Dad went to get it.
Nadia opens the door. She must have been waiting for me, worrying about everything. Her long hair is a bit lighter than mine, but we have the same straight nose and the same dark eyes.
How are you feeling?
She asks, nibbling on her lip. I rub my neck but force myself to not sound as freaked out as I feel. Like shit. This makes no sense.
It's someone we know.
Nadia follows me into the kitchen where she was apparently baking, another stress reliever, because it's full of flour and dishes are accumulating all over the place, and the batter is on the counter.
It's someone we actually know,
she repeats, pouring the batter in the baking form. I pace around the kitchen. Did you notice anyone close to our stuff at the lake that night?
Everybody was there. I didn't pay attention.
Thoughts ramble through my mind. Maybe if I had checked my phone right away, I would have noticed something. And what if I took my phone with me instead of being afraid it was going to get wet? Words tumble out of my mouth and Nadia's eyes widen. I'm freaking her out. Despite trying to stay calm, I'm freaking her out. I rake my fingers through my hair, forcing myself to stop pacing. Promise me you're going to be careful. Don't go anywhere by yourself, okay? She nods.
I swear, I won't.
If Rachel... I shake my head, not able to finish my thoughts without my voice breaking.
It's not your fault,
Nadia whispers.
It's nobody's fault but that psycho who's killing them.
Her voice rises.
It's his fault that we're so scared of losing someone else. It's not like life doesn't already take without warning.
Her eyes dart to the pictures on our fridge. Mom's smiling, not knowing she was going to die only a few months later. But then she shakes her head, puts the cake into the oven.
I asked Liam and Audrey to join. I've got stuff to make s'mores, and even though we don't have the pool here, we do have our water guns. It could be fun for Caleb.
I ruffle her hair, resisting the urge to tell her again she needs to be careful, to watch her back. She shoos me, protesting but smiling. You do have good ideas from time to time.
It has been known to happen.
What time are they coming?
I'm going to pick Aaron up now. I was waiting for you to get back.
To see how I was doing, I finish for her. I'm doing fine. I would tell her not to worry, but instead I grab a spoon and eat some of the leftover batter. If your career as an actress doesn't work, you should totally open your own bakery. She smiles, her big smile.
Who knows? I haven't decided yet what I'm going to do. All I know is that Maryland is waiting for me. I can't wait to see all those places Mom's been to.
Are you sure that's what you want to do? Leave good old Texas? She bites her lip again and looks at Mom's picture.
Mom and I talked so much about it. How I was going to rush in the same sorority as her, how I was going to find all those places she always talked about, how I was going to enter a local theater company and pay my dues.
Is that what you want to do?
It is. I know 2 things for sure. 1, I want to study there, and 2, I'm going to marry Liam.
She steps back, a playful glint in her eyes.
Fine, I know 3 things. The 3rd one is you and Aaron are totally going to get together. Because you love her.
She sings songs, and just like that, she's my annoying little sister again. The one who got me in trouble one day after jumping into the lake even though I was supposed to watch her. The one who used to repeat my every word until I pursued her into the house. She hurries out of the house to pick up Aaron and Caleb, making me promise I won't let her cake burn. I put the dirty dishes in the dishwasher and wipe the counter. Anything to keep me busy and stop me from thinking. My phone beeps with an unknown number. My hands clam up.
You think you guys can be happy? It's only the beginning.
My breathing accelerates and adrenaline slams into me like Gabe used to during football practice. Was someone watching Nadia and me baking? Watching us smile? I text her, my heart beating louder and louder. Please be careful. Text me as soon as you get this. And then I text Aaron. Are you and Caleb okay?
We're home. Looking forward to seeing you.
Should they even come here? What if someone is waiting for them outside? I look out the window, but all I see is our treehouse and our shed and the sun setting peacefully. Nothing out of the ordinary. Why hasn't Nadia texted me back yet? I'm about to call her when my phone beeps.
Just made it to Aaron's.
Did you burn my cake?
Your cake is fine. Her cake is the least of my worries. Should I tell them to stay at Aaron's? Aaron's dad made it clear I needed to man up before even considering dating his daughter. But what if he's the one threatening us? I need to call the police and ask them to check the area. Maybe ask them to have a policeman stay and watch our house. Would they be safe? Are we ever going to be really safe again?
Chapter 19. Aaron. I can't remember how many hours I've spent at Nadia's house. Sleepovers, lemonade stands, preparing for our cheer competitions. There's always a feeling of warmth I have when entering the Kovlev's home. Even though ever since their mom passed away, it's tinged with sadness. Caleb loved Mrs. Kovlev, and he was so sad when we told him she was gone. Mom was in and out of depression, and he had nightmares for days, wondering if she was going to die too. Right now, he's bouncing in his seat, talking about eating ice cream later on and playing a game of Uno with Dimitri and maybe having a water fight. He overheard Nadia on the phone talking about it with Liam. He's smiling, and despite the heaviness in the pit of my stomach, I feel better. Until we pull closer to their house. "The police are here," Nadia breathes out, and she presses on the accelerator. "Why are the police here?" Caleb doesn't sound happy anymore. He strains to see what's going on while I force myself to appear collected. I smooth my hair and I gulp down breaths to calm down before answering. My thoughts rush all over the place and they all come back to Dimitri. Where is he? I'm sure they're only here to check on things, to make sure everything is safe. "Is Dimitri okay?" Both Nadia and I answer at the same time. I'm sure he is. We glance at each other. Her face is ashen. Mine probably is too. "My dad's back." She points to the black truck in their driveway. "If something had happened, he would have called," she mumbles to herself. She hurries out of the car. I don't want Caleb in the middle of whatever is going on, and I can't leave him alone in the car or waiting outside. I can't let him out of my sight. If something ever happened to him, bile rushes to my mouth. "I want to go!" Caleb tries to open the door, but the security lock is on. "We only need to give them a minute. Nadia wanted to check on the cake." He doesn't say another word, but I know from his frown that he doesn't believe me. I check my phone and text both Dimitri and Nadia. While I wait for an answer, I Google Dimitri's name, afraid of what I might find in the news section, but all articles relate to his stats as a football player and his accident. Someone knocks on the window and I yelp. Caleb's eyes widen at the sound and I force my lips into a wobbly smile. Sheriff Wilkinson waits outside and I open the door. "I'll be right here, Caleb. Stay inside and then I promise you can have a piece of cake before dinner." "Before dinner?" His smile shows he's missing one tooth in the front. "Before dinner," I confirm and jump out of the truck. My heart's no longer in my chest. It ran away trying to find Dimitri and Nadia. "Where are they?" I ask. Sheriff Wilkinson narrows his eyes at me in such a way that I want to go back in the car and hide.
"You look more and more like your mother, except the color of your eyes. You're really as beautiful as she is."
I clear my throat. Sheriff Wilkinson and I have never been alone before. I want to tell him off, but my bravado seems to only be in my mind. My words are guarded, but I keep my tone as normal as possible. Angering the sheriff is like poking a scorpion, and I want to know what's going on. "Is everyone okay?" I ask, ignoring his comment, and he blinks once, twice, 3 times before stepping back. He straightens his shoulders and his tone turns more professional.
"Everyone is fine. Dimitri received a text message and he called us to make sure no one was in the area. Probably just a prank."
And this time my words rush out faster than I can think. "How can you say that? He received a phone call." I lower my voice to make sure Caleb doesn't hear me. Someone recorded Rachel screaming.
"We can't verify that."
He stops my protests with a hand up.
"I know what you think and believe, but there are sick people out there, Caroline."
"I'm Aaron," I whisper, my stomach tightening and tightening and tightening.
"Of course you are. I haven't seen your mother in such a long time. How is she?"
"She's fine," I lie. Why is the sheriff asking about Mom? Dimitri and Nadia rush to us. Dimitri pulls me to him and his hug isn't friendly. It's like he needs to feel me against him to breathe. Or maybe it's what I need. I hold him tight for a few seconds. "You're okay," he whispers in my hair. "You're okay too," I reply.
The sheriff clears his throat while Nadia smiles at me.
We'll have Officers Rivera and McAllister on duty tonight. They'll patrol regularly, and if you have any problems, they'll be there.
He pauses and his gaze lands on me again. He frowns and stares at Dimitri's arm around my shoulder.
You should be safe tonight.
Except with the way he looked at me, I feel less safe than before. The police seem to believe some sick mind is playing a prank on Dimitri. They said people on forums are going crazy over the murders. I can't help the nagging feeling that those were not macabre pranks. Mr. Kovlev checks all entrances and alarms.
If you decide to play water tag or war or whatever you call it, you need to let me and the police officers know. We'll be watching. You don't go outside without telling me, okay?
Okay, Nadia agrees and gives him a quick hug. He smiles at me and steps into his office to take care of the accounting for the garage. Caleb and Dimitri lie on the floor playing a game of Uno, and even though I'm still reeling over everything, hearing Caleb laugh and seeing how attentive Dimitri is definitely helps. Nadia snorts and nudges me. You should see how you look at my brother. It's kind of cute and kind of sickening because, hello, he's my brother. Dimitri turns our way and his slow, signature grin spreads on his face. My lips part slightly open, and if the heat rushing to my face is any indication, I'm pretty sure my face is beet red. Shh, I tell Nadia, but she's laughing. She wraps an arm around my shoulder. I told you before, and I'll repeat it. You would be the best thing to happen to him. Yeah, well, I steal another glance at Dimitri. Thinking he was in danger shifted something inside of me. I want him to know how I feel, even if it's scary, even if he might reject me. Life is too short. His jeans fit him snugly, and he's wearing his old football jersey, the one he wore during his last game. It's been a while since I've seen him in it, and even though I'm not all about the football player myth, there's something about seeing him in his jersey that has me all fluttered and the butterflies in my stomach are cheering for him. The doorbell rings, and I'm thankful for the distraction. I'll get it, I tell Nadia, who winks at me. Yeah, you know this conversation isn't over. She leans forward, reverting to her 11-year-old self. Aaron and Dimitri kissing in a tree. She sing-songs just above a whisper, and I smack her arm. Why don't you go check on Liam? He's been grilling for more than half an hour, and I still don't see any burgers coming our way. Nadia crinkles her forehead. You're right. He's probably burning the place down. My dad is going to freak. I push her toward the patio and walk toward the entrance, but Mr. Kovlev beats me to it.
Let me get that. We should have another rule. Do not open the doors unless I'm there.
His tone is serious, but his voice is warm. He opens the door and Audrey enters wearing a short skirt and a tank top. Her blonde hair is wavy above her shoulders. She looks amazing. She glances at Dimitri and blushes. Her fair skin turns a light pink, but she recovers quickly. She said before she thought Dimitri was cute, but I never realized she may have had a crush. Hi, everyone. Her voice is stronger than usual, but still sweet as a chocolate pecan pie. You look amazing, I tell her, and I mean it. Dimitri shoots her a glance and nods. You do look great, he says, but there's no specific warmth in his tone, and I want to tell my jealous brain to shut the hell up. She's dating Carlos. Thanks. I may have changed on my way over. My mom told me I needed to be home by midnight, but I convinced her I could stay until 1. She waves a bag in her hand. I got a surprise for you, Caleb. This time her smile is brighter and Caleb rushes to her. You did? What is it? Tell me! He clearly had too much sugar already, but seeing him excited is all worth it. It's a puzzle with dinosaurs, Audrey explains and pulls it out. Caleb hugs her and she hugs him back awkwardly. Then she clears her throat and steps inside the house. I also brought chips and guacamole. She places the bag in the kitchen and settles next to Dimitri. He shifts slightly. So, what are we doing? She asks. Her voice is always poised. It's something Jenna says comes naturally for Audrey and that it wins judges over.
Playing a game I'm not sure I understand.
Dimitri stretches and I need to stop staring.
Caleb reinvents the rules as he goes.
Liam comes in the room with burgers and hot dogs while Nadia brings her homemade apple pie and everybody settles inside instead of on the patio like we had planned. Nadia's dad steals a plate and goes back into his office. Caleb bites into his burger and gets a bunch of ketchup on his face.
It's so good. We haven't had burgers like these in forever.
My heart clutches. The last time we had burgers was 3 years ago, together with Nadia and Dimitri's mother.
We had burgers and brisket and pulled pork and so much more. She wanted a full-on Texan barbecue before going to her first chemo treatment.
We all thought she'd beat cancer. Mom was doing well then. They spent the rest of the evening singing old songs, while Dad and Dimitri's dad talked about Egypt and how we should all plan a trip down there. It's been forever indeed. I brush my hand on Dimitri's, wanting to give him strength. He turns to me, his eyes soft. I know he remembers that moment too. Caleb continues to talk, diffusing the tension, discussing everything from Bree, the Carmichael's dog, to classes, to how he is excited to go to football kitty camp next summer. After dinner, we put everything up and then settle again on the couches. Mr. Kovlev grabs a piece of cake and ice cream to bring back to his office. He waves at us but doesn't say a word, trying to give us some space. Nadia, Liam, and Audrey talk about the upcoming pageant and Nadia's new part in the Crucible and homecoming. The cheerleaders had a big day planned, and Shauna texted all of us that we needed to rock it in Rachel's memory. Dimitri and I lie back, our arms against one another, and the tension crackles between us. I'm so very aware of his head tilted to the side, giving all of his attention to Caleb, answering his questions. I'm so very aware of his hand that's so close to mine. I'm so very aware of him. Caleb stands and goes up to Nadia.
Can we play the water game now?
Nadia's eyes meet mine. Maybe we can watch a movie instead, Caleb. You can pick, I tell him, but he shakes his head, pouting.
But you said you promised we would play with water.
His shoulders slump.
It's like when Dad promised to take me fishing or when he said he'd take me camping.
My heart squeezes and Nadia bites her lip. Caleb, how about we ask my dad if we can play outside? If he says yes, then we will. Mr. Kovlev agrees as long as the police have more cars patrolling the area and if he can get at least one officer on their property. Then, very seriously, he sets the rules. No hiding. You cannot go past the treehouse, and you have to tell the officers and me if you notice anything out of the ordinary. We all agree, and he ruffles Caleb's head. You go have fun, Caleb. Nadia claps her hands. Her enthusiasm is forced, but Caleb doesn't notice. I think we should start our water adventure, and I think we should do teams. I will leave a prize by the treehouse. Whichever team gets to it can pick the movie tonight. Nadia leans in toward Liam and kisses him lightly. We're 6, so 3 against 3. Audrey and I will make the teams. She nods toward Audrey. It took them a bit more time to become friends, but now they're tight. Does that work?
Yay!
Audrey, do you want to start? She asks.
Why don't you go ahead? Advantage of the house,
Audrey answers.
But remember the rules. No couples together, so you can't pick Liam.
Nadia established those rules when he used to go play at the laser tag with Dimitri and his friends, and usually Dimitri's girlfriend at the moment. She knew it hurt me to see him putting on the heavy PDA, especially because she was convinced he didn't care that much about any of them. Nadia groans and nods. Okay, I choose Caleb, Nadia says, and my lips tug into a bright smile I feel in my cheeks. Caleb jumps up.
Yay!
Dimitri, Audrey says with a confidence I usually only see in her when she's on stage. Nadia frowns but doesn't say a word. Aaron, we're the dream team.
Liam,
Audrey continues, and Liam stands up next to Dimitri. They whisper words to one another and then give each other a high five. Nadia steps forward. She always commands the attention of a room when she enters. Must be something that comes with theater training. Okay, the rules are, if you get hit with water, you're out. We're going to do it Hunger Games style. I raise one eyebrow and she laughs. Well, not as extreme, of course. And we have teams. They didn't. I mean, not really. Liam smiles at her, and in his smile I see so much love. He's been her rock when her mom passed away. He's been there for her every step of the way, and he lets her be herself. She never hides in front of him, and they're so good to one another. Dimitri steps in front of him. Do not get distracted, Carter. He always calls him by his last name. It's probably a leftover from their days playing football. Liam spent an entire season on the bench. He loved playing, but never made it as first string. He then huddles with both Liam and Audrey. Dimitri turns to me and Nadia. You heard Dad. Don't go further than the treehouse." His jaw is tensed. Everyone is on edge, but Caleb looks so happy. Nadia, Caleb, and I go on the other side of the room. "I have a plan," Nadia says, and Caleb giggles. And I want to hold on to that moment.
Chapter 20. Dimitri.
The sky turns into flame as the evening cools down. Darkness will settle on the field soon. Audrey turns to me, her hand lingering on my arm. She's nice. She's always been sweet, but she's never been Aaron. I clear my throat and step away. She smiles, but there's a tinge of sadness in her eyes. From what I heard from Nadia, Audrey hasn't had an easy life. Her dad died when she was young. Her mom didn't get along with her parents, so she lived in a trailer with almost nothing until she got an inheritance from an aunt. That's when they moved here. That's when her mom got her into the pageants. Her mom doesn't talk a lot. I met her 3 times a few months back. "Let's do this," I say, but my attempt at sounding upbeat rings false. I realized Audrey was interested in me about 6 months ago. Audrey always drove either with her mom or by herself to the pageants. Nadia usually went with Aaron. But this time around, Nadia was on stage playing several characters in the high school play, and Audrey rode with Aaron. I tagged along. Aaron and I had bet about the stats of the latest football game she cheered on, and I lost. Not on purpose, of course. She asked if I would come with her to that pageant. Jenna had been on her case about her posture, her speech, her talent portion, and she was nervous. The moments I spent with Aaron were the only moments I could be myself. Dad was worried about me. Between the accident and Mom's death, he thought I was going down a dark path. Nadia was trying to keep it together for all of us. Aaron understood that I was okay sometimes not talking. She also understood that sometimes I needed to talk. She didn't think I was less than nothing for getting into that accident, but she also didn't let me off the hook. My rehab was done, and I was trying to catch up at school and loving every second I got to spend with Aaron, and I knew she needed me there. So I went to the pageant with her and Audrey. When Aaron stopped for gas, she decided she also wanted water and snacks. Audrey stayed by me while I filled up the tank. She asked me about my accident and football. She tilted her head to the side and her hand touched my arm, and stayed there for more than a few seconds. She got closer to me, licked her lips, and told me she'd been lonely. I did my best to let her down easy and never told anyone about it. Audrey nods and brushes past me as she takes her position in the field.
"We get Nadia first. Aaron's going to protect Caleb, so she's an easier target."
Liam gives her a high five.
"We're going to win this thing."
But the first streak of water gets him, and Caleb giggles, running away. While Liam cracks up, he points to the tree in the distance.
"My girl has taken position."
Both Audrey and I turn to see Nadia climbing into the treehouse our father built for us. From there, she definitely has the upper hand. But Audrey leans toward me, giving me a view of her probably C-cups. Her boobs are big, but even if they weren't, they're still boobs, and my gaze is trained to check them out. I force my eyes to go up. She smirks as if she didn't mind me ogling her.
"I'll go get her,"
Audrey says and winks at me.
"I guess that leaves you with Aaron,"
she continues and smiles at me. And I'm all confused. Maybe I read the signs wrong because her smile is knowing and encouraging. But I don't have time to overanalyze things because she takes off running toward the treehouse. My eyes scan our property. Aaron's probably with Caleb. She knows this place almost as well as me. If Nadia's in the treehouse, it means Aaron is probably going toward the tool shed with Caleb. It's close enough to the prize for a quick stop, and they can't go the long way that reaches behind the treehouse. It's beyond the limits set by Dad. I hear giggles from the treehouse. Audrey is zigzagging, and Nadia can't seem to get her. And then I hear another giggle. "Shh," Aaron says, but Caleb seems to be on the verge of bursting into full-blown laughter. They're about 400 feet away from me. I tiptoe toward them, but a shadow behind another tree very close to them stops me. The hairs on my neck lift. It's not moving, but it seems to be a man, a bit shorter than me. He steps to the right, but then he turns to me as if he heard me and rushes behind the trees again. I take off after him.
"We see you!"
Caleb laughs and gets his water gun ready. I rushed past them, not caring about the water spraying on me, only caring about them possibly being close to a killer.
We got you! We got you! Everything okay?
Erin asks, her voice no longer playful. I think I saw someone. Erin gasps. Louder, I repeat. Dad! Dad, I think I saw someone! Dad gets his phone as he rushes toward us and calls the police officers, who don't find anyone.
Chapter 21. Erin. After the police officers don't find anyone or any clues someone's been there, we all come back inside. Caleb asks to watch Brave from Disney. He knows all the lines by heart. Dimitri looks tense and I lean closer to him. I'm scared too, I whisper, and my hand touches his arm. Do you think someone could really be playing stupid pranks on you? He shakes his head.
I don't know. I thought I saw a man, but I was probably wrong. But that phone call.
He doesn't finish his sentence, but takes my hand in his. We watch the movie until Caleb dozes off. Dimitri carries him back inside into their guest bedroom. He's careful and gentle. He cares so much about Caleb. I know he cares about me, too. Seeing him so sad and worried sends waves of pain throughout my body, like his feelings resonate in me. The more time I spend with him, the more time I see him spend with Caleb, the more I fall for him. We tuck him in together, and then tiptoe outside of the room. He bends down, and for a second, I think he's going to kiss me, but his lips graze my forehead in a tender touch.
I need to clear my head. I'll be working on your car.
The garage is close to the house, but fear still ripples through me. He must sense my reaction because he continues,
I'm going to tell Officer Rivera and my dad. One of his officers might stay between the garage and the house. There's only one entrance. The back is filled with boxes and tools. I'll be careful.
I nod and wrap my arms around his neck. He seems surprised at first, but then returns my hug. A door closes and Audrey comes out of the bathroom. She clears her throat with a smile and Dimitri steps away. He gives us a short wave and heads out. Audrey tilts her head. I didn't mean to interrupt. Is he okay? He's worried. How are you doing? I'm freaked out. I texted Carlos earlier. He's doing okay, but it's hard to care for someone and be scared something might happen. It is. It's also scary to not give it a real try because what if we lose out on falling in love? Are you falling in love? She asks. I think I already may be, I reply, and a nervous giggle bursts out. Maybe it's the tension or feeling Dimitri's arms around me earlier, but my feelings are all over the place. She links her arm in mine. Maybe I'll feel that way soon. We settle in the living room. Nadia is saying goodbye to Liam in the hallway, but she comes back soon after. I'm worried about him driving home by himself. It's dark out. Her gaze stays on the door for a second, and then she plops herself next to Audrey. It's going to sound crazy, but he's the one. I can't see myself without him. She closes her eyes. I know we're 17, and I know we're young, but we're like Matt and Julie. Audrey raises an eyebrow. Her phone beeps, and she checks it while I explain what Nadia means. Friday Night Lights. We used to watch that show on Netflix with Dimitri when he was just starting to play football. All the feels. And then I throw a pillow at Nadia. Matt and Julie, huh? They did have some drama. You guys are drama-free. I love him. I love him so much. She pops a marshmallow in her mouth. We should watch Friday Night Lights. At least until Audrey needs to go home. Audrey shakes her head. That was a text from Mom. She wants me home now. She forgot about my later curfew, or maybe she's too worried. We both hug Audrey goodbye. Nadia yawns. I am so tired. This evening totally wiped me out. She stretches. I'm going to bed. You're sleeping in Caleb's room tonight? Yes, but I think I might pass by the garage first. Tell my dad so he knows where you are. And be careful. The night envelops me and I breathe in deeply. The air is way cooler but still charged. The thunderstorm is still to come. I can feel it. In the distance, there's flickering lights and laughter. In the distance, someone is probably falling in love. Officer Rivera's car is parked right across from the garage in the carport. I've spent many hours here with Nadia learning everything there is to know about changing a tire, dealing with oil issues, or a dead battery. Nadia's dad said it was important for Nadia to be able to do those things by herself. and when he taught both her and Dimitri, he included me in the lessons. The tools hang on the walls and the smell of fumes is like stepping back in time. The hood of my car is open, but Dimitri is nowhere to be seen. I slowly approach, trailing my fingers on the trophies his dad keeps in the garage. Dimitri's dad was the football player way back then, but he never pushed Dimitri to follow in his footsteps. The radio plays old country songs, the same type of country song Dimitri and I first danced to. That was when I was in 7th grade at the annual Catfish Festival. Dimitri was in 8th grade, and my crush on him was a meteor crashing onto Earth. I thought I had just seen him kissing Kaylee behind the hay contest, and the guy who had asked me to the dance was now flirting with the exchange student from Germany. Fun times. The band played the first notes of this song, and Dimitri stood in front of me. Some of his bravado and usual cockiness seemed to be gone. He shifted from one foot to the other.
Do you want to dance?
I'm sure Kaylee wants to dance, I bit out, my chin up in the air. The week prior, I had learned with Jenna that we needed to always pretend when we were on stage. Even the most natural-looking answers or vulnerabilities were rehearsed, and this felt like the biggest stage of my life.
Maybe, but I'm pretty sure Tracker is going to ask her to dance. They were just...
He glanced away before his eyes lowered to my lips, as if they were holding a secret he wanted to unveil. As if they were the football trophy he was missing. As if he wanted to kiss me as much as I wanted him to.
They were just making out,
he finished and held his hand out. I took it and his fingers were warm. And with this touch, I understood what Jenna had tried to teach us too. There are moments that will define everything. You may not realize them, but they will define you. She was talking about the competition, but this moment, with our hands holding, I felt a piece of me defining itself. The song ends and a bang comes from underneath the car. Don't break it, I say with a laughter in my voice because he's cursing up a storm. Thunder rolls in the background, and drops of rain fall onto the garage's roof. He emerges from underneath my old car with grease on his broad shoulders and his strong arms. His dark hair is even messier than usual, and his eyes linger on my legs before slowly, very slowly finding my face. Long gone is the 8th grader who asked me to dance more than 5 years ago. He's not blushing as he stares at my lips. He stands up without a word, and I've got a new species of butterflies in my stomach. The type of butterflies that not only cheer at the way he looks at me, but that also seem to propel me forward. I step toward him. The music fades, the thunder fades, the worries and fear fade, until it's only me and him. My hand grazes his arm and he tenses under my touch.
Aaron.
His growl is more an invitation than a warning. My fingers trace his shoulder and I slowly touch his cheek, our bodies almost touching, our breaths mixing, our eyes colliding.
Aaron,
he repeats, but this time he whispers it, lowering his head until his lips are so close to my skin. So close and yet so far. Dimmy. My voice is husky. My voice betrays me. My words betray me. One of the last times I called him Dimmy was on that forsaken field when he kissed me, when he broke my heart. And it hits me. Our back and forth. The tension crackling between us is not new. What's going to be different this time? He's going to kiss me. He's going to shatter me. And I will let him. It's my choice. It's always been my choice. He's my kryptonite. I want to feel everything with him, but I can't force him to take the same risks, because we might get hurt. I take a step back and turn around, not glancing back until I'm no longer in the garage. Officer Rivera's car is still there, and maybe he's wondering what the hell I'm doing. He flashes his lights and steps out of his car. The droplets of rain turned into a full-blown thunderstorm. Fitting.
Is everything okay?
Officer Rivera yells over the storm. I nod and raise a thumb up despite feeling like nothing will ever be fine again. Dimitri's hand pulls me to him. He waves at Officer Rivera with his other hand and waits until he goes back inside his car. Don't go, he says, loud enough for me to hear him. Stay. And when I don't move, his lips touch mine. Softly at first, then full of hunger. His hand caresses my back and I hold on to him. Lost in his touch, lost in this moment. The rain gets stronger and stronger, and we stumble under the carport. He rests his forehead on mine, and when he opens his eyes, I don't see any conflict in them.
Pure lust and something else, something tender, something I'm afraid to interpret.
I'm sorry about last year.
His voice is full of sadness.
I fucked up.
That you did. Royally, too. Why did you do that? You know how long it took me to at least pretend to be over it?
Probably as long as it took me.
He softly touches my lips.
I was lost. I was fucking lost. Mom was back at the hospital and I didn't know how to deal with it, and I thought falling for you would be a mistake.
A mistake?
Because you're Nadia's best friend. Because we're friends. Because honestly, last year, all I thought about was football and Mom dying, and I was selfish too. And in the past few months, no matter how much I wanted to kiss you, there was always a moment when I remembered.
He sighs and steps back, eyeing me a bit more warily. What did you remember?
That you're meant to get out of this town. That I'm stuck here. That your dad was right.
He purses his lips. My dad?
He told me to stay away from you. He said that I wasn't good enough. He saw you crying and figured it was because of me.
I shake my head, not understanding. Why didn't you talk to me about it? Why give up before even starting? He raises an eyebrow, but I ignore his attempt at diffusing the situation. If I crack a joke right now, he'll take it in stride and we won't talk about it again. Instead, I continue. I've had a crush on you for forever. I can feel my heartbeats everywhere. In my ears, my veins, my entire body. I ignore the confused butterflies in my stomach that don't know if we're ever going to kiss again. Let's face it, my fantasy probably is much better than the reality. So who says we're going to make it even that long? If we don't try, we're never going to find out.
What if...
What if what? What if you hurt me? What if I hurt you? I lean against my car, watching him. What if you make me smile? What if I make you stronger? I choose my next words carefully. You've changed in the past year, Dimmy. I have too. I know you. You know me. I'm out of breath. Pouring your feelings out is more tiring than a cheer competition or an entire pageant. He closes his eyes.
I know you.
When he opens them, the last shred of doubt seems to be gone, or maybe it's buried deeper. His hand cups my face, and this time, when he kisses me, there's no frenzy, no hurry. It's slow and passionate, and for one moment, I leave the worries and the fear and the anxieties behind, and I simply feel. The thunder roars, but in this second, we feel like nothing is going to tear us apart. Chapter 22. Dimitri.
She feels so right in my arms. The way she melts into me, the way her lips taste, the way she kisses. I should be slowing down. Maybe I should comfort her. She needs a friend more than anything else right now. But I never want this moment to stop. I didn't think, I reacted. That's how I used to be in football. Sometimes it's not about the strategy or the play. It's about knowing when to move forward, when to go forward. If I had let her go right now, she wouldn't have forgiven me. She whispers my name, and I don't think I've ever been this hard. She has to feel it, but instead of pulling away, she tilts her head back and has a smile I've never seen before on her. It's full of knowing and seduction, and she kisses me again, this time grinding herself, oh, so slowly against me. I'm going to lose control. In this garage where I thought about kissing her for the first time. She was 13 and I had a crush on her. I had had a crush on her ever since I danced with her at the rodeo that same year. She was looking at me like I hung the moon, and she made me feel like I could do anything. Like I could be anything. That, and we had spent the afternoon at the lake. She was still in her bathing suit, and to the 15-year-old guy I was then, she was everything. She was listening so carefully when I explained how to change the oil, and I was close enough to lean forward and taste her lips. I'm glad I didn't, because this moment right now, it's even better than what I could have imagined, and I like to think I had to go through those shitty moments to get to this perfect one. Her hands sneak underneath my shirt and my breathing accelerates. I kiss her neck, probably leaving a mark, but I don't care, and she doesn't seem to either. Thunder roars louder and louder. Aaron! Dad calls her name and we jump away from one another. He enters the carport and a small smile dances on his lips when he sees us. Everything is okay, don't worry. Except Caleb's calling for you. He's afraid of thunder.
Aaron stiffens. Yes, he is. He's always been. I should have thought about it.
He's lucky to have you, Aaron. You're a wonderful big sister,
Dad says, and Aaron looks like she's about to burst into tears.
Thank you,
she whispers.
I hadn't realized until now I needed to hear that.
She rises to her toes and kisses my cheek before hurrying back inside the house. Dad watches me and a crease forms between his eyebrows.
I hope you know how amazing you are, son, and that your mom would be proud of the man you're becoming.
He pauses.
Be gentle with Aaron's heart this time around,
he adds before turning away.
Chapter 23.
They think they can be happy. They think they can forgo everything I've worked for, everything I stand for. I feel the need within me, the urge. Everyone has urges. I've ignored mine for a very long time, until those urges turned me into what I am today. When I was little, I remember finding a mouse our cat had trapped. He played with it, taunted it. I stared at him, and when the mouse stopped moving, he lost interest. I crouched down and poked the mouse. It was still alive, even attempted to get away. It still tried to run, even if it couldn't. They remind me of that mouse.
Chapter 24. Aaron. The sun is barely out when my eyes flutter open. I'm not used to sleeping in the guest bedroom. Usually I sleep in Nadia's room and we talk until morning. But last night, I couldn't leave Caleb alone. The sheets are soft under my skin and I turn around, stretching. Drawings decorate the walls. Drawings Dimitri made when he was still playing football and only drawing as a way to relax. His mom framed a drawing of the lake that also has all of us on a raft, and another one of their house with the sun settling down. The colors are mesmerizing. Caleb stirs beside me, but he keeps on snoring. I swing my legs over and my feet hit the hardwood floor without too much noise. I grab my clothes and change in the adjacent bathroom, the one also used by Dimmy and Nadia. If only it were one of the romance novels Nadia and I have been reading, and I would run into Dimitri. But the bathroom is empty. I brush my teeth, my left hand glued to the counter. I'm holding myself, afraid to fall apart. Jittery nerves run all the way to my toes. Last night when he mentioned Dad warning him away, it didn't register. It still doesn't register. Why didn't he tell me? I readjust the covers around Caleb and tiptoe outside of the room, my camera around my neck. I tie my hair up in a loose ponytail, leave a note to everyone that I'm going to be outside taking pictures. I add that I'll stay close by and that I'll check first with the police officers. Once outside, I inhale deeply. The air smells like morning, fresh rain and cut grass, but my entire body feels like it's tensed for running, for escaping dangers lurking in the distance. My eyes dart everywhere and my heartbeat only calms down to a more normal rhythm when I see the police cars are still parked across the house. I walk their way and Officer Rivera turns down his window.
"Morning, Aaron."
His tone isn't judging or cold, but I still shift from one foot to the other. He saw me and Dimitri kissing last night. I clear my throat to make sure it doesn't tremble. "Morning. I hope it's okay if I go take some pictures. I won't go further than the treehouse."
"We'll be there,"
Officer McAllister replies, leaning forward and waving at me. "I can bring you some coffee or leftover cake if you want." They both smile. Officer Rivera checks his watch.
"Maybe in a little bit, once you're done with your pictures. You don't want to miss the light. My wife loves taking pictures, and she always says there's a special morning light that makes everything look more beautiful."
Thank you. For everything. I don't know how else to express my gratitude. The sheriff seems to be intent on going after Dad, but all the other officers have been nothing but nice and helpful, and they help make me feel safe.
"We're doing our jobs."
I nod and head toward the treehouse. From there, I can probably get a nice shot of the sun rising on the pastures. But a movement by the tree close to the shed stops me.
My breathing accelerates, my muscles stiffen, my heart pounds. I'm about to scream for help when a crow flies off from behind the shed. My shaking hands grab the camera and I force myself to at least attempt to capture the crow surging in the pink morning sky. But I'm not fast enough. My movements, usually so sure when taking pictures, are all disjointed. Breathing in and out, I focus on the crow swirling around and snap another picture. This one is blurry. I exhale loudly, let go of my camera, and wipe my clammy hands on my yoga pants. Once I feel calmer, I focus on the yellow flower by the tall live oak tree, where Mr. Kovlev built the treehouse with all of us 12 years ago. This picture is clearer. I take another step toward the treehouse, but a door screeches open in the distance and I jump. I turn to see Dimmy standing outside, without a shirt. From where I stand, I notice he's probably drinking coffee from his big Texas State cup. He sets it on the small round table on the porch and yawns and stretches, and again my heart accelerates. This time not for the fear of the unknown, but for the very well-known fear of rejection. I've seen him without a shirt many times before, but my treacherous body and the languid butterflies in my stomach long to be close to him again, like yesterday. They have a clear memory of how it felt to be pressed against him. My fingers itch to trail down his torso, his abs, to touch him, but instead they find my camera. Seeing him through the lens doesn't give me the distance I hoped. Instead, it's magnifying everything. How he watches the sky with a pensive look, how he licks his lower lip after drinking another sip of coffee, how his arms flex when he grabs the watering can, fills it up, and waters his mom's flowers with so much care. All of that without a shirt. Part of me hopes he's never going to wear a shirt ever again. I capture a few more pictures until his gaze meets mine. I'm not sure he's really seen me at first, but his lips stretch into his lazy, sexy smile and he waves. He holds one index finger up, drinks another sip of his coffee, and goes back inside. I tilt my head and my camera up, capturing the image of leaves against the sky. Even though my body is still on high alert, I feel more relaxed. After a few minutes, Dimmy is back outside, wearing a shirt and holding his drawing pad. He makes long, purposeful strides toward me, and I take picture after picture, hoping to capture the determined look on his face. He walks like he used to play football, like he has a goal, like he knows exactly what he wants, like he's calculating his next move. And I'm wondering if I'm the football in this analogy. The butterflies in my stomach ask way too many questions. Is he going to kiss me? Should I kiss him? Should I ruin everything by asking about my dad? Because a part of me is still bothered by the fact he didn't tell me about their conversation. If he pretends nothing happened, I don't know what I'll do. My heart will fall from the top of the highest pyramid. Before I can come up with a let's run before he gets here plan, he's standing in front of me. His scent calms me down. A mix of his cologne and coffee and a banana muffin he probably ate right before coming out. His eyes are everywhere. On my body, on my face, on my mouth, and he doesn't look like he regrets anything.
Morning, shorty.
I'm not that short, but any attempt of protesting dies on my lips when one of his hands gently cradles the back of my neck. I graze my lower lip with my teeth. He rolls his neck like he does when he's anxious and doesn't have a football to toss.
I didn't see your note at first. I was ready to rush outside and look for you, but Dad saw me putting my shoes on and he showed it to me.
He pauses and glances to the police cars.
Did you talk to the officers?
I did. They know I'm outside, and I promise not to go further than the treehouse. I didn't even make it there yet. My tone is reassuring, and I touch his forearm gently. He lets go of my neck and rubs his forehead.
If something happened to you, I don't know what I'd do.
He seems to battle his next words, pushing a deep breath out like he wants to push something away from his mind.
I slept like shit. I thought about what you said last night.
Feet meet heart. I shake his hand off and step back, needing some distance. The burn in my chest booms to wildfire in my entire body. His arm sneaks around my waist and he pulls me to him, holding me close. I can't cry. I won't cry. You're not sure it's a good idea. I get it. You may be right. With my dad and everything, I get it. The shaking of my voice is too strong for him not to notice.
Honestly, screw your dad. He sounds pissed. He should be more there for you. He should protect you and Caleb. He didn't even call to make sure you were okay.
Why didn't you tell me about what he said? I'm part of the equation too. I should know.
Because I wanted to figure it out.
And you did. You don't think we're a good idea?
I never said that.
He rakes his hand through his hair and cracks his neck.
After making sure every door and window was closed at least 3 times, I lay in bed thinking about you. I thought about what you said, about your lips, about kissing you again.
He tilts his head, so close yet so far.
Unless you changed your mind.
And behind his usual assurance, I see a tinge of vulnerability, like he's actually afraid of what my answer could be. I haven't.
Thank you.
He grunts and his lips crash on mine, his tongue dancing with mine. His hands are everywhere and the fire within me explodes. I nibble his lower lip and his hand tightens around me. His mouth leaves mine to trail down my neck, and I'm so close to him I can feel his taut muscles and everything else. If I had any doubt he found me attractive, I no longer do. A giggle escapes and he leans back.
That's a first.
He kisses the top of my nose.
Girls don't usually giggle when I kiss them.
He doesn't look frustrated, but amused. I nudge him. It's surreal. You have no idea how long I've waited for this, and it's surreal. That and your hand on my ass tickled me. I giggle again. His hand was on my ass. My hand is against his chest, not pushing him away, but feeling him. Happiness takes a bubble bath inside my chest. It's a weird feeling, being happy in the chaos, feeling alive and fearing for the life of people you love.
Maybe we should go up to the treehouse.
He laughs when I raise an eyebrow.
To take pictures, Shorty. To take pictures. You can use the morning light to grab the scene, and I can try my hand at drawing while you take pictures.
He kisses my cheek and his lips graze my ear and he nudges me forward with a gentle touch.
I also have never made out in the treehouse, so if you think it can help your creativity, I volunteer.
My chuckle is a mix of humor and anticipation. It's funny how you can forget the darkness whenever there is a moment of light, how you can forget the tears when you're happy. The fear is still there, but it's not in the forefront. Life is all about enjoying those little moments. You know what I was thinking. I tug his hand, leading him toward the treehouse, and he turns to follow me. We pass the fire pit where we used to make s'mores. Instead of going straight to the ladder, I step around the high grass, bushes, and overgrowth, wanting to show him what we carved on the back of the tree years ago. Always friends. My foot catches on something unfamiliar. I glance down and can't hold back my scream. Chapter 25. Dimitri.
Her scream chills my veins. Her feet seem to be glued to the ground. I follow her gaze and bile shoots up in my mouth. Oh my God. I wish I could unsee it. Most of all, I wish she could unsee it. I pull her against me to shield her, but also to comfort myself. I need her as close to me as possible. I need to make sure she's okay. I need her safe. Her face is buried in my neck.
It's Kim. Oh my God, is it Kim?
Her body shivers.
She's dead, isn't she?
My eyes hesitate before looking again at the body. Her throat is slashed, and I dry heave. My gaze drifts away from her cheek to her hands. She has a tattoo on her wrist. Love forever, love. Kim told me the story about this tattoo. She had fallen in love with some college guy who convinced her to get matching tattoos. She laughed, telling me at least she didn't use his name. She dumped him not long after. When her mom found out she used a fake ID to get it, she made her volunteer at the homeless shelter in Gavre County. Kim loved to party and loved to have fun. A sob gets caught up in my throat. There's a wing on her cheek. The trembles in Erin's body intensify. Her breathing seems irregular, like she's hyperventilating.
Caleb can't see this. He can't see this.
Talking about Caleb calms her down slowly. Her grip on me loosens slightly. We need to alert the officers. We need to call 911. Leaving Kim behind doesn't sit right with me, but I'm also afraid of letting Erin out of my sight, even if it's to look for Officers Rivera and McAllister. I grip her hand in mine, and together we run to the officers' cars. They must have seen us approach because they both get out and call for us. What's wrong? We slow down as we get to them. There's a body behind the treehouse in the bushes.
What the fuck?
Officer McAllister widens his eyes and grabs the radio, calling for the sheriff and the coroner.
Where is she exactly?
Officer Rivera's voice is calmer, like he's trying to make sure we don't go into shock. "If you go left behind the tree where the treehouse is, you'll see her." Officer Rivera strides toward the treehouse while Officer McAllister continues to ask us questions. Aaron's eyes dart from him to the house. Sirens can be heard in the distance, and the noise must alert Dad, Nadia, and Caleb, because Dad opens the door while Caleb stares out the window. I explain to him as quietly as possible what happened, and his eyes widen in shock and horror. Dad touches the spot between his creased eyebrows in a gesture that used to clench my heart. He did that when Mom got sick. Nadia is standing next to Caleb, who waves at Aaron, not realizing what's going on. Aaron tenses but waves back. The police cars park by our house. The sheriff comes out from one, while Tyreek comes out from the other one. Dad stands by me, shakes Tyreek's hand.
"Who found her?" "Dimitri and Aaron."
Dad is taking charge, and I'm not complaining. Flashes of Kim's body, of the blood of her cheek and tattoo will haunt me forever.
"Did you touch anything?"
The sheriff's tone is not full of sympathy, but rather of suspicion. "We haven't touched anything. We told Officers Rivera and McAllister as soon as we saw her."
"No matter what happened, we need to talk to the both of you. Especially you."
He points to me. Dad squares his shoulders.
"Listen, Sheriff. I understand this is hard and we're all very upset, but my son has been nothing but helpful. He just saw a girl he knows dead. He heard a girl he dated for a long time scream on the phone after she was found dead. Someone is after him, and I think you should make sure you don't forget that."
Dad keeps an even voice. The sheriff raises one eyebrow, not backing down. He ignores Dad and talks directly to me.
"I find it highly strange that a body is found on your property a day after we talked to you. Maybe you got upset."
Dad steps in front of me, and his voice is a threatening growl.
"I don't know what you're insinuating, but I don't like your tone." "You know exactly what I'm saying, Mr. Kovlev."
The sheriff doesn't even bother to pretend he hasn't already made up his mind. Erin takes a spot right by my side, and her hand finds mine. She doesn't say a word, but her presence means more than any big declaration. I clench my jaw the same way I did when training in the hot August months, when you feel like the heat will take the best of you. You can talk to me as much as you want. I have nothing to hide, but you need to find whoever is doing this. Anger and despair boil within me. A guilt-shaped hole forms in my chest. I want him to find who did this, because if I find him first, I may forget the difference between right and wrong.
Chapter 26. Aaron. The sheriff lets me go quickly, but I can feel his eyes following my every movement as I squeeze Dimmy's hand one last time before hurrying back inside the house. Nadia is playing dominoes with Caleb in the living room. "He's beating me, of course." She manages to keep a light tone, but she keeps on chewing her lip, and she blinks rapidly to prevent tears from falling. "Caleb, do you mind picking up the dominoes and getting your bag ready?" she asks, ruffling his hair. "Then you can get one of those brownies we made. They should be cool by now." Caleb shows his toothy grin and hugs her. "Okay." I've never seen him so happy to clean. Nadia gestures for me to follow her into her room. We close the door behind us. I can't believe she's dead. Apparently her parents didn't know she was missing. She and Carly had this agreement to be able to spend more time with their boyfriends. They said they slept at each other's place. Nadia clears her throat. I sit on the bed we used to make up stories on. The tears I've been holding for so long are fighting to break free. Nadia plops herself next to me and wraps an arm around my shoulder. "None of this is your fault, E." "But what if it's my dad?" I breathe the words out. My mind can't forget the image of Kim's dead body. If Dad had anything to do with this, I don't know what I'll do. He can't be the killer. He was their teacher. I know him. He can't be that heartless. My chest tightens and my eyes focus on anything but Nadia. I can't look at her and see any doubt in her face, because if it's Dad, who's to say she's not going to be a victim too? Bile shoots up in my mouth. Nadia exhales loudly. "What if it's him? Still not your fault. Come on, E. Remember when I thought about putting some laxatives in Farah's lasagna?"
My lips stretch into what could resemble a smile if tears weren't running down my face. You really wanted that part. I did, and I didn't get it. Stupid director. She chuckles. But if I had put laxatives in her lasagna, that would have been my fault, and you, my dear voice of reason, told me to back off. I force myself to look at her. She's staring at me, and she smiles at me. Her smile is full of warmth. She's trying too hard to help me feel better. I nudge her. Your voice of reason is pretty smart. She is. That's why she needs to see that no matter what happens, it's not your fault. But what if it's him, and what if part of him is stuck inside my mind? What if I become like him? You've already proven time and time again that you're not like your father. He's acting like a douche, and you're not. He's ignoring Caleb, and you're not. She hugs me tight. And if it is him, which we don't know, then let's hope his love for history is what shines through. She seats back and her fingers play with her bed cover. You've been my best friend ever since we could walk. You can be stubborn, and sometimes you get angry for no reason. Hey, I protest, but it's not convincing because she's right. But you're kind and loyal and funny and an amazing friend. You've been here for me. You've been here for Dimmy. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to make it through Mom's. She chokes on her words, and it's my turn to hold her. Through Mom dying, and nothing will change that. I'm done, Caleb sing-songs and knocks on the door. Can I have a brownie now? He asks, and we both check ourselves in the mirror hanging on her door before answering and leading him to a well-deserved, mouth-watering brownie. Thanks to Dimmy, my car started without any problems, but it's not the reason we're still not home. Come on, let's go, I tell Caleb, but ever since we left the Kovlev's house, he's been wary. He saw the police talking to Dimitri and taking him to the station, and it scared him. Andrew came in a hurry, and even though he didn't look worried, the anxiety hole in my chest deepens. Most of the journalists are gone, probably to the police station to hear about what happened this morning, or maybe at the Flying Pig to feed those story-seeking neurons. Each step toward the house is a drag, and I'm not sure if I'm holding Caleb's hand or if he's helping to propel me forward, even though he doesn't seem excited to go back home. The rest of the houses on our street already have some fall decorations out, and many have signs supporting the football team. Mom would usually meet other women to create the best homecoming mums, but this year she's not part of any book club or knitting group, and has resigned as president of the homecoming mums group. The door isn't locked, and I push it open. The house is silent. My heart pounds. Mom? Dad? I call out, hoping, always hoping to hear a warm answer from my parents, telling us to join them out back for a barbecue or laughing in the kitchen. Nothing. I gulp down my disappointment and my eyes scan the room to make sure nothing looks out of place, which is hard to discern with the clutter on every counter. Why don't you watch some TV, Caleb? He lets go of my hand. No, I think I'm gonna race my cars. Okay. He slumps upstairs. Mom? I open her bedroom door and sigh a breath of relief when I see her on her bed. She's fine. She's here. The room shows the remnants of her past in a sad, almost artistic way. Pictures lie on the floor. Her beauty queen crowns used to be on top of a shelf, but they're now scattered around, like she had wanted to clean up but got too tired to. Mom's always had issues with her depression, but for a while she had found medicine that helped. But her therapist retired, and ever since she switched up to a new drug, she's been spiraling down. Hey, Mom, are you okay? I'm tired, sweetie. She opens her eyes and then winces as if the light is hurting her. I'm sorry. I'm starting to take new medicine, and it should help. It takes a bit of time, though, you know. You've seen someone? The wings of hope are afraid to spread, but they're still there. Last week, I went to Lamar Town, and it was very helpful. She's specializing in behavioral therapy, and she understands my new regimen is not working anymore. She decided to try something else, a different dosage. I can feel the fog slowly going away. I need to meet them halfway. That's good, Mom. The doorbell rings and she straightens up, but I gently put my hand on her shoulder. I kiss her forehead. Don't worry, I'll get it. I close the door carefully behind me. I'm coming! I yell, picking up a few paper plates standing next to the trash. Laundry lies on the couch, and there's no way I can clean up this house in time to open the door before whoever it is thinks I'm hiding something. And where the hell is Dad? He could deal with this stress by helping out. The doorbell rings again. I check through the peephole before opening, not wanting to invite a journalist into our home. But my hands clam up in their now well-defined anxiety pattern when I see the sheriff standing there. His voice is even more serious than usual, with a tinge of triumph.
"Hi again, Aaron."
If he's here, does that mean Dimmy is already out? As if he can read my questioning mind, he answers,
"They're busy with your boyfriend down at the station, but I have a few questions for your father."
He pokes his head inside.
"Is he there?"
I glance back, though I'm not sure why. Maybe I hope Dad will show up out of thin air. I'm not sure. I just got home.
"Can I come in?"
His eyes drift away from my face to a point behind me. What's going on? I frown, hating my voice for being so small right now. I school my features to relax and simply hope he doesn't hear my heart beating out of my chest. He holds the door open. His big hands are full of little scars, like he works with his hands a lot. He's taller than me, and his breath reeks of a mix of garlic and whiskey. His thin lips turn into an "I got you" smile.
"Tell him to call me. We may have a lead on the girl you and the Kovlev boy found. Someone saw her climbing into a red truck."
Kim is her name, I mutter. Her name is Kim, I repeat in a clearer voice. He frowns.
"Yes, Kim. Did you know she went on 2 dates with Dimitri a year and a half ago? Right when he was taking a break from Rachel? I find it interesting that Dimitri has such a connection with the dead girls."
I shake my head and force myself to stay calm. The way he talks about Dimitri raises the hair on my arms. How about the girls who disappeared over 6 years ago? Dimitri was only 13 then.
"Young, but the country has seen worse."
He steps closer to me, and again the way he looks at me sends waves of uneasiness through me.
"You should be careful who you spend your time with. Like mother, like daughter."
What do you mean?
"Maybe you should ask your parents."
He taps his index finger against his lips and looks around.
"So you didn't tell me. Where's your dad, and where is his red truck? Someone saw a red truck close to where Rachel's body was dumped."
Everyone has a red truck, I reply automatically. But it's true. Half of the city has a red truck. Half of the county has a red truck. Half of Texas has a red truck. The sheriff's eyes go above my head, focus behind me again, and his expression softens. I turn around. Mom's standing in her pinkish, fluffy robe. Her skin is pale and she's not smiling. She's a ghost of the pictures hanging in our hallway.
"Is everything okay?"
she asks and blushes. If she felt more like herself, Mom would never be caught like this. She tightens her robe, runs her fingers through her messy dark hair, and forces out a smile.
"I'm sorry, John. I'm a bit under the weather. Did Aaron invite you for some iced tea or some lemonade?"
Her Georgian accent drawls out thicker than before. She's lived in Texas for almost 30 years, but her accent still pops up whenever she's excited or nervous.
"I'm here on official business, Caroline,"
the sheriff replies, and his tone isn't biting.
"It's about Derek's red truck."
"It's been in the garage forever, but he finally got it fixed."
She straightens her shoulders and her eyes dart to mine. They're full of worries and questions. Questions I can't answer in front of the sheriff.
"Come on, Aaron. I know you've either got cheer practice or your pageant coach wants to see you."
I recognize my cue to exit, but it doesn't make it any easier to leave her and Caleb behind. She glances at the sheriff and there's no fear on her face, only pain. What did the sheriff mean earlier? "I can stay longer," I reply. But she shakes her head.
"I'll be fine, baby girl."
The knots in my stomach tighten and I force myself to breathe in deeply. The door leading inside from our tiny garden opens and we all turn around. Dad stands there with anger emanating from his entire body, from the way his shoulders tense to the flash of rage in his eyes.
"What do you want, Sheriff?"
The way he says the word sheriff is full of derision. His gaze turns to Mom and red spots appear on his cheeks.
"Why don't you go change, Caroline? Aaron and I have this under control."
Mom nods, but her eyes are empty.
"He's right. I'll be back."
She smiles at the sheriff, who is looking at her with an I don't know what is going on tilt of the head.
"You should have some lemonade, John. Aaron will pour you a glass."
Dad approaches with a threat in his step.
"I'm pretty sure you can't barge in whenever you want."
"I have a warrant to search your red truck, Derek."
"It's in the garage. Knock yourself out. You searched it before. You searched my cabin before and my house. You never found anything.
Dad puts his hand on my shoulder, maybe as a reassuring gesture, but he squeezes it too hard. Maybe he's trying to reassure himself and not me. The sheriff strides out without another word. I can't look at Dad, but words tumble out without me thinking first. He's not going to find anything, right? As soon as I ask the question that's been hovering at the edge of my mind, I wish I could turn back time and keep those words deep inside. Dad's eyes cloud with a flash of disgust. He tilts his head to the side. He's assessing me, assessing what I've just said, and assessing what his answer should be.
I would expect that question from anyone but my own flesh and blood. With everything your mom is going through right now, I'd think you wouldn't be so casual about this.
His words hit me right in the gut, but his cold tone slices through my heart. Before my 13th birthday, he was caring. He picked me up from school, spent time playing with me when Mom wasn't feeling well. He taught me how to ride a bike. He already had his moods, but nothing like this. After my 13th birthday, it was like a switch flipped and I was never enough again. Not my place on the honor roll, not my latest pageant win, not me doing my best to keep the peace in the house. My eyes dart to the floor, then back to him. I was taught to look people in the eyes when I apologize. I'm sorry. I saw... I can't keep my voice from wavering.
What did you see?
He really doesn't seem to know. And that both reassures me and makes me question his attitude. Is he really trying to protect me when he warns off Dimitri? Is he just worn out like we all are by everything happening? Did I get lost in the media frenzy too? Siding with the vultures scavenging on my father? Dimmy and I were walking to the treehouse this morning in their yard and we saw Kim. Kim's dead. 6 months ago, when Kim was going through a rough patch at school, Dad did help her. He tutored her, he talked to her parents, he talked to our cheerleading coach. He paid more attention to her than to me. His face pales. His right hand reaches out to my arm and tightens around it. I wince, but he doesn't stop until I step back.
That can't be true. That can't be.
The crease between his eyebrows deepens. His eyes dart to the clock and to the garden.
I should check what the sheriff is doing. You never know what he might plant in my car.
His voice sounds robotic and like he's in some sort of shock.
Why don't you go check on your mother? And your brother is home, right?
Yes. He walks to the door but then turns back to me, his finger tapping his lips once, twice, 3 times.
Maybe I should do this sit-down interview with NTZ.
What? I couldn't sound more surprised if I tried. How did we go from talking about Kim to his long-pending interview with a major network? He rakes his hand through his hair, something he only does very rarely, and leans against the wall.
We might lose everything. The school put me on leave weeks ago, but they could fire me. You might lose your future. Your mom isn't doing well. I need to set the record straight.
Or it might make everything worse. If lips could translate life-threatening disappointment, his would be the perfect example. Not in the way they purse, but in the slight tilt of his mouth. One thing I apparently haven't learned is when to shut up. Dad dismisses me with one wave of his hands.
Of course, you guys would need to be with me. Show the world that you trust me. I am a good father. I used to be a good teacher before they got scared of public opinion for no reason. And the sheriff has personal reasons to torture me.
And without waiting for me to put my foot in my mouth again, he heads outside to check on the sheriff. All I'm left to think about is that he didn't answer my question. You have nothing to do with any of this, right? Chapter 27. Dimitri.
The police station is becoming way too familiar. Liam's uncle manages to spring me out without too many issues, especially since, based on the first reports, Kim was killed yesterday afternoon while I was at the police station. There's no way I could have had the time to kill her. The sheriff wasn't as vindictive during the interrogation. He kept on mentioning Aaron's dad, asking me if I ever saw him lose his temper. I didn't lie. I overheard him saying he needed to go see Derek, Aaron's dad, again. Aaron never talked about that story between her dad and the sheriff, and once more I wonder if it's a personal vendetta or if the sheriff is onto something. Our street is peaceful again. The perimeter is still secure, but the police cars are all gone. Nadia's car is gone too. She texted me to say the cheerleaders were meeting at school to mourn together and decide what to do about homecoming. Dad insisted she had a buddy system. I'm back home. Everything is okay. No worries. I text Nadia. And then I dial Erin's phone number. She picks up on the second ring.
Where are you?
Home. It's okay. I heard the sheriff was going to your house again.
He's here, searching Dad's truck. I thought about going to the cheer meeting, and Jenna called to say I need to be at the rehearsal tonight, but I can't. I can't stop thinking about Kim and Rachel, and Dad is really on edge.
There's a shuffle on the line.
Sorry, trying to clean some. Dad had the brilliant idea to do an interview with NTZ later this afternoon because clearly we need more time in the spotlight. It's going to air tonight.
I wish I could diffuse the tension I hear in her voice. I thought you pageant girls live for the spotlight.
So funny.
She scolds me, but it's with a bit more relaxation, and I feel like I'm 10,000 feet tall.
Are you going to the coach's house for dinner?
Sunday night dinners, yup. He invited all the players and their families this time. Nadia said she's going to try to make it, and Dad will be there too.
Audrey said she got a call from Carlos. She might go too.
What time is your interview? My tone is 50 shades of worried. She still sounds too sad.
I'm not sure. I so don't want to do it. Listen, I have to go. Caleb is calling. Have fun tonight.
I wish you could be there. Her chuckle isn't sad, it's more of a giggle, like she can't believe I just said that.
Yes, assistant coach. I wish I could be there too.
She has no idea how much those words turn me on. Talk to you later, shorty. Dad and I spend the afternoon working on several cars in relative silence, punctuated by the here and there grunt and questions about the problem with an engine. When I was younger, I always thought my dad was the tallest, largest, brightest man on earth. When Mom died, she took a bit of that idealization with her. And not because he teared up at her funeral, not because it took a long time for him to come back from that sadness, not because he's been seeking help, which I'm thankful for, but because he's changed. It's only in a slightly visible way. For a few months after her death, he distanced himself from us just a little bit, as if seeing us was too painful. But it was enough for me to see that my father was not as indestructible as I thought he was. Since then, he's back 100% and more. After a few hours, Dad calls it a day. Don't forget, we have dinner at Coach Miller's house tonight. I called and they're still holding it. They think it's going to help the community gather and connect. Dad wipes his oil-dirty hands on his jeans. How was Erin doing? Not good. Her dad wants to do an interview with them on national TV. Dad curses through his teeth. I never understood why he was so into himself. What? I strained to understand his words. Nothing. I wish he put his kids first, that's all. Forget I said anything. Not my place to comment. He rolls his shoulders and cleans up the tools. Did you talk to Coach about the possibility of you transferring from community college to Midwestern? I know it's Division II, but you could get some playtime. Coach Miller brought it up. He talked to his friend over there and said he'd support me. I told him I also had a meeting with the recruiter from Bowie University. Does Erin know you want to give up your dreams of playing in Texas for her? I don't, I reply way too quickly. Well, I know you're not that desperate to keep an eye on your sister, and the only other reason you'd play anywhere else but here would be for a girl. He says girl in a gruff manner. Talking about feelings has never been his forte, even though he did make progress in the last year. He said once he knew he couldn't replace our mom, but he wanted to make sure we still had the emotional support she would have brought us. So after a few months of despair, he set up a strict schedule of family dinner and weekend brunches. He taught us how to cook Mom's favorite Russian recipes. He stayed with us after dinner, talking about our day, keeping up with our grades, and with our dreams. It wasn't easy, but he was there. Anyways, I rubbed the back of my neck. Not sure what's going to happen with any of them. My reputation hasn't been stellar. You drank too much. You got into an accident. I exhale loudly, thinking about all the shit I've done in the past. I also got into fights after games. Dad touches my shoulder. That was right after your mom passed away. You were angry. And you always taught me that using my fists was not the answer. You know what, though, Dimmy? My dad told me once that I needed to make sure I had something else besides football. He said I needed to decide what else I loved. You love cars? Yes, I do. I love cars,
But I also love history and Egypt. And I'm thinking about taking a few classes at that community college of yours once you and your sister are both off to study and make your own mistakes."
"What are you saying?" I rubbed the back of my neck.
"That I know you're not going to do everything I say, everything I think you should do. But that's okay, because no matter what you decide, I'm there for you."
He nudges me.
"Now, go take a shower, because Coach Miller's wife is very clear. She doesn't want her house smelling like a locker room, and you do right now."
The coach's house isn't small, but when you got all the football players and their families and their girlfriends showing up, it's hard to move around. Some of the cheerleaders are here. Shauna is crying in a corner with Mrs. Rodriguez, the cheerleading coach, comforting her.
"Dimmy!"
Nadia waves from the kitchen where she and Liam are helping Mrs. Miller with the coleslaw.
"Come and make yourself useful, will ya?"
Her eyes are red and her voice shakes. Liam kisses her cheek and whispers in her ear. I brush elbows with the coach, who turns to me.
"Thank you for coming. Hearing about Rachel and Kim is hard. They were good girls."
His little girl barrels down the living room and he looks at her, full of worry.
"They were that age once, too. This is all so crazy. I thought about canceling tonight, but then I thought people could see each other, talk about them, talk about football. Forget without forgetting."
He clears his throat.
"I wanted to tell you that you did good on Friday."
"Thanks, Coach." He nods and gathers his little girl in his arms. She smiles at me, her curly hair flying around her face.
"Shauna doesn't want to play,"
she says, and Coach Miller hugs her tightly before putting her down.
"Why don't I see if I can find that drawing you started this morning? Maybe you can finish it and give it to Shauna. I'm sure she'll love that."
He gives me a small wave before heading toward the living room. In the kitchen, his wife is balancing plates of hamburgers and bowls of chips.
"I need to get back out. You guys got the salads, right?"
Liam and Nadia nod. Nadia brings one salad to the living room and then settles in the kitchen again. She bumps her hip into mine.
"How are you feeling?"
I sigh loudly. "I don't know. How about you?" She grabs a bowl of salad.
"I don't know. The cheer meeting was so sad, and Shauna can't stop crying. I told her she should maybe go home, but she kept on saying how much cheering meant to Rachel and Kim, how much fun they had. She really wants to participate in homecoming."
I'm not sure we should be doing anything until we catch him. The sheriff was saying how the killer is clearly escalating, how he's reached a new level, and that he doesn't think the killings will stop until he's arrested. Mrs. Lowry, our quarterback's mom, strolls our way. Her brown hair doesn't bounce as she moves. Mom used to tell me how these meetings were important for the parents, too, how it was turning more into a social event. She forces a smile out. Her fingers play with her pearls.
"You're impressing the team, Dimmy. They were talking about how you're motivating them and pushing them. They love you."
It seems like she wants to pretend it's a normal Sunday evening at Coach's house, and if that helps her deal with what's going on, I should follow her lead. They hate me. I'm the one who made them run 5 more miles because they came 2 minutes late.
"They'll live."
Mrs. Lowry lifts one shoulder and tastes the coleslaw on the counter.
"Perfect."
She adds a big serving spoon to the bowl and walks back to the living room. Nadia leans back against the counter.
"I talked to Aaron after our meeting. NTZ is going to do the interview soon, and they'll air it tonight at 9 p.m.
She glances behind to the clock standing between the 2 trophies.
She's freaking out.
"What's going on? What interview?"
Audrey enters the kitchen at this moment, followed by Carlos, who's staring at her with big, I can't believe I'm here with her eyes. Audrey always looks awkward in big groups except when she's competing. But today, her attitude is a bit less stiff than usual. Nadia gives Audrey a quick hug.
Aaron's dad decided it was a great idea to go on national TV. And he decided it was a great idea to do it with his entire family by his side.
Audrey winces.
His entire family, huh?
She takes a sip of the water Carlos hands to her.
Aaron must be freaking out.
That's what I was saying.
Nadia shakes her head, sending her long hair flying around her face.
I can't believe he's doing that to them. Family should come first. Aaron's mom's not ready to be interviewed, and Aaron doesn't want to. I can't believe he'd do that to his family.
Audrey nods and grabs a brownie. She passes it on to Carlos.
I'm so sorry about Kim. I didn't really know her, but she seemed nice.
Nadia blinks rapidly and grabs Liam's hand. Liam pulls her closer to him and wraps both his arms around her waist so she can lean back against him.
He's there for her, and I wish I could be there for Aaron in the same way. Audrey continues.
I had to go to rehearsal. Jenna was very worried about Aaron. Or maybe she was worried about the pageant. I'm not sure.
Her shoulders tense and she glances at me.
How are you guys holding up?
Her hand touches my forearm.
I can't believe the sheriff pulled you into all this again.
The sheriff is an ass,
Nadia blurts out. Tell us how you really feel, I reply, trying to diffuse some of the tension because seeing Nadia so worked up, so sad, so worried, adds to the strain I feel, spreading from my neck to my shoulders, down my back. Audrey turns to Nadia and asks her about homecoming. She talks to her more about Jenna and I tune them out, my mind busy with the horrors I witnessed. A chill runs down my spine, remembering Rachel thought she was going to see me. If any of you get a text from me telling you to meet me somewhere, I want you to call me. I want you to hear my voice. Words tumble out of my mouth. They don't protest and pretend not to know what I'm really saying. I step away from them, pretending I need another Diet Coke. Carlos follows me to talk to the rest of the team, who's gathered under the patio. I try to rein myself in, to not let the fear wash over me. You did amazing on Friday, Carlos. That pass in the third quarter was incredible, but we have to work more on the footwork.
Yes, sir,
he answers and then walks up to Sean, our quarterback. I plop myself on an empty chair, and for 1 second, I wonder what it'd be like to become a coach. Maybe I could focus more on my drawing. Maybe I could coach football and get players ready for the NFL. Liam pulls over another chair and sits next to me. From there, we still have our eyes on the kitchen, where Audrey has a comforting hand on Nadia's shoulder. Liam stopped playing football last year, spending more time on soccer. He said he had to choose to concentrate at least one semester on his grades. Some hated him for picking soccer over football, but in his true Liam fashion, he did what he thought was best for him without caving to pressure.
How are you really doing?
His voice is deep and low. His glasses are sliding down. He only wears contacts during the games. Like total shit. And then not too bad. Depends on the hour. I don't hide the truth from him. We had a rough beginning when he was on the football team and started dating Nadia. If there's one thing I don't want to hear in the locker room, it's stories about my sister. My dad's policy of not resolving anything using my fists would have been put to the test.
I know what you mean. I can't seem to stop thinking about what happened. It was hard to let Nadia go to that cheer practice with Shauna. I followed them there and back.
Coach Miller steps to the middle of the living room.
Can I have the team's attention for a few minutes outside?
He gestures for me to follow him. Keep an eye on the girls, I tell Liam before stepping outside. Right here, right now, everything seems surreal. The team, the talks with the recruiters, my future. I can't remember why I wanted so badly to play in Texas. I can't stop seeing Kim's body, her opened eyes, the blood on her throat and cheek. If I do move to the East Coast, will I ever forget what I've seen? Or will the death and horrors be forever etched in my mind?
Chapter 28. Aaron. As a cheerleader and pageant contestant, I'm used to being on stage, in front of an audience, pretending to be having the time of my life even when the thoughts swirling in my mind are full of worries and sadness. But as the media crew sets up the lighting and cameras around our living room, the nerves in the pit of my stomach are tightening and tightening and tightening. This is a bad idea. Caleb is totally hyper, jumping on the pillows despite Dad using his sternest voice telling him to stop it. Mom isn't comfortable with the idea. She bites the inside of her thumb and then glances back at their bedroom, maybe hoping she could simply disappear behind the closed door. Dad is stressed, but forcing himself to appear jovial, which for an interview about dead people looks wrong on so many levels. My phone rings and my heart gallops faster than the Mustangs that used to roam free in Texas centuries ago. It doesn't even calm down when I see Audrey's name blinking on the screen. What if it's someone else? I pick it up and my voice is wary. "Hey," I say.
It's me,
Audrey replies like she knows I'm on edge.
I'm at Coach Miller's with Carlos, and Nadia just told me about the interview.
They're here, setting up. I watch Abby, the journalist, talk to Dad. When she came in, she asked how we were doing, like she actually cared. Now she's all business.
Jenna said today that she wished you could talk about the pageant online.
What?
She was talking about how all eyes are on you and that you could use your new fame to bring light to the company and the pageant.
Audrey clears her throat.
Don't ask me. She seemed hyper today. Her ex-fiancé is already engaged to his assistant. It seems he's been cheating on her for years. She didn't even have makeup on today. Jenna may be hard on us, but hearing that makes me feel sorry for her. Not sorry enough to mention her online, though. I am avoiding social media right now. I haven't logged in several weeks. I already have enough issues dealing with people being real asses to my face. I get it. Just pre-warning you that when she finds out you're on TV, she's going to be even more on your case. I don't even know if I'm going to go through with the pageant. It feels all wrong. I lower my voice, not wanting Abby to overhear me. She mentioned that we could trust her, but I'm not sure about that. How about the scholarship? I sigh and stare at a dark spot on the carpet. I still need it. I don't know. You know I'm here. If you need to talk... She pauses. Carlos is taking me home. Mom's getting worse by the second. She's so worried about everything that's going on. My dad looks like he doesn't realize he probably should be more worried. Family isn't easy, she replies. I'll talk to you later, okay? Okay. I hang up and lean back on the couch. Caleb is talking to one of the cameramen who's showing him how the camera works. He seems a bit more relaxed, but I still feel like this could be a total disaster. I shoot a quick text to Nadia and Dimi. The journalist is here. She told us we should act natural in front of the camera. Not sure natural is what we should go for. I look around. Dad seems mesmerized by Abby. Her dark hair is smooth and shiny. Her dress is flattering without being over the top. She looks sophisticated and approachable. Dad's laughter booms and his hand falls on Abby's knee. I refrain a gag. If we don't put on an act, the entire country is going to see how dysfunctional we are. So nervous. Remember last year? You tripped on a girl during a pageant and you still won, Nadia replies. And you fell on your ass during your first game as a varsity cheerleader and the entire crowd cheered for you, Dimi replies. So both of you think I should concentrate on times when I fell on my ass or tripped. Aaron, give me your phone. Dad stretches his hand out. But if you were paying attention, you'd have heard Abby explain that the phones can create a background noise. Give me your phone. I reluctantly hand it to him. He gets up and adds it to the overflowing basket full of crap on the counter. Caleb's eyes dart from me to Dad and his lower lip quivers, but the cameraman smiles at me. He crouches down to his level. Thumb war? He asks, and Caleb nods, giggling. Mom's making sure everyone has iced tea, and Dad continues to flirt with Abby. This is surreal. It's like we're about to film for TLC, The Life at the Horts, instead of an interview about several murdered girls. Girls Dad has been under suspicion for killing. Girls I knew. Girls who have families. Families that miss them every single day. The journalist leans away from Dad. She looks paler than before, and she types something on her phone. For a split second, it appears she'd rather be anywhere else but here. She takes a deep breath and turns her dark eyes on Mom. Thank you again for opening your home. Of course. If you need anything, let me know. Her tired tone may have not reached some people's ears, but Abby is perceptive. Are you okay, Mrs. Hortz? Your husband mentioned you've had some issues sleeping. I've had issues, yes. And the double entendre is again not lost on Abby, who raises an eyebrow. Mom's always tried to show the perfect face to the community, but maybe for once, she's going to realize that if she only showed her weaknesses, everyone might breathe more easily. It's hard to try to follow perfect footsteps when you know those footsteps are only holding up a mirage. Caleb thanks the cameraman for playing with him and rushes to me. He snuggles up to me while Abby takes a seat on the armchair. Thank you for deciding to be on the show today. Like we had a choice, I mutter. Abby lifts a shoulder. Sometimes it's not about the choices you have. Sometimes it's about the end goal. She sounds resigned. There might be a few things you don't like tonight, but no, I'm only trying to come to the truth. Her words ring an alarm bell louder than a group of cheerleaders cheering at the state championship in my mind. What do you mean? That the truth isn't always pretty. She turns to check the lighting and then her eyes bore into mine. I shift in my seat. When I'm on stage, I believe people don't necessarily see me sweat. Right now, this woman can probably smell my fear. Her gaze softens. She touches her lip with her index finger. So, tell me, did your homecoming date get you a mom? She seems proud of herself to know one of the homecoming traditions in Texas. I hadn't realized the entire country wasn't exchanging mums until the Moms for Mums group got interviewed in a blog post that went viral. I don't have a date for homecoming, I reply and bite my lip to not blurt out that homecoming is the last thing on my mind. That's a pity.
The corners of her lips turned down, but she's got an unsettling and more calculating light in her eyes.
I hear you're dating a former football player who got injured in a drunk driving accident.
The way she says it is almost like she's enjoying this story a bit too much. Like she knows better with her East Coast accent and her perfect manicure. But she's not the only one who can do research. As soon as I found out about this terrible idea, I Googled her. She almost lost her job last year when her husband fled the scene of an accident. There are pictures of her crying as she leaves a restaurant with her friends. She became the subject of the story, and my chest squeezed reading the comments on the article. Most of them were spiteful. She only came back on air a few months ago, and this new show, Real Crime in Real America, seems to be her only ticket back in the spotlight. I wasn't going to mention it to her, but adding Dimmy to her storyline sounds even more wrong than using her own drama against her. He did. He's lucky no one else got injured. I'm sure if he did injure someone, though, he wouldn't have fled the scene. She flinches for only a second, and maybe I feel like a royal bitch for bringing up her ex-husband, but at least she gets up and leaves both Caleb and me alone.
Aaron, watch your mouth.
Dad hisses, and his hands circle my wrists. He bends his head as if he's praying. I wince at how tight his grip is.
We can't be antagonizing Abby. She controls the message, and we need the message to be positive about us. Understood?
He lets go of my wrists, and I massage them, staring straight ahead. This interview is the worst idea ever. I remember a girl at a pageant 2 years ago forgot she was being filmed for a show on MTV and yelled at her mom in front of the entire country for not being there enough, while her mom had given up everything to follow her daughter around.
We're going to start recording in 1 minute. Remember that while we do some editing with other segments, we aim to keep this interview looking like it's live. We simply don't have time to do a lot of cuts. We need to provide the material 2 hours before airtime on the East Coast.
Abby's assistant scribbles in her notepad.
The network just aired a teaser about tonight's episode using footage from the past 7 years since the first murder happened in this county. There's no turning back now. She turns back to us. I need Erin to sit by her mom on the right. Mr. and Mrs. Hortz, I need you in the middle, and Caleb needs to sit by his dad. She points to the cameraman with the Yankees baseball cap who's been nice to Caleb. Stay on them at all times. Abby takes her position in the chair opposite us. One camera is on her while a third one seems to be taking up the entire scene. She licks her lips and smooths her skirt. Her foot bounces and she takes a deep breath. Her assistant puts 3 fingers up. We're on in 3. 3, 2, 1. Abby's face softens. Her shoulders relax and her foot stops bouncing, but her eyes are still clouded with stress. Welcome to Real Crime in Real America. I'm Abby McDaffie, and we are here today with the Hortz family, and we thank them for opening their home to us. She extends her arm to the living room. The Hortz family has been in the spotlight for the past 5 years when Mr. Hortz, a beloved history teacher at the local high school, was under suspicion for the disappearance of Melanie Gordon. 5 years ago, though, Mr. Hortz wasn't the only suspect. Far from it. The police also interrogated dozens of other men, and none of them were arrested. The community stood by Mr. Hortz at that time. Melanie's body was never found, but the police believe she is one of the first victims of the Angel Killer. Her voice turns somber. The Angel Killer is suspected to have killed at least 8 girls in the past 7 years. His pattern is escalating. He's unraveling. People from all around the country are adamant that the Angel Killer also murdered innocent girls in their states, but no link has ever been proven. I struggle to keep my face from showing how nervous I am. I keep my hands on my knees and glance at Caleb, who is staring at Abby with his mouth open. Abby takes a deep breath. Mr. Hortz has cooperated with the police. He's been interrogated many times now. Mr. Hortz has been put on administrative leave since the middle of last year after the sheriff hinted that Mr. Hortz continued to be their main suspect. The police have interrogated him about 8 additional murders, the last one the horrific murder of a young girl whose body was discovered today. She nods toward Dad. He clears his throat and puts one hand on Mom's knee, then leans forward. I cannot imagine the pain the families of the victims of those horrific murders are going through. The pain of losing a child must be terrible. Both Aaron and Caleb are the joys of our lives. I want to roll my eyes because the reason we're on national television has nothing to do with us being his joy and pride. It's all about him and about the way he appears. And in one way, I understand that, and I can even rationalize it to a point. But when I notice Caleb slumping in the couch and fighting tears, I want to tear the microphone away and stop all of this. I wish I could give Dad a sign for him to hold on to Caleb's hand to reassure him.
Abby must have deciphered my body language and my focus on my brother because she tilts her head his way. Caleb, I heard school hasn't been all that easy for you. That maybe some kids were being mean to you? How do you feel about all of this? I curl my hands into fists by my side, and I don't care if the entire country can see red patches forming on my cheeks. How is my brother supposed to feel? What is he supposed to say? He struggles to take a deep breath, and his cheeks are hollow. It's okay. My eyes search for his inhaler on the kitchen counter, ready to spring up and get it. I stare at Dad, willing him to stop the questioning or to comfort Caleb somehow. But he doesn't do anything. Some call Daddy a murderer. He inhales and exhales deeply. His eyes find mine, and I nod encouragingly. It's okay, I mouth to him and dig deep to find the strength to smile. Instead of turning back to Abby, he keeps his gaze on me like I'm his anchor point. And they say he might kill me too. My heart drops below the earth level. Mom leans forward and reaches across from Dad to hold Caleb's hand. Dad must realize he needs to do something because he wraps an arm around Mom and one around Caleb. What do you answer when they say that? Abby asks, her voice filled with empathy, and I don't think it's fake. That it can't be true. Why? Because he's my daddy. And he gives Dad the adoring, non-barrier love gaze I'm sure I had for him at some point too. But he should see Caleb is getting paler. Caleb wheezes. And panic grips the inside of my chest so tightly I'm not going to be able to breathe either. He needs his inhaler. My tone is higher than usual, but I don't care. I get up, moving away from the cameras to the kitchen. Come here, see. I call him, and Abby doesn't tell her crew to stop filming. Instead, one of the cameras gets closer to us, probably zooming in on Caleb's face as he inhales deeply. I caress his forehead, cursing Mom and Dad in my mind for not seeing the signs, for not helping him. Caleb's asthma is almost totally under control except when he's anxious, and clearly he's super anxious right now. Abby regains control of the situation. This is what fear looks like. The fear of not knowing if tomorrow people might look at you differently. Because no matter what Mr. Hortz has or has not done, and we'll dig deeper into this, do his children, his wife, need to pay too? Tweet us your answers using the Real America Crime hashtag, and we might feature some of you on the air. We'll be right back. I wait 3 seconds before speaking again. I think Caleb should go rest. He doesn't need to be on TV right now. You're right. Abby doesn't utter one word of protest. The audience wouldn't understand why I kept him on the show after what just happened. I should have known it was all about ratings and appearances. I send Caleb upstairs with a promise to read him a book later during the evening and sit back down on the couch. Abby tells us that after this segment, they'll cut to a recap of the cases with footages starting with Catherine, the girl who disappeared before Melanie, the first girl to be found with an angel wing on her cheek. Do you need water? She asks us, and we all shake our heads. My hands are clammy and I struggle to swallow. Maybe water would have been a good idea after all, but it's too late. Abby raises her hand up. Okay, let's go back. She turns to her assistant. Is everything okay in the van? Her assistant nods and I frown. What's going on in the van? No time to ask questions. Abby makes another sign and clears her throat. And welcome back to the show. Caleb had to rest after this rather emotional moment. His sister, Erin, is of course still with us. Erin, you are a rising star, correct? I don't answer right away, keeping my features neutral, and as expected, Abby does most of the introducing. Erin is not only a cheerleader, but a straight-A student. I'm tempted to interrupt and say I already got 2 Bs this semester. She's also a contestant for the Miss Queen of Hearts pageant, a staple in Gavitt County. Are you planning on becoming Miss Teen Texas and then Miss Teen USA, Erin? The Queen of Hearts pageant isn't about moving on to Miss Teen Texas, and this is my last pageant. I smile my sweetest smile and cross my fingers all those lessons with Jenna do not only translate on stage, but also via television. The Queen of Hearts pageant will pay the tuition of the school of my choosing, and it's such a wonderful opportunity to represent the county until the end of my senior year. It's a tradition that spans the last 75 years. Sounds like you know what you want. What I wanted. With everything going on, I'm not sure I'll be able to give it my all. If Jenna sees this, she's going to scream, but it's true. I understand. This is a lot of pressure on you. She tilts her head to the side. Brooke Schoenborn, a girl killed by the angel killer last year, was also on the pageant circuit when she was younger, but she stopped when she was 12. Did you, Noah? I did. Brooke was 3 years older than me, and we never competed in the same category, but I remember her helping me with tightening my dress right before going on stage. Abby nods, and there's even something dramatic in that simple gesture. Brooke wanted to become an actress. She wanted to save the world. She wanted to become a lawyer. She had many dreams. None of them were about being found dead in a ditch with an angel wing carved in her face. Brooke will never have what Aaron can only dream of achieving. Brooke no longer has a choice. My lips part, but I don't say a single word. That was such a hurtful statement. But as Jenna always says when you're on stage, you can't forget everything will be analyzed. So instead, I turn to the camera and speak the truth. Brooke was wonderful, and she was kind, and she was smart, and she was funny. You're right. I definitely looked up to her. Abby doesn't miss a beat. Mrs. Hortz, you seem tired. All those suspicions, all those whispers, all those questions, they must get to you. Mom's smile may fool anybody watching the camera. It's small and it's appropriate, but I can almost feel the couch vibrating under her leg jerking up and down.
As my husband said, we're lucky, because we have our son and our daughter. The families who lost loved ones have it much harder than I ever will.
Mom is good at this, and mostly because I know she believes what she's saying. She's truthful. She's not trying to gain any points. She's showing her true self. Abby's mouth stretches into the same smile she had right before asking me about Brooke, and I catch myself wincing, expecting the worst. How are you dealing with your bouts with depression lately? We heard ever since your parents died in a tragic accident, you've had issues gaining control of it. My anger turns into fury. That she attacks me is almost fair game. I'm the same age as the girls being killed, my father is a suspect, but using Mom's depression against her? Mom's gasp is palpable. Dad moves his hand from Mom's knee, which he may have put there to stop the nervous jerking, and wraps his arm around her shoulders again. And he answers before she can gather her thoughts. My wife, like many Americans, has problems that she needs help with. This is not a joking matter. This is also not something she should have to answer to on national television. My wife is strong. She does not deserve this. No matter what people think of me, they should not blame my wife or my children. I'm innocent. There. That's my dad. The one I remember consoling me after my first pageant loss when I was 8 and had been on a winning streak. But that winning streak ended when Brooke's little sister won the crown. He told me then and there that I would always be his little angel, and that I shouldn't be crying because he would make it right. And then he got ice cream for us at Dairy Queen, and we spent the evening watching Disney movies. Caleb was just a baby back then, but even though Mom was exhausted, she was also more present. She joined us on the couch and brought popcorn. It was a fun evening. I had forgotten all about it. My dad's voice becomes clearer and stronger. Let me repeat this, because it is important. I am innocent, and my kids are innocent. My wife is innocent. We're all paying the price of the incompetency of the ones leading this investigation. And shit. My eyes can't widen enough to show the mistake he's made, because even though he did great in defending Mom, pinning the sheriff against us might not be the best idea he's ever had. Abby's smile resembles the Carmichael's dog, Bree, when she's waiting for peanut butter. She's addicted to peanut butter. You're saying the investigation has flaws? I'm saying that I'm innocent, and it's about time to start looking at each and every suspect. There's a vendetta against me, and the victims deserve more than a half-ass investigation by a man who's still holding me responsible for an accident. My eyes narrow, and I'm sure my surprise is etched on my face. Mom whispers, "Derek, please." But Dad doesn't stop there. The sheriff's brother drowned in an unfortunate accident years ago. I was there when it happened, and he thinks I'm responsible. This is a personal vendetta more than anything else. What? I breathe out. I had heard the rumors Mom and the sheriff's brother dated, but she never talked about it or about the accident. Dad didn't either. Abby leans forward. We've read about this accident, and the sheriff's brother was dating your now wife at the time, correct? I turn to Mom, whose eyes are big in her pale face. This is a shit show. Dad continues. His voice is calmer. This is true. The sheriff's brother was also known for abusing drugs. Again, his drowning is a regrettable accident. Abby's assistant raises one finger up, and Abby's nod is almost imperceptible, but I see it. There's a knock at the door, and we all look at each other. Mom almost stands up, looking to escape.
I should probably get that.
Abby shakes her head. The cameras keep rolling. No, this is fine. Johnny, please get the door. A young dude wearing a shirt saying, "F you, I'm always right," opens the door. A woman enters and my breath catches in my throat. It's Melanie's mom. Melanie was younger than all the other girls when she disappeared, and her body was never found. But her mom still believes the angel killer is the one responsible. Dad frowns.
I think we should cut here. Maybe we could talk to Mrs. Gardner and then continue.
Abby ignores him and talks straight to the camera. We've invited Melanie's mother. She has been fighting for the truth for more than 5 long years, ever since her 13-year-old disappeared on the way back from school. Her body was never found. Abby's voice is silk and honey while my blood is boiling red hot. And let's cut for now. Does that mean we're no longer filming? I ask while Dad stands up in a rush. Abby nods. Short break. We'll add more information about Melanie there and another interview I did with her mom. Dad pushes himself in front of Abby.
What's going on? We never agreed to this.
Mom's lip quivers and she walks to Melanie's mother.
I think about your daughter very often, she says, and Mrs. Gardner takes her hands in hers.
Thank you. It means a lot to us. I didn't mean to surprise you like this, but I want answers. I need answers.
Mrs. Gardner leers at Dad, and she looks like she hasn't slept a single second ever since her daughter disappeared. But at least it doesn't look like she's using Tessa in this. She doesn't seem to be here. Abby gestures for us all to sit back down. She has the decency to look away when I glare at her. Her foot bounces again. I know this comes as a surprise, but if any of you decide to jump ship now, it looks bad for you, not only me. She takes a sip of the water her assistant hands to her. I understand this is not easy, but it's still telling your story. Mom hesitates, but Dad tugs her down. Mrs. Gardner sits next to Mom. Are you okay to start up again? Abby asks. Dad nods.
We're okay.
His voice isn't as calm as at the beginning of the interview, but he no longer sounds furious. Abby raises one finger. Let's roll. 3, 2, 1. She settles back in her seat. And we're back, America. Back with what I think may have some of you jittering in your seats. Mrs. Gardner, please tell us why you're here. Mrs. Gardner's voice is full of tears.
I only want to know the truth. Abby promised me you would answer my questions, Mr. Hortz, and that you would agree to go through a lie detector test.
Abby reaches out to Mrs. Gardner and puts a calming hand on her arm. Mr. Hortz, would you agree to go through a lie detector test about Melanie's disappearance? Dad doesn't break eye contact with Abby.
Give me the place and time and I'll be there. You can bring the cameras, even though I do have to say.
He pauses and Abby must be expecting a revolt, something good for her ratings, because she continues. Yes? What do you have to say?
That using Mrs. Gardner for your own benefits is a disgrace.
Abby flinches. It's only for a second. But I hope every viewer who has a TV with high definition records it and spreads it around. My heart becomes lighter. Dad agreed to do a lie detector test. He wouldn't agree if he was guilty. Abby clears her throat. This is it for today. Our experts came with us, and we will be with Mr. Hortz every step of the way as he takes the lie detector test. Stay with us to continue solving crimes of America. We'll be back for a special tomorrow evening. Chapter 29.
I knew he was going to be mad. Mad as hell about me killing Kim, about dumping the body now. But it's time I spread my wings, too. It's time for me to take charge. He's been killing for years now. Time to share the fun.
Chapter 30. Dimitri. The dinner at Coach Miller's ends earlier than usual. By 7, we're back home. Erin doesn't pick up the phone right away, and Nadia tells me she talked to her and is spending the evening with Caleb. Nadia is going to dinner over at Liam's and will watch the show over there. It airs at 9, and I cringe many times while watching it. After it's done, I call Erin again, lying on my bed with a football in one hand and the phone in the other. What did you think? She asks, sounding worried. I think it may have helped. I throw the ball and catch it again. Throw it and catch it. It used to be a way for me to relax.
Your dad could have maybe held off a little criticizing the sheriff, but your mom was amazing. How's Caleb doing?
He's better. Hopefully he's sleeping now. He went to bed by 8:30 and I read him stories until 9.
She clears her throat.
Did you know about the sheriff's brother?
What your dad said? I tossed the football too high and I struggled to catch it as it thumbs from the ceiling back down.
Yes.
I overheard them talking about it at the police station, but I didn't have time to really think about it or research it. Did you?
I did. I only found one article mentioning Dad was questioned as a witness, but nothing else, really.
She exhales loudly.
It makes more sense that the sheriff is so tough on Dad if he really thinks he played a role in his death. But I'm so confused. Mom never talks about it, even though the sheriff has been on Dad for years now.
She pauses, and I imagine her tilting her head to the side as she scribbles on a paper. Did you ask her?
No way. Not tonight. She was exhausted after the interview.
You did great during the interview. I don't know how you managed to keep your composure.
I almost jumped up on her when Caleb started getting anxious.
I toss the football again and it hits the ceiling with a bump. You looked fine.
You're such a bad liar.
She doesn't sound mad, but slightly amused. Maybe. Her chuckle is still nervous, but it makes me feel 1,000 times better. I'd bet most people had no clue how anxious you were.
What do you mean?
Not everyone knows when you scratch the tip of your nose, you're mad. Or if your eyes widen a certain way, it's not that you're necessarily surprised, but that you're stressed. And if your head tilts to the right, you're sad.
How do you know all that?
She breathes out. I've been paying attention to every detail since we were little, knowing that if you tilt your head to the right, one of my goals will be to make you smile again or hold you while you tell me what's wrong. She breathes in deeply.
When you throw your ball in the air like you were doing a few minutes ago, and yes, I could hear it, you're anxious. Why were you anxious?
For you.
Oh.
The O is warm and inviting, and I wish she was next to me right now.
If I could sneak out right now, I'd find my way to your house. I so want to see you.
I want to see you too, but I don't want you out there by yourself, in the dark.
I can always say I was coming to see Nadia.
She sobers up.
I looked outside my window and the news trucks from Witch Abbey are still there.
That sucks. What did you think about the interview?
I still don't understand why Dad wanted to do it so much. I don't even think it's going to help him.
Why?
I read articles online, which I know I shouldn't be doing. It's like reading comments on the stupid Hot or Not page someone created on Snapchat, or reading the comments of your parents' friends on Facebook.
I settle on the bed, putting a pillow behind my head and thinking about the fact she's probably in her bed too. And those thoughts need to stay put for now. What were they saying? I throw the ball again, careful not to hit the ceiling this time, not wanting her to realize how anxious I am.
Even if Dad passes the polygraph test about Melanie, plenty of detectives and specialists have said that the modus operandi is so different from what happened with Rachel, Kim, and everyone else. Those bodies were always found. And Melanie disappeared during spring break. All the other ones disappeared early fall. And Melanie was much younger. If he passes, it's going to help for the morning news, but by lunchtime, everyone will be talking about those differences.
Maybe, but imagine if he'd said, no, I don't want to do your lie detector test. It would have been much worse.
You're right, but I can't help but think that nothing is going to get better until this tragedy stops repeating itself.
She exhales the way you do when you're out of ideas.
Seeing Melanie's mom tonight was heartbreaking. Knowing that she holds on to hope Dad knows anything is heartbreaking. And knowing Kim's parents and Rachel's parents are going through knowing their daughters are dead. I want to throw up or scream every time I think about Kim. How she looked.
I toss the football. I know what you mean. I can't keep the images out of my mind. I exhale loudly, wanting to find a way to ease both of our pains, if only for a few minutes.
And then there's Caleb. He was sobbing so hard. He had to use his inhaler twice today, and that hasn't happened in such a long time.
I'm sorry you have to go through this, and I wish I could protect her from anyone who might try to hurt her. Anger builds up until it's hard to take a deep breath. I stand up and walk around, slowly calming down. I toss the football again and then place it on my desk. I stop in front of one of the gifts she gave me. Do you remember what you got me for my 14th birthday?
I made you a photo album. I remember saving money so I could get them printed out.
It wasn't only a photo album.
You added little notes and captions to all of them. You saved the tickets to the football game my dad took me to and the movies Mom used to take us all to once a month. I clear my throat not because I'm afraid she might hear how much this album touches me, but because I'm afraid I might not be able to speak. You helped me keep memories of my mom. I chuckle, releasing a bit more tension. I can't believe you took that many pictures of me without my noticing.
You weren't very observant back then.
My eyes drift outside of my window. They fall on the treehouse and I pick up my football again, trying to focus on her. On nothing else but her. I always knew where you were. When you were still in middle school, you'd come watch football practice. Before you became a varsity cheerleader sophomore year, you would always find a spot in the front row, second seat, and you would hold one finger up as a sign before I got onto the field.
You told me how one of your favorite players' wife would do this sign every single time, and that you believed it was part of the reason he was so good on the field.
Her laughter is full of blushes.
I was so worried the first time I did it that you would think I was way over my head.
My voice turns huskier and deeper. I was the one way over my head back then. I pause and reality slams back into me. Even now, without you, I'd be a mess.
Without you, I don't know how I deal with all of that.
I lie back on the bed and we both stay silent for a few seconds.
Do you think it's going to stop?
She asks, her voice wavering. I don't know, I reply. People try so hard to keep going on with their lives, and all I keep seeing is Kim's face. At dinner tonight at the coach's house, it was hard to be there, knowing she was supposed to be there too.
It's not your fault,
she whispers, as if she senses the guilt growing inside of me like the weeds behind the treehouse. What if I had run after whoever was there last night? He hadn't dropped the body yet, but maybe I could have helped prevent future deaths. I don't care if the police said there was no one there then. There must have been. He must have been scouting. And because I know what she's thinking too, I whisper, it's not your fault either.
Chapter 31. Aaron. The weekend ends with no other visits from the police. Dad's appearance on TV replays in my mind. I'm innocent, and my kids are innocent. My wife is innocent. We're all paying the price of the incompetency of the ones leading this investigation. This is not going to help his relationship with the sheriff, especially now that I know their history. But him passing the lie detector maybe will, even if it won't prove anything about the recent murders. Maybe, once they realize my father has nothing to do with Melanie's disappearance, it will all stop. We will all go back to normal, whatever the definition of normal is. On Monday morning, Mom's awake before me. Her eyes are clearer and her hair is shinier, which means she took a shower. And she smells like my mom again, a mix of her perfume and the cinnamon she loves to put in her coffee. Her lips are still creased down, and she still looks like she's carrying a whole load of hard and heavy thoughts, but I can see her trying to come back from the fog. Last time she changed medicine and it worked, it took a few weeks for her to get adjusted. "Morning, sunshine." Her voice is definitely still weak, but she's here. She pours me a cup of coffee. "Milk and 2 spoons of sugar, right?" I shake my head. Actually, I take the Dunkin' Donuts caramel cream instead in the morning. And seeing her shoulders slump, I wish I had just gone with it. How would it have hurt me to get 2 spoons of sugar in my coffee? But she brightens again. "Sounds good. Maybe I should try it." "You seem better this morning," I say tentatively, pouring a bit of the cream inside my large cup of coffee, the one I got at one of my first pageants, the Coffee Lovers pageant. Yup, that exists. "I told you that new doctor is trying a new regimen, and she's also more available than the last ones I've seen. After the interview yesterday, I was able to call her and do a quick session." She runs her hand through her wet hair. "I'm sorry I've been gone for so long." "You were there," I reply and force myself not to tear up. She was not. Not really. And both she and I know it. But what am I supposed to tell her? She's been on and off for such a long time. Her off time lasted longer than usual. That's it. Her chuckle is sad. "Thank you, but you don't have to protect me. That's my job." And I cross my fingers she doesn't forget it, that she doesn't retreat again. "How is Dimitri holding up?" It's hard. He feels responsible for Rachel's death, and he feels like he maybe saw the killer on Saturday night. "What?" Mom tenses. "I want you to be careful. I need you to be careful." "I am. I promise," I reply. She takes another sip of her coffee.
"I'm glad you're still close to the Kovlevs. Friends like them are important."
Her finger traces the rim of her coffee cup.
"I miss Elena."
Her lips turn into a nostalgic smile and she seems lost in memory.
"Did you know that his mom and I used to have a bet going? We used to have a girls' evening once a month. Usually the evening would finish with Elena and me talking and laughing."
She pauses and her face softens as if she's remembering the good times they had together.
"Anyways, when you were 8 and Dimitri was 10, he used to love trying to scare you. He would pick up lizards and put them right in front of you. It was not in a mean way. He was definitely teasing you, but he was always the first one to comfort you whenever you got upset. I think it's because you knew he was scared of getting bitten by a scorpion, and he was trying to find something you were afraid of, too."
Spiders. I shiver. The thought of those tiny legs crawling over my skin springs into my mind, a bad and so distant memory of our childhood.
"Spiders," she confirms and takes another sip of her coffee. "He found those spiders and put them on you at the lake."
I screamed so loud and then rushed to the lake to get rid of them.
Right away, Dimitri's face went from laughing to scared, and he rushed after you. He remembered you didn't know how to swim then, and he jumped in the water even though he barely knew how to swim himself. He pulled you back on shore and put his only towel around you and couldn't stop saying how sorry he was. She cups my cheek in her warm hand. "That's the night Elena and I bet how long it would take for you two to fall in love."
She chuckles at the face I must make, a mix of heart-melting and scared feelings.
"You should invite him over for dinner soon."
"I don't know. Dad has been weird about Dimmy." She frowns.
"What do you mean?"
"He told him that he needed to stay away from me, that he wasn't good enough."
"Was that after that away game last year when you cried every night for 2 weeks in your bed?"
My eyes flicker to hers. "Did you know that?"
"He told me about it. I think he was trying to protect you."
She sounds unsure, like I am about Dad's reasoning.
"I'm sorry you went through this and I wasn't more present."
"You were with Elena a lot then."
"Still, I mean it when I say I'm going to try to be there for you and Caleb."
We finish our coffee in silence, but it's not awkward. It's almost peaceful. I glance at the clock. She watches me.
"Don't you need to leave for school?"
"I should go, but I was going to take Caleb first and then get to class late." She rests her hand on my forearm.
"I'm here. I'll take him."
He's going to be so happy, and knowing that makes the past 3 months almost bearable. Mom is trying, and I know sometimes she needs to adjust her meds to make it work, and sometimes it doesn't work right away. She's been through so much. After losing her parents, one of her best friends took her life, and then Elena died from cancer. "Where's Dad?" I ask, and Mom shakes her head.
"We had an argument last night. The interview he sprung on all of us was a bit too much. He left early this morning. No idea where he went."
She puts her cup in the dishwasher.
"You're going to be okay at school today, right? Please, make sure Nadia or someone else is with you at all times."
"I will. I'll be fine," I reply. And I have to be. What other choice do I have? School was shit. A shitstorm of shit. And it's not over. People stared at me, talked about me behind my back, left notes on my locker about my father. A few were supportive, but most of them were about my dad being a serial killer. None of them had signatures. When the last bell rings, I stay seated. My English teacher, who's also our cheerleading coach, comes over, puts her hand on my desk. "How are you doing, Aaron?" "I've had better days." "I know it's not easy, but you're doing great. People always seem to forget not to put everyone in the same basket." "What do you mean?" "That even if your father is responsible, and I'm not implying he is, you, on the other hand, are not. You did not do anything wrong. There's a book by this French author, Victor Hugo. You know, the one who wrote Les Miserables and The Hunchback of Notre Dame?" I nod because I think she talked about him last year. "Anyways, that book is called The Last Day of a Condemned Man. It's at the library. Sometimes reading can help. What do I always tell you?" That reading forges empathy if you read about experiences other than your own.
and that reading can provide comfort if you read about your own experiences. And then you usually finish with, basically, you need to be reading. I smile even though she hasn't convinced me that the mob outside has read Victor Hugo and will leave me alone. Thank you. I need to go. Don't want to be late for cheer practice. She opens the door. If you need anything, let me know, okay? I'll see you at the gym. I drag my feet through the almost empty hallway. The banner for homecoming is hanging on top of the entrance door. Today was class color day and a group of freshmen rushes to the library, talking about Kissing Max Holden, the latest Katie Upperman book they read for their book club, and how much they loved it. They ignore me, which makes breathing a tad easier. Tessa, Melanie's sister, springs on me by surprise. She's coming right out of the auditorium. Her boyfriend jeans are navy blue and her overlarge shirt is light pink. She didn't follow the color code for today, one of the very few, which is weird because I always had the impression she was trying to fit in. Hi. Her voice is tentative and soft. Her long red hair is pulled back in a bun. Hi, I reply and shift from one foot to the other, unsure what to do or what to say. Her sister was 1 year older than me. We had Girl Scouts together. Her parents always looked so in love, so fun to be around. I remember being jealous of her for that, because even when Mom is doing better, she and Dad never looked at each other like that. I just want to apologize for my mother. I know her coming that way to your house must not have been easy. She told me you knew about it, but it's clear you didn't. She glances down at her feet. She's wearing old blue Converses, but then she looks back at me. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say. I have to go. I work in 10 minutes. There's so much sadness in her face, so many doubts, so much pain. But she holds herself like she doesn't want to let it destroy her. Her sister disappeared 5 years ago and she lost everything on that day. You don't have to apologize. I cannot even begin to imagine what you and your family have been going through. I touch her arm, hoping my words get through to her, hoping in one way to console her, to give her the strength I'm not even sure I have in me. I mean it. I raise an eyebrow. But I have to ask, you must be one of the only ones who's not wearing school colors today. I meant that as a joke, as a way to diffuse the atmosphere, but the way she winces makes me want to take my words back. I had planned to. I left my outfit on my chair in my bedroom. Long story short, Mom didn't realize she locked our dog in the bedroom with me, and poor Pippa couldn't hold it any longer. I'd rather stand out for not wearing the colors than for smelling like dog pee, you know? She lifts the corners of her mouth. Plus, people must have thought I was on a rebellious streak. I like your jeans. Thanks, and again, I'm so sorry. I didn't think she should do it in the first place. Not that she listens a lot these days. Again, you really don't have to apologize. Tessa nods and hurries away with a wave. My chest constricts remembering last night, but even more seeing how she tries so hard to hold her head high. The rumor is her parents split up even though they're not divorced. She lives with her mom in a tiny trailer on the outskirts of the town. Her dad left for Dallas. He apparently asked her to go with him, but she didn't want to leave her mom behind. I understand her. I readjust the bag on my shoulder and step outside.
Hey, Aaron,
A too familiar and full of bad memories voice says.
mind if I walk you?
Darren, a jerk I refused to date in freshman year, steps right by me before I can reply. Actually, yes. My tone is clipped, but Darren doesn't care.
Do you know how your dad kills them?
His eyes focus on my face, and I must have flinched because his stupid smile spreads, but it's not happy, it's sadistic, enjoying seeing me in pain, seeing me struggling.
I heard he loves to hear them scream.
I'm tempted to turn around and hit him right in the face, but Nadia jogs up to me together with Liam. And Liam has this effect on people. Not sure if it's the money or the fact that he looks like he could take him down with just a look, but asshole guy moves away. I can't believe people. I knew it was going to be bad, but this is extreme. The interview wasn't that awful, was it? Nadia gets that puppy look on her face, the one that she has when she feels sorry for someone. That's not why they're all on you right now. Why is it then? Your dad... Rachel was saying he came on to her. Bile rises up in my mouth, and I'm either going to throw up or slide down to the floor to disappear right here, right now. What? I shake my head. How did I not hear about that? It came out during lunch, but I only heard about it during 5th period. I texted you. Shit. Between Mrs. Caparello in calculus and Mrs. Rodriguez in English Lit, I haven't looked at my phone. I was running late to English Lit and didn't have time to turn it back on. I exhale loudly, and I didn't want to get even more attention if they saw me on the phone. They're both super strict on that. That's what I figured, and most won't bring it up to your face. My hands shake so much I drop my keys. I pick them up, but my breathing is still too fast. Liam steps away from us, but not far, just giving us a bit of privacy. Nadia shows me her phone. That's all the info I got. I haven't seen the video. They say there's a video of Rachel they found on her cell. A video diary, sort of. In it, she said your dad came on to her, but that she was still too hung on Dimmy to do anything. It's suddenly way harder to breathe. My dad was a teacher, and he's like, ancient. That's so fucking wrong. That's so wrong. I pause. That's not true, right? She's lying. I don't know. Please tell me he never came on to you. My voice rises to higher octaves. Of course not. She bites her lip. You remember how 4 years ago the school came down hard on a hot or not list for teachers? I remember. We were freshmen and that list was passed around in secret groups back when Facebook was still hot, but it made the social media rounds and Dad was among the top 3 of that list, which was so wrong on so many levels. It seems your dad not only knew about the list, but also knew who voted for him and may have made inappropriate comments to a few girls. That's disgusting. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Mom. How is she going to react to this news? My skin itches. It's like I'm having an allergic reaction to the shittiness happening, and then my heart constricts even further. If the news made it to Caleb's school, he's going to fight. He's going to fight to defend our father, even though he's scared, even though he wet his bed for weeks after the last time that happened. Nadia's phone chimes and her mouth gapes open. Nadia doesn't meet my eyes. She glances back to where Liam stands by his car, as if she's asking for help. She's my best friend. What can't she tell me? Someone else said he came on to Brooke the year she disappeared. Who said that? Her sister. The world turns and turns, and I have to focus on a steady point. Tell Mrs. Rodriguez I'm sorry about missing practice again. I have to go get Caleb. Chapter 32. Dimitri.
Dad sits on the chair across from me in the kitchen. He points to the article I'm reading about the school up east. Did you talk to Erin about this? Not yet. You were with her on the phone for quite a long time. Dad shuffles my hair in the same fun and loving manner he did when I was a kid. I hope he didn't hear how sad I sounded. I don't want him to worry even more than he already is. I try to keep my tone light. Have you been listening to the walls? No need to. Your voice carries. He drinks a sip of his coffee, grimaces when he realizes he didn't put any sugar, and then continues. I'm just saying you might want to share your plans with her. She knows how much it would mean for you to stay in Texas to play football, and a recruiter from Midwestern wants to talk to you. You could work on your drawings and play again. I could work on my drawings and play over there. In a bigger team where you'd be second string. This is not what you've always dreamed about. You might not be on the field much. And you love coaching. Being on the field might give you an advantage later if you decide to try your hand at coaching high school football. You know how competitive it is, especially here. I've also never dreamed of drinking too much and fucking it all up one evening. But you did. And you didn't fuck it all up. You still have your life ahead of you. You can still make choices. He sits down and bores his eyes into mine. I know right now you're freaking out. And you're right to be anxious. I can't even imagine what finding Kim's body and hearing Rachel's scream must have done to you. He pauses. I wish I could take that pain away from you, but I know I can't. What I can do is make sure you don't make decisions in a rush or when your feelings are all over the place. He breathes in and out and watches me carefully. Sometimes making choices is hard, but life isn't always easy. Remember what your mom used to say? That I was her favorite son ever, and Nadia was her favorite daughter. She had to say that. She was your mother. Dad smiles at the memory the way he used to smile at Mom, full of tenderness.
She always reminded all of us not to let mistakes define us and to really enjoy life, for us and for her, and to not be afraid. And with everything happening here, we need to remember this. We can't live our life afraid of what might happen."
He pauses, his fingers touching his coffee cup, tracing an invisible circle on the rim.
"Don't let your fears prevent you from having it all, son."
"Thanks, Dad." The meeting with the recruiter went well, until he asked me about my reasons for wanting to go to the East Coast, and even though I practiced that answer many times over, I guess he could tell my head wasn't in it. When he shook my hand, it felt more like a goodbye handshake than a congratulations, see you next year handshake. I swallow my disappointment and hurry back to my truck. I turn my phone back on with my heart slamming against my ribcage. Worried about seeing more news, I scroll through the notifications. The footage from Erin's dad's lie detector tests will be airing tonight. She texted me to ask me how I was doing and to complain about her day, which makes me want to hurry back home and whisk her away to our spot at the lake. But her last text has me slapping my hand on the steering wheel.
Caleb got into another fight. The other kid broke his nose. The rumors said Dad came on to those girls before they disappeared. He still wants to do the show tonight. Mom put her foot down. We're not doing it. She's thinking about leaving. Chapter 33. Erin. I can't remember the last time I felt the walls of the house shaking, but they definitely are now.
"You're all staying tonight,"
his voice booms.
"I am not doing this alone. I'm your family. You're my family."
Mom steps up, but he stops her by raising his hand up, not in a threatening manner, but in a clear, let-me-talk way.
"Listen to me, Caroline. You want to leave? You want to go? I'll tell the judge, family services, everyone how much you've abused the pills your doctor gave you."
Mom gasps. But it's not true."
"Of course it is. You think I don't know how you sometimes take a bit more to be able to get through the day? I've supported you. I've taken care of our children when you couldn't, and this is how you repay me?"
His voice breaks and he hangs his head down, like he really can't believe that we don't want to participate in his crazy plan. "Why would you want your children to go through this? Caleb got his nose broken today." Mom doesn't raise her voice, but her indignation vibrates through every word. She pushes Caleb behind her and glances at me with her worried frown.
"Exactly. You think it's going to stop if he doesn't show up on national television? Do you think kids are suddenly going to forget? People should see the results of their actions. The parents of those kids who beat him should see what they are responsible for. I didn't kill Melanie. The lie detector proves it."
Dad sounds desperate now. He's begging for help, but my mind keeps on reminding me about the rumors at school today. And it seems Mom hasn't forgotten either. "How about those girls, Derek? How about the list? You think Abby isn't going to mention it?" She slaps her hand in front of her mouth. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say this right now." Her eyes dart to mine and Caleb's. "I'm sorry." Caleb doesn't ask any questions. He seems to be in shock.
"Oh, come on. Why would it come out only now if it were true?"
"I'm not getting into this in front of the kids. And we're not doing this show, Derek. We're not putting our children through this again."
"Fine. Not the kids. But will you stand by my side, Caroline? Like I've stood by your side for the past 20 years?
Mom wavers. It's in the way she tilts her head and bites her upper lip. It's in the way she glances down before looking at me again. It's in the way she clears her throat before speaking. "Fine. But just me. Caleb and Erin can spend the night somewhere else." "I'll call Nadia," I reply, because really she and her family are the only people who would let us stay with them right now.
"Fine. Abby will be here in 20 minutes. I'll let her know why the kids will not be there."
He touches my mom's cheek and she almost recoils.
"It's you and me against the world again, Caroline."
His words seem to touch something in Mom's heart because she nods, and the distance I've seen installed between them through so many years slips away a little. "You and me against the world," she whispers. There's a story behind those words, but it's not time to ask about it. So instead I nudge Caleb. He hugs Mom. He hugs Dad, and then follows me upstairs without saying a word. I'll be watching the interview from Dimitri and Nadia's house. Caleb is outside with Mr. Kovlev. He thought since we didn't get to go fishing yesterday, he would take him to the small pond and spend the evening there with sandwiches. He thought it might be best for Caleb not to see the interview, and I couldn't agree more. I know that he's safe with him. Dimitri's long legs are sprawled in front of him, and his wide chest is my refuge. Nadia is about to come home. I missed yet another cheer practice. Ms. Rodriguez held practice despite what happened. Shauna agrees that we should still perform at homecoming, that it's important for the team to honor both Kim and Rachel. After missing so many practices and with Dad at the forefront, they might kick me out of the team, and I wouldn't blame them. Dimmy's arm is around my shoulders and his fingers trace down my arm. Are you sure you want to watch it? Well, he passed the lie detector test, so it can't be worse than the last one, I reply, tucking my feet underneath the soft cushion. Part of me wants to forget about the interview, about the murders, about anything that's not us. But it's impossible. I feel restless and scared and furious. I lean in closer to him, my lips finding a spot on his neck. He growls, and this sound is like music to my ear. His body tenses, and he turns to look at me. His gaze is heated, his hand has found my waist, and his fingers pull my shirt only a tiny bit up. He curls them under the fabric and touches my bare skin. His breathing becomes heavier, and he shakes his head, taking his hand away. You're on edge. I sigh, frustrated. I was trying to find a way to forget. His strong hand cups my cheek. I'm tempted to slap it away. The rise of emotions within me is contradictory. I know you were, and trust me, I want nothing more than being the way you choose to forget. But you also seem a bit... He pauses, choosing his next word carefully. He knows me well enough to know that the wrong word right now might close me up to any further discussion. You seem a bit lost. I purse my lips, trying to move away from him, but he doesn't break off his hold. Nobody said you always need to have the answers. You can't control everything. What your dad does, for example. What do you mean? I cross my arms, unsure if I want to hear what he's about to say. I'm talking about the interview. He gestures toward the TV, looking mad. He didn't have to put you through that. Let's face it, he's not doing it for you. How do you know? I hate hearing my fears voiced out by him. I wanted to be in a bubble tonight, and my bubble is exploding. Because your mom, you, and Caleb told him you didn't want to be on TV. Because Caleb had a bloody nose today. Because people don't seem to realize the difference between him and you. He pauses again, but this time he has that frown that tells me he's trying to explain himself. If he was doing that, really doing that, to protect you, I think he would have listened to you. Especially after the first interview didn't go all so well, you know? I know what he means, but I don't want to accept it. Maybe he is. I don't believe what I'm saying, but this edge I had is deepening. Maybe he's trying to help. Like maybe he was trying to help when he warned you to stay away from me back then. He flinches and the wall around my heart strengthens. I'm tired of everything and waves of anger burst through me. I'm irrational. I stand up and am about to storm out when Nadia opens the door and swings inside the living room before I can reply. I scoot away from Dimitri and she raises an eyebrow. No way I'm sitting between you two, especially when you look like you want to yell at him and he looks like he wants to be your knight. Knight? Dimitri asks, and I can't help but feel some of the tension releasing from my shoulders. Don't mock. Between the cheerleaders meeting and rehearsing for my next play and deciding if I should accept Liam's promise ring, I don't know, I feel pretty dramatic. My eyes widen while Dimitri groans next to me. He did, didn't he? He actually asked Dad about it today. You knew and you didn't tell me? I shriek and punch his shoulder. He winces. I was going to, and then... He trails off, not needing to remind me what we'd just been talking about. I jump up and Nadia's smile is the brightest I've ever seen. She shows me the ring. How did he ask? What did you say? He didn't get down on one knee. She chuckles. He came to see me right after the cheer meeting and we were talking outside on the parking lot. Well, first we argued because I didn't let him know Shauna and I would walk to practice together and he was freaked out. Then maybe there was a bit of kissing involved. But then he got this serious look on his face and he said, Nadia, you know how much I love you. I was about to reply when he kissed me again and he continued, I know we're too young to get married. Your dad kindly reminded me of that today. But we've been together for 4 years and I'm so lucky and I want to make a promise to you that as soon as we finish college, I will ask you to marry me.
She plops herself on the armchair. He was actually not nervous or anything. He sounded like he had thought about this for a long time, and it feels right, and I know our future. It's going to be a future where I'll be acting in a theater, and he'll be acting in a courtroom. We're going to have 2 or 3 kids, and we're going to have game nights all together, and we're going to fight, and we're going to make up, and in 80 years, we'll still be holding hands. Nadia's voice is so full of joy. I hug her tight. You know I think it's insane, but you also know I think it's crazy romantic. Nadia points her finger at Dimitri. If you tell me how many couples don't make it past high school, you will not have a guest bedroom in our future home. Dimitri stands up and pulls her into another hug. I'll keep the statistics to myself, because you know what? No matter what happens in 1 or 2 years, you'll still have this moment. And even if I hate to admit it, you two might be the ones to make it. Why do you hate to admit it? I ask him, trying to ignore the sharpness in my heart at his words. He didn't say we would make it. Because I always told Nadia she needed to be careful. And I was wrong. Sometimes it is worth it to take a risk. And seeing him blabber is so adorable, I wrap my arm around his waist. So we're not fighting anymore? He asks, kissing the top of my head with so much tenderness that I am about to combust right here and there. Oh no, we might be, but let's take a break. Nadia purses her lips. I wish we could celebrate, but the interview starts in 2 minutes. I'm tempted not to watch it, to forget it, to stay in this moment. But me not watching also means I wouldn't be prepared for what's coming next. I wouldn't be able to prepare Caleb. Chapter 34. Dimitri. The air in the room is shifted from happiness for Nadia to anxious for Aaron. I turn on the TV, pulling her into me. She leans in, her hand holding mine tightly. Nadia sits next to her, their feet touching on the couch. Nadia grabs our dad's A&M blanket and puts it on us. What are our expectations? What do you mean?
Aaron asks, and I hate how small her voice sounds.
Let's expect the worst, and maybe we'll end up being somewhat okay with mediocre?
She pauses, rubs her nose with her index finger.
We know Abby is going to bring up that hot or not list.
Aaron stiffens under my arm.
Maybe she doesn't know about it.
She glances at Nadia and her raised eyebrow.
Fine, you're right.
She pauses.
I can't believe they're doing the actual interview live tonight. They're only showing the recap of the lie detector test, and then they'll be streaming live from our living room.
The generic opening of the show starts. It's full of deep notes and ominous feelings.
Welcome to Real Crime in Real USA. Let me share a little recap of what happened yesterday.
I squeeze her shoulder, whispering in her ear. I told you did great during that interview. She doesn't sound convinced, but doesn't say another word. She doesn't say another word when Abby shows bits and pieces of her dad going through the lie detector test earlier during the day. She doesn't say another word when Abby brings up the hot or not teachers list and her dad simply shrugs it off. She doesn't say another word when her dad looks directly at the camera and says, I understand why people want to find the killer. I cannot fathom losing a child. What I don't understand is why the police are not investigating other suspects as much as they're investigating me. Suspects like Dimitri Kovlev, for example. Nadia gasps at the words, and I suppress a curse. Because right now I'm more worried about Aaron, who's still simply staring at the screen. Until she utters the words, I hate him. Chapter 35. Aaron. My hands curl up into fists. My entire body tenses. There's so much fury within me that I don't know what to do with it. I want to throw something against the TV. I want to turn around to Dimmy and apologize, but I can't stop staring at the screen. Abby's eyes widen as if she's also surprised by all of this. Her eyes dart from Mom to Dad. She clears her throat. It seems like she needs a second before regaining her composure. What do you mean? Dad leans forward, his elbows on his knees. Mom seems frozen next to him, but then she turns to him. You're not doing this, she hisses loud enough for the mic to pick it up. I'm not sure they would have cut it if they weren't live. I understand, honey, because of Aaron's close relationship with the Kovlevs, and especially with Dimitri, but the world needs to know the sheriff's office might be protecting him.
only because his father was a frat brother of one of the lieutenants.
Stop this! Mom screams now. She stands up. You all need to get out. Get out now. But Dad mouths something and Mom stops moving. I'm not going to be a part of any of this, do you hear me? I'm not! And she tears away her microphone. She walks away, her shoulders shaking. Derek, I understand this moment is difficult for your family, that your daughter Erin has strong ties with the Kovalev family.
We have been friends with them forever. It's not easy for me to say this.
He almost looks sorry. He makes me sick.
But Dimitri has issues. Ever since his accident where he could have killed someone, he's been withdrawn. He's been interrogated by the police, but let go way too easily. Apparently, Rachel, bless her soul, received a text message from him right before disappearing.
Abby jumps back in. But the murders have been going for more than 7 years. Clearly you don't want to say that Dimitri started killing when he was that young.
Jesse Pomeroy, deemed by many as one of the youngest serial killers, would probably say it's not impossible.
Dad lifts a shoulder.
But have the police really investigated anyone else but me? And what if the first murderer left town and someone is copying him? I heard there have been differences in the murders in the recent years.
His voice is convincing. It's the same voice he used when teaching students about American history.
The police didn't really consider Dimitri, despite the evidence.
My mouth gapes open and my heart pounds against my ribcage. They cut to commercial and I'm frozen in my seat. How can I even look at Nadia, at Dimitri, at their father, who's taking care of Caleb? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My voice cracks. I jump up and for the first time in forever, I don't confront my demons. I simply run away. Chapter 36. Dimitri.
My first instinct is to run after Erin, to reassure her, and I will, but first I turn to Nadia. Are you okay? She's biting her lip. Her face is ashen.
I'll be fine. Are you okay?
She pauses.
I know about your meeting with a recruiter. What are they going to say? What's going to happen?
That meeting didn't go too well. I'm sure that's not going to help. I'm not sure how they would feel about taking me in after that allegation. I don't know. I stand up and shove my hands into my pockets. I don't really care, honestly. She's way more important than all that. Nadia nods and glances at the door.
I'll talk to her too, but I think right now she needs to hear from you. You were the one her father just dumped a bag of shit on.
I hug my sister and hurry out. My heart pounds. What if the killer is waiting for her? What if he followed her here? If it's not her father, it could be anyone. Erin's first place to flee might have been the treehouse, but after finding the body there, it's probably not a place she wants to go back to. The pond could have been another spot, but with Caleb and my dad enjoying a quiet moment, she probably doesn't want to disturb them. The garage, maybe? But then I remember where she hid when she and Nadia had a big fight when they were 11 or 12. Right when Audrey came into the mix, they had to change their friendship's dynamics, and Nadia had a hard time with it at first. I had found her by the line between our property and our neighbors. Mom had a small garden there. And as soon as I approach, she turns around. Her profile is sad, but her voice is even sadder.
I think we should take a break. We need distance, or we might draw more attention to you and make everything worse. Mom called me. She said we could meet up at the motel in Bear Creek.
I don't want to take a break. I don't want you to leave like this. You're the one who said we should give this a try. Why would you run away at the first sign of trouble? She shivers, and I want to pull her to me, but she has this haunted look in her eyes. She opens her mouth, then closes it, and I notice the shift within her. In her posture, in her expression, in the way her voice modulates. Nadia and she agreed one day that being a pageant pro meant being a good actress, knowing how to address the crowd, knowing how to play a role. Erin is currently playing a role.
It's not the first sign, though, is it?
She stares at me, not wavering.
I overheard you, right now, with Nadia, talking about a recruiter. Why wouldn't you tell me? And more importantly, tell me that interview didn't just blow all of your chances.
It didn't blow my chances. I sigh, raking my hand through my hair, trying to find a way to break through the protection she wrapped around herself so tightly I wonder how she can breathe normally. Because I didn't have a chance with this recruiter. I was trying to go to the East Coast. Her eyes soften, but it's only for a second.
I told you we would figure it out. I know how much you want to play here, in Texas.
I want to play.
And you're not going to be able to because of my father. Listen, what's the point? What's the fucking point? We're going to be too much trouble for you. And he's my father. Every time you're going to look at me, you're going to see the one who destroyed your possible career, your future. You're going to see the one who might be a killer but threw you under the bus.
She gestures angrily to her face.
Look at my eyes. I have my father's eyes. Doesn't that disgust you? Because it disgusts me.
She blinks rapidly, fighting the tears away. I step forward, but before I can say a word, footsteps get closer to us. And Caleb laughs.
We caught 2 fishes, Aaron!
His voice is full of joy, and Aaron takes a deep breath, putting the mask back on, forgetting about the small cracks I could see through just a few seconds ago.
That's great, Caleb.
She crouches down so she can hug him as he runs to her. Dad is not far behind him, also wearing a big smile on his face, but it dims as soon as his eye catches mine. I must have sadness written all over my face. Aaron walks by me, not looking at me.
Thank you for having us over. I'll say bye to your dad and Nadia. See you around.
She knows I won't say anything in front of Caleb. He doesn't need to know, doesn't need to worry. She forces a joyful tone.
Guess what, See? We're going to go to a motel to sleep.
But I thought we were staying here. Mr. K said we could have pancakes for breakfast.
She turns to my father and hugs him.
Thanks again so much for your hospitality, but Mom called. She'd like for us to join her at the Motel 6 in Bear Creek.
He steps back, watching her intently, with what I like to call his confused brow. It's not up, but it's leaning to one side. Your mom can also stay here if she wants.
No, thank you. Really, thank you.
But I want to stay here.
Caleb yawns. He's had a long day.
There's going to be a pool at the motel and pancakes too.
She holds her hand out and he takes it.
Say thank you for the wonderful evening.
Caleb rushes to my dad, almost tipping him over as he fiercely hugs him.
Thank you so much. My dad always says he's going to take me fishing, but he never has the time.
I had a wonderful evening, Caleb. You say hi to your mom for me, and don't forget that you're welcome any time. And what else did I tell you?
To stand tall, to work hard, and to have fun with my friends.
That's a boy, my dad replies with a smile. That's the exact same thing he told me when I didn't do so well at football at the beginning. Aaron and Caleb go back inside, and Aaron doesn't once turn around to look at me. And that hurts like hell.
Chapter 37. Aaron. Mom, Caleb, and I have been staying at the motel for almost a week now. Dad hasn't come around. Mom's been begging me to talk to Dimitri, but I don't want to hold him back. What else is my dad going to say? What other lies is he going to spread? The motel room is stuffy, the linens are discolored, and the TV only works 3 times out of 5. But at least the pool is clean. Mom and Caleb have been going every night. I usually walk out back and take pictures. Pictures I'll probably change to black and white. The sad sandwich on the ground, the woman who's been crying all evening on her balcony, the truckers who look exhausted. I missed last night's game. I missed how the players apparently carried Dimitri around for seeing right through the opposite team's defense. He told the quarterback to narrow a hard focus area during the pre-snap read, and it worked. I missed every cheer practice and every rehearsal with Jenna. Nadia comes to spend a few minutes with me every evening. She sits by me at school, even skipped classes on the days we usually don't eat at the same time. Audrey texted me every night, and yesterday called me from the game where she was cheering for Carlos, but there was no way I was going to be there. It's too hard, too painful. Mom pats the spot next to her. Caleb is playing with her phone with the earbuds on, so he probably won't be able to hear us. He's laughing along, and that sound makes up for everything. Almost. Mom's wearing jeans and a light blue shirt. She looks younger somehow, more in control of her life, but also so sad. You're going out this afternoon, right? This afternoon is the homecoming alumni party before the dance. The cheerleaders are performing, and at the beginning of the semester, Mrs. Rodriguez stated that if you didn't come to 2 practices during 1 week, you wouldn't be able to perform. Nope, sticking around. Maybe I'll go to the pool.
I stretch my legs in front of me. You have to go to homecoming. I thought they were doing the performance in memory of Kim and Rachel. I don't think it's such a good idea. Dad might decide to show up, even if he's no longer teaching. I've become an expert at avoiding him. Your father is a complicated man. Can I ask you what he meant when he said, you and me against the world again? Mom glances at Caleb, but he's singing the tunes of his game, meaning he's definitely way too absorbed to listen to us. I moved to Texas from Georgia when I was 16. Everyone already knew everybody in this town, and it was hard at the beginning. John's brother, the sheriff's brother, was my first real boyfriend. He was amazing. He was funny and cute, but he had problems. He hit me, and I thought it was my fault, that if I changed anything or if I was nicer, better, funnier, prettier, he wouldn't hit me. I thought that because that's what he said. I believed him. I'd spent years on the pageant circuit hearing the same, so it just made sense. She caresses my hair. I didn't want you to be on the circuit at first, but I remembered too how much fun I had with my friends, or at least some of my friends, and your father convinced me I needed to let you try it out if you wanted to. What happened, Mom? I snuggle against her, not sure if I'm giving her strength or reassuring myself. He hit me too hard one day. I was working at a summer camp. I had been running late, and he was waiting for me. Your dad saw it, and he defended me. That night we talked forever. I told him I didn't need his help, and that I would break it off, and that it would be fine. He gave me resolve. He showed me another way. And I did break it off. Her voice breaks. But Ben, that was his name, stalked me, and I was leaving rehearsal one evening alone, and I wanted to go run by the lake. He followed me there. I saw his car, but I thought once I told him to go away, he would. She shivers, and I'm not sure if I want to hear the rest. But he was high. I don't know what he was taking, but he was out of control. He tried to hit me, but I ran toward the lake. Your dad had been keeping tabs on him, and he showed up again. Your dad was enraged, and they started fighting. I passed out. They ended up in the lake, and I don't know what happened. Your dad said Ben had some sort of seizure and fell where there's that curve and the lake goes deep. When I came back to it, he was trying to resuscitate him, but it was too late. That night, your dad told me that it was me and him against the world. She's almost out of breath. He saved me. I don't know what Ben was capable of. I don't know what would have happened if your dad hadn't been there. Why didn't you tell me? We would have told you when you started college, but we didn't want to tell you before. It's not easy for me to remember, and when your dad was first suspected, some journalists asked about it. At the time, the sheriff actually turned them down. He knew his brother was an addict. I don't know if he started doubting the accident when your dad became a suspect, or if your dad became a suspect because of it. She looks so sad. I wrap my arms around Mom. She got a haircut this week. Her long, dark hair now curls right below her ear. I love you, Mom. I love you too, sweetie. And that's why I'm telling you, you can't stay in this room. I'd love for you to stay here so I can be sure you're safe. She pauses. I'll even call John to make sure there are plenty of police officers present. Don't call him. He's always looking at me strange, and he told me the other day I reminded him of you. She tilts her head to the side. That's weird. She grabs her phone. I'll call Tyreek. I'll tell him that, and I'll ask him to make sure someone watches you. She caresses my hair, and her voice turns softer. You can't throw your entire future to the wind because of something you have no control over. You have control about calling Jenna up and apologizing for not showing up to the past rehearsals. You can go to the party and wish the best of luck to your cheerleader friends, including Nadia, and you can finally talk to Dimitri. This boy called me at least once a day just to make sure you were doing okay. Warmth spreads within me. Stupid warmth. Stupid reactions. I put up my hair in a bun, giving myself time to answer. But Mom isn't done. I know it's not going to be easy and some people might be mean. But honey, your friends need you too. Isn't Nadia supposed to audition at the local theater tomorrow?
Don't you think Dimitri is also getting a lot of criticism and questions about what your dad said? Didn't you say Audrey needed help practicing her speech? It's not easy for anyone. And they're your friends. But I want to tell her she's not playing fair. She told me at the beginning I needed to take the time I needed for myself, but now she's putting in my face how I've been letting other people down, playing on that guilty side of me that's always ready to go. It's your decision, sweetie, but you need to also think how much you might regret not showing up. I know Nadia had invited you to sleep over, and you can stay there for the night if you want, Mom continues, and she nudges me. She's right. I know she's right. Missing out on the homecoming festival would be like letting Kim down in a way, and letting the rest of the cheerleading squad down too. Fine, you're right. I'll go. My boots are almost knee-high. My skirt is flowing in the wind and my tank top is sticking to my skin. My heart beats in my ears. My eyes stay glued to the floor and I swallow my fear in a big Diet Coke gulp. Aaron! Nadia calls for me from the stage on the far end of the field. Of course, every head turns to me. The mayor is here with his third wife, Tessa is here with her dad, the entire town is here. I'm tempted to wave like I would in a pageant situation, but this might not help my reputation of being on the edge of completely losing my mind. Nadia rushes to me in her cheer outfit, her makeup already done and her hair put up and curled. You're here! I can't believe you're here! She hugs me and I hug her back. She pulls away. Did your mom blackmail you to get you to come here? Almost. I'm glad she did. I'm so happy to see you. She looks over her shoulder. The school principal is watching us. I'm sorry for your dad. The botched interview or the fact they're talking about firing him for good this time? Which one do you want me to be sorry for? She asks in true BFF fashion. I'm not sure. The look on her face changes from compassion to her Nadia look, the one I've learned to be wary of. We talked to Mrs. Rodriguez. Okay. The girls and I, especially Shauna, agree that you should be up there with us. We need you up there with us. I haven't been to one rehearsal in 10 days. Details? Nadia waves my concerns off. You know the routine. Heck, you created the routine with Shauna, so... Mrs. Rodriguez said I couldn't cheer. At the game, which you didn't, since you didn't even show up. She raises one eyebrow. I know, I suck. Let's just say my brother was looking for you everywhere. Anyways, she said you could not dance at the game, but she said nothing about our wonderful little dance right now. She points to an area backstage. We have your uniform and we can cover you while you change. Say yes. Please say yes. It's important. For all of us. We need to do this, and we're all already feeling so weird about being here. She tugs me forward, knowing I won't back down, not when the entire team is dancing for Rachel and Kim. Part of me wonders if it's such a good idea knowing half the town thinks Dad killed them, but the team is more important, and they want me there. Now come on, we're up in 15 minutes. You don't want to be late. Chapter 38. Dimitri.
The homecoming festival takes place in the open space area behind the stadium. I down another glass of sweet iced tea, wishing I could switch it up for some beer, especially with the way one of the football players is talking to Aaron, especially since the guilt over Rachel's death is intensifying. I don't know what magic wand Nadia used, but Aaron is dressed up in her cheerleading outfit and she's ready to dance. I also can't drink because the Midwestern State University recruiter is sitting next to me. Thank you again for seeing me, sir. Of course. We told you we were very interested. And we were. We're just not quite sure how this might go with some of our big donors. Your season this year hasn't been going well so far. The school's reputation has been down, kinda like mine. I think it's a perfect fit. We could help each other. I'm a good player and I'm a good leader. I struggle to stay focused on the conversation. My eyes dart behind the recruiter's head, checking the area. The open space crawls with police officers, but the killer managed to dump Kim's body without Officers Rivera and Martinez seeing him. They think it happened during the rainstorm. The recruiter clears his throat, maybe to regain my full attention. Why do you so much want to play for us? As you said, ever since we lost the past 3 championships, not even qualifying for the last 2,
We lost the little prestige we have." He pauses. "You were signed for Texas State." And he makes a large gesture as if that one statement explained everything. "I could have tried to defer, maybe they would have agreed, but after the accident I wasn't myself. I was defeated and angry, mostly at myself." The recruiter nods. He's a friend of Coach Miller, which is probably one of the only reasons why he's even here today. "Listen, as you know, this is very unusual for us, but I think we could be a good match. I've seen you at training with the team, and you were good. And almost more importantly, you fit." He leans forward, his bulgy arms almost tearing his shirt. "Let's give this a try. Why don't you come next week to meet the team? It's unofficial, but then we'll talk. Do you already know what you'd like to study?" He chuckles. "I'm pretty sure the young lady you've been staring at for the past 5 minutes isn't a subject you can major in." I turn my eyes back to him, busted. I'm not so sure. I always thought I'd be playing professionally, get recruited by the NFL, play for a few years, become a coach. But now I am not sure. The good thing is that you have 2 years before declaring a major. My advice to you, do well this year at your community college, continue to take classes in different areas, and talk to people about their jobs. What do they like? What would they change? And see what appeals to you most. "You're right," I reply, wishing I could enjoy this moment. It's a possible future. It's a future I almost screwed up. "Thank you for coming all the way out here." I shake the recruiter's hand and turn my gaze back to Aaron. The girls go on stage and I almost jump out of my chair when Jamel, who will probably be recruited by the NFL after college if he keeps on playing like each game is the most important game ever, leans forward and whispers something in her ear. The crowd gets thicker by the second and I can't see her reaction. Nadia spots me and waves at me with half a smile. The entire cheerleading squad is really trying to get it together for their performance, but they're all having a hard time smiling. Liam is meeting her later at the bonfire. Aaron turns toward where I'm now standing and our eyes meet, and the world around me freezes. I always thought people exaggerated that feeling of being alone in the world, but right now that's exactly how I feel. The music cranks up. Aaron has to get into position. I move toward the center of what used to be a cornfield, watching her cheer. She's forcing herself at the beginning. Her smile is her fake one, and her jumps are not as high as usual, but after a minute, she's more herself. The crowd erupts in loud applause as soon as the cheering stops, and Coach Miller comes on stage.
"Thank you, thank you, thank you."
Usually, seeing him up there, seeing some of the guys I used to worship, seeing the people go wild, it would give me a pang in the chest. Coach asked me if I wanted to be up there with him, but it still doesn't feel right. I focus on not losing Aaron from my sight. A girl I vaguely remember as being on the volleyball team approaches Aaron and laughs at her own joke, but Aaron's face falls and she scrambles away. Nadia catches up to her and Aaron shakes her head, steps away with her bag and hurries behind the vendors to the lockers. Some people smile at me, maybe trying to engage conversation, maybe to tell me they don't believe Aaron's dad, but I'm not having any of it. My steps get longer. I'm almost jogging when I run into Nadia, who's standing with Audrey and Liam.
"Hey, big brother,"
she says, but her voice is a bit too sad. "What's wrong?"
"Erin was ready to stay and mingle, but the douche she refused to date freshman year texted her she's as guilty as her father, that she's disgusting, that she should not be allowed to breathe. And Paige told her that her dad could have her number if he wanted. Crazy. People are crazy."
Nadia continues to blabber and paces around, waving her hands around to express her frustrations.
"I mean, she's read that before, online, and she got shitty messages before, but the douchebag added a picture of her and Caleb. They used Caleb. She was almost on the verge of tears. I wanted to go with her, but you know how she is."
Nadia tilts her head.
"You know where she's going to be."
"The lake? By herself?" My heartbeats accelerate.
"The lake. She said she was going to tell one of the police officers, but I'm not sure she did."
Nadia sounds freaked out. Audrey steps in.
"Tell her we're all with her, that she has us."
She smiles.
"And tell her Jenna is still thinking she's going to win the pageant."
"I'm not sure she really cares about that right now," I snap. "Are you sure that message was from that guy?" Nadia nods.
"Yeah, he was with a group of friends and they all laughed when he sent it off. We overheard him."
Nadia pulls me to the side.
The entire school is now buzzing with new rumors. They're saying he must have killed people before, too. When he was in Georgia. They're saying her mom must know. They're losing it. But Erin has had a shitty week and that text sent her over the edge.
She hugs me.
Tell her I love her.
And then she forces herself to wink. It's not as natural as usual, but it's there.
Maybe it's also time to tell her you love her. She could hear some good news right now.
I glance down, but don't deny it. Because what else could those feelings be? This desire to be with her in every sense of the word, to protect her, to help her, to be the one cheering for her, to take away the pain in her eyes. Nadia nudges me.
Call me later, okay? And maybe convince her to come to the bonfire.
The coach is done talking, and alumni rush to the stage. They bump fists, they laugh. Everything almost seems normal, but it's not. I take a deep breath and make my way through the even bigger crowd. The smell of popcorn, cotton candy, caramel candy surrounds me. The music is turned up louder, and some people dance. Others are chatting, showing off. Mom used to say those events were for people to see and be seen. I remember her going to the hairdresser the day before homecoming. I remember her telling me that one day I'll know I've fallen in love. She didn't say I would, she said I'll know. And then she told me to always treat that person with respect, to be there for her, to fight for her. She told me to tell her that she approved of her and that she's happy for us. That day I pushed back, saying we had all the time in the world. But now I wish I could ask her if she knew it was going to be Erin, what she thought about everything, if maybe she could tell me what the right thing to say is, because I'm afraid she's hurting too much. On my way out, I run into Tyreek. Erin's at the lake. I'll be there with her. Did she tell you? She didn't, but we have more men in that area. Okay. I jog to my truck and hop into it. Adrenaline must be coursing through my veins because I don't have any anxiety starting the engine. I hurry to the lake, not wanting Erin to be alone. The sun is about to set. I breathe a sigh of relief when I see Erin leaning against our usual tree. I wave to 2 police officers who tell me they've patrolled the area and everything seems safe. I call Nadia to let her know I found Erin, but that I'm not sure about the bonfire. I call Dad to tell him where I am and not to worry if I come home a bit late. And I grab my drawing materials from the back and make my way to where Erin is sitting. She's been trying for weeks to get the perfect sunset picture. Can I join you? I ask, setting my sketch pad and my charcoal pencils down against the tree as if it was a normal day, afraid to startle her. We sometimes come here together, her finding the perfect light, me drawing everything and nothing, but mostly drawing her. I just talked to 2 police officers. They just checked the area and were leaving. I was so worried. We probably shouldn't stay too long. She doesn't turn around. Her camera makes another click.
Me coming to that party was a stupid idea, she says.
It wasn't. People acting like jerks is the problem. They don't realize they shouldn't say whatever comes to their mind.
Not only that, but why is it coming to their minds in the first place?
She bites out, still not looking at me.
It's one thing for them to be mad at me or hold me responsible, but Caleb?
Her voice cracks and she takes a second to compose herself. She changes the position of her camera and takes another picture.
He's 8.
And then she raises her camera to the sky, probably taking another picture of the clouds.
And listen to me. I talk as if my father has already been judged and found guilty. He hasn't. What kind of daughter am I? What kind of person?
The pain in her voice slices through me and I walk a bit closer. You're you, and you're amazing. I pause. Look at me, Erin. She shakes her head. Look at me, I repeat, and she finally turns my way. I gently take the camera away from her hands. Her eyes look red, like she's been crying ever since she left the party, and it's worse than taking a tackle from Gabe 2 years ago. I gently cup her face in my hands. You're strong and smart and kind and funny and sexy, I tell her. You're the one who held my hand all night after my mother's funeral, not saying a word, just being there. You're the one who helped Nadia when she couldn't get out of bed after we found out Mom's cancer was back. You're the one whose touch almost brings me to my knees.
Almost?
She whispers, and I can't hold myself any longer. My lips gently brush against hers. She gasps but tightens her hands around my neck, pulling me back to her. And this time, The kiss is full of everything we haven't said. The frustrations, the feelings, the fantasies. My arms curl around her waist and we hobble until her back hits the tree we used to climb on, the tree we used to carve on. I slow our kissing down, enjoying the way her body fits against mine. Our foreheads rest against one another. We're both slightly out of breath, and I itch to pull her tank top over her head, to unbutton her shorts, to kiss every inch of her skin.
Come here,
she says and takes my hand in hers. She walks around the tree, and then at the bottom, she shows me an inscription. I heart Dimmy. I tighten my grip around her waist. I love you. I'm not sure if she heard me at first, but she sucks in a breath.
Are you sure?
She asks.
You don't have to say it. I mean...
I know I don't have to say it, and I wouldn't if I didn't mean it. I don't know when I fell in love with you, but I know I have. It's there. I tuck her hand to my chest. And it's there. My lips fall on hers again, and gently nudge her mouth until our tongues slide against one another. She nibbles my lower lip between fiery kisses, moaning and whispering my name. But again, I slow us down because even though I don't want anything more than to feel like one with her, to feel her, to be inside of her, there's still too much anguish in her eyes. I pull back and she frowns.
Don't stop.
I don't want to, but...
I want this, Dimmy. I need you.
And with those words and the passion replacing the anguish, I bend down and claim her lips again. My t-shirt goes first and her hands discover my body, her lips trail down my stomach. And I'm going to lose it much faster than expected if she goes in that direction. I gently nudge her and I move our clothes to make us a blanket. I hover over her, afraid to hurt her. Her skin is so soft. Are you sure?
I'm sure,
she whispers. My fingers touch her through her skirt and she bucks, blushing. I grab in my back pocket for a condom and then stop moving.
What?
She asks, her eyes shining, her hair all over the place. Remember in July how you had a water balloon fight?
Mm-hmm.
One of the balloons was the condom I always keep in my wallet.
Shit.
She giggles and giggles and giggles, and I join her, falling into her warm embrace. Don't you have one with you? I kiss the tip of her nose. I mean, you were a Girl Scout, always ready, right? She punches my shoulder.
I only took my wrist wallet today. No room for a condom.
Oh, because otherwise... I gently bite her neck and she laughs harder.
Maybe.
And she kisses me deeper.
There are certain things we can do.
And, very tentatively, she reaches down and touches me. And I forget everything that's not her touch. And I'm totally done for. And I couldn't be happier about it.
Chapter 39. Aaron. Waking up in Dimitri's arms almost feels like a dream, but his low humming snoring and his hand tightening around my waist and my fear of having bad breath let me know it's reality. And reality is so much better than dreaming. It's scarier and full of unknowns, but it's still there, within me, the knowledge that he loves me too. He mumbles something and I force myself not to chuckle. I slip from underneath his arm and grab my camera.
Please tell me I look like an Abercrombie model while I'm sleeping.
You look cute, adorable. He pulls me to him and I settle against his warmth again.
You make it sound like I'm a puppy.
The cutest puppy ever, I reply, laughing. And then I bite my lip, stopping, remembering everything that's going on. He nuzzles my neck, bringing shivers up and down my spine.
You're allowed to be happy. You know what else Mom told me before she passed away?
That being happy was a celebration of her life. I whisper and he kisses my neck again.
You can't control what others do. Sometimes you can't control how you feel. But whenever you feel like you have a choice, choose happiness. Choose celebration.
You should major in philosophy. I turn around. Our faces only a few inches apart. I meant what I said the other day. You need to do what's good for you.
You mean you? As soon as I have a condom.
He purses his lips like he does when he's trying not to laugh at his own joke. Ha ha, you're hilarious. He kisses me and I almost forget about my possible bad breath and what I was trying to tell him. School, university,
Texas, I mumble, my eyes closed. He caresses my face.
I know. We'll talk about it later, but for now,
He points to the lake and I squint.
everything looks so peaceful. Sometimes it's not about the sunset, it's about the sunrise.
He chuckles again.
That philosophy major might not be a bad idea after all.
The morning light is against the lake backdrop, but it shines perfectly for the morning mist over the fields, with the horses in the distance, with nature waking up. I scramble to get up, put on my skirt again and my top and get my camera, while Dimmy sits up, not bothering to put on a shirt, which I can't really complain about. He pulls his drawing supplies from his duffel bag and stares at me for what seems like forever before starting to sketch. What are you drawing?
How beautiful you look right now. Your hair is all over the place because I put my hands in it. Your lips are all flushed because I kissed them almost all night. You may or may not have a hickey between your shoulder and your neck, and you're blushing like you're remembering something, and you're smiling like you're happy.
He smirks and continues drawing while my mouth gapes open. Definitely should check into that philosophy major. Were you always such a smooth talker?
You bring out the best in me.
His voice is rough, like he's no longer joking, and he doesn't look up from his drawing. I take a few steps away and zoom in on a bird flying low on the horizon. If I adjust my aperture, I could take him as an action shot while the background fizzles away. It would be so easy if life could always be this way. Focus, zoom, concentrate on one happy part and forget the rest. I sigh.
What are you thinking about?
Dimitri asks, looking up. Nothing. I don't want to kill the happy, comfortable mood we have going. I shake my head. I am thinking about the time I dared you to throw me in the water, and you totally backed out. I think I was 15 and you just turned 17.
Honestly, Aaron, you can't ask a 17-year-old who has a hard-on for you every single time he sees you to throw you in the water while you're wearing white clothes.
He raises one eyebrow.
Just saying.
I feel bubbles of excitement rush through me. I'm not wearing white clothes right now, I say and turn around. But I do have my camera, I add. Dimitri shuffles up and rushes to me. His voice is close to my ear, his breath is on the back of my neck. He's so close, yet so far.
Don't tempt me,
he whispers. And then his arms are around my waist and he pulls me toward the water. I don't kick because I'm afraid of hurting him, but I shriek. You wouldn't dare! I've got my camera! I turn to him, and his face is only an inch from mine. His gaze drops to my lips and his smile finally reaches his eyes.
Don't dare me. I'm no longer 17, and you already know how you make me feel,
he replies, chuckling. But then he gently drops me back to the firm ground a few feet from the lake. He retreats back to his spot at the tree and plops himself down, taking his paper in his dark colors.
Be careful not to let go of your camera. If you do, you might end up in the water.
His voice is smooth and deep, and I think I'm staring because he grins again.
Don't look so surprised. I only wanted to make you smile.
And here goes my heart again, sputtering, blabbering, not quite sure how to respond to this. Because, despite whatever else is going on, this moment is perfect. Chapter 40. Dimitri.
After a few minutes of drawing the outline, I've been simply staring at Erin taking pictures. She crouches down, talks to herself. Something about finding emotions in the pictures, and I have to convince myself that another makeout session would distract her from her morning mission to find one picture to frame for her mom's birthday that's coming up. I shuffle in my bag for my cell phone. Dad might be worried. I told him I was safe last night, but I zoned out once Erin's hands were on me. We both turned our phones off last night. We needed to be in the moment, just the two of us. But before I can find it, trucks and police cars appear in the distance. They're speeding. Dust dances around them. Erin hurries back to me.
What's going on?
There's a tinge of panic in her voice. I'm not sure. Do you have your phone?
In my bag, wait.
Her fingers shake. She sets her camera on the floor, not bothering to put the cap back on, and searches for her oversized bag.
There,
she says after a few seconds, and she turns it on, puts her password in. The cops are almost here.
I'm not seeing anything. My notifications take forever to load and reception stinks here.
She moves her phone up into the air, gets up, takes a few steps.
I got text messages from Audrey, Nadia.
Wait, Nadia sent me something like 10 minutes ago.
She clicks on it. The cops swirl their car and stop in front of us. Tyreek comes out, his face way too serious, and Dad is behind him. Dad? Dread settles in my stomach. Erin stares at her screen and she gasps. Her face turns ashen.
Oh no. No, 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 please, no!
Erin screams. Her face scrunches up and her hand flings to her mouth.
No, no, no!
She repeats over and over. Dad shakes his head. Tears spring to his eyes. I've only seen my father cry once before, and it was when Mom told him she was going to die. My throat dries up. Don't look at it, son, he says, his voice hollow. Tyreek holds him back. Erin crumples to the ground, crying silently. I grab the cell phone away from her hand.
Nadia will be the perfect angel. Liam had to die first. She's next.
I click on the attached picture. Nadia has her hands tied and tears stream down her face. Liam's body lies in front of her, covered in blood. Liam is dead.
Chapter 41. Aaron. My entire body shivers, but I manage to scoot closer to Dimmy. His dad hugged him for a very long time.
How did you know already? He asks his dad.
They found...
His voice breaks.
A high school kid found Liam's body on the county road 1222 jogging very early this morning. He saw him propped against a tree.
He wipes tears away.
They found Nadia's phone on it and the text that was sent to Aaron's phone.
He gulps down a breath.
When they called me and you weren't home, I thought he got you too.
He wraps his arms around Dimmy.
I thought he had Nadia and that you were dead.
Tyreek clears his throat.
We need to talk to you both. I need your phones, your passwords if you have them. We need to see if we can trace anything, or if you maybe received anything else.
Both Dimmy and I hand over our phones. I should call my mom, I say, but don't want to snatch my phone away from the police. Dimmy's dad lends me his. I remember Mom's number from the time she told me to memorize it when I was younger and didn't have a phone with me. I get the voicemail. Hi, Mom. Just wanted to tell you I'm okay and that I love you and that I'll try to call you again soon. I give the phone back to Dimmy's dad. Thank you. I overhear 2 policemen talking on the side.
He usually keeps them for 1 week, 10 days max before dumping their bodies.
Their bodies. I struggle to breathe. Dimmy needs me. Dimmy pulls me closer to him, breathing in before turning to his dad. Dad? He sounds so scared. He clears his throat.
Maybe she's back home. Have you checked back home?
His father nods.
We have. She's not home, Dimmy.
His wrinkles are more pronounced. He seems shorter than the last time I saw him. He looks haunted.
She's not home.
My chest feels too heavy and I close my eyes. Nadia. She needs to be okay. She needs to be fine. What am I thinking? She's not going to be fine. Liam is dead. The boy she wanted to marry, the boy who made her laugh and supported her, the boy who was her first and her everything. That picture of them burns in my mind. She saw him dying. She saw him dying and couldn't do anything. I take a deep breath. My mind is foggy and my legs are shaky. Tyreek clears his throat.
We need to organize a vigil, and we need to talk to the reporters. They need to spread the word.
Every year we look for people who disappear, and every year we never find them. When is that going to change? Dimmy sounds defeated. He can't be defeated. We need to find Nadia. We can't give up hope. His father stops talking to the police officer and holds his hand out.
Come on, son. We can't lose her, too. We need to do everything we can. We will find her.
Dimmy shakes his head, looking at the sky as if trying to find impossible answers in the clouds where we used to find animals and ice cream cones and smiles.
But what if... We'll face it if we get there, son. But Nadia needs us right now. Liam's family needs us. This is different. The killer never contacted any of the victims. It is different. Maybe Aaron's dad has a point. Maybe it's a different killer.
Dimitri takes his father's hand and stands up. He clears his throat.
Okay, so what are the police saying? What's the motive?
The police found Nadia's phone on Liam's body.
Aaron is the only one who received this text message. It's personal.
My throat constricts. Nadia is in danger because of me. Liam is dead because of me. This can't be true. This can't be real. The policeman holding my phone looks down at it, and then his eyes search the crowd.
Captain! Captain!
His voice sounds too high. Dimmy and his dad rush forward, but they're stopped by one of the officers.
It's my daughter, Mr. Kovlev yells. My daughter!
Dimmy puts his arm around him, protective, reassuring, switching roles. It's like they can't both break down at the same time. I struggle to move, my body shivers despite the warm air, and part of me thinks it's a nightmare I'm going to wake up from with Nadia telling me it's all going to be okay. The sheriff and the chief of police talk to one another for what seems like forever. They turn to our small group several times, and they slowly trudge our way.
Is it my daughter?
Mr. Kovlev reaches for the phone, but the chief of police is faster than him. He clears his throat.
It's not your daughter, sir. Give us a few minutes. We don't have a few minutes,
Dimmy's dad yells and wants to charge forward, but Tyreek holds him back. He reassures us that the police are doing everything they can to find Nadia, that they got reinforcement from the feds 2 weeks ago, that they were keeping it quiet, but that they're sure they're going to get the answers they need. After what seems like forever, the sheriff steps toward us. He looks like he's about to throw up.
It's about Caroline.
He clears his throat.
It's about Aaron's mom and little brother.
My heart drops to my feet. What do you mean? I ask, already shaking my head, refusing to understand. Mom and Caleb are at the motel in Bear Creek. My voice sounds foreign to my ears, like it's on autopilot. I twist my hands. They're fine. They're probably having breakfast right now. Caleb might want to go in the pool, but Mom is going to say no, that first he needs to do some homework. Dimitri's hand reaches the back of my neck, and I turn to him. You have to tell them, Dimmy. Tell them that Mom wouldn't let Caleb jump in the pool before doing his homework, and she would worry he needs more time between eating his breakfast and swimming. They all look at me with sadness. Sadness in the way they stand, not entirely straight. Sadness in the way they tilt their heads to one side. Sadness in the way none of them interrupts my rambling. Until Dimitri understands my unspoken cries for help. What information do you have? The sheriff takes a deep breath.
Aaron's received another text. This one with an image of Caleb and a message. We called our colleagues from Bears to check to the motel where Ms. Hortz has been staying, and we learned she's already on her way to the hospital. A motel employee found her bleeding on the stairs. Her condition is unknown. Caleb has disappeared.
I swallow a scream, but Dimitri tightens his arm around me. What did the message say? The sheriff winces. Please tell me. I need to know. He brings my cell up to his eyes and reads slowly.
You thought you had it all. You will have nothing left.
And then it hits me. Do you know if Caleb's inhaler was still in the room? He needs it. He's going to be scared, and if he's scared, he might have an asthma attack.
We'll check the room. Can you think of anything else? Anyone who might have a grudge against you?
I lean against Dimitri. I don't know. A sob escapes me. Many people hate Dad, and they hate us by association, but no one threatened me.
How about Ms. Gardner? She was on the show with you all?
He asks, reading his notes. She's hurting, but she never threatened me. Her daughter apologized to me at school.
Anyone from your pageants?
I can't think of anyone who would go that far. Who would kill for revenge? Revenge for what? I haven't done anything to warrant this sort of onslaught. Neither have Mom and Caleb. I rub my eyebrows. How about my dad? Where's my dad? A part of me wonders if maybe my dad isn't the key to everything. What if he was so mad at Mom he attacked them? What if that other side of him is dangerous?
Your father is on the way to the hospital.
The sheriff turns to Tyreek.
Can you take her to the hospital? We'll talk to you later, Aaron.
I'll come with you, Dimitri says, but I can't accept his offer. I want to say yes, but seeing Mr. Kovlev so desperate, I know they need one another. I'm not the only one suffering. Stay with your dad. I'll keep you updated.
You don't have a phone,
he points out. I'll call you from the hospital.
Just take my phone,
And call my dad's cell. My password is 0710.
My birthday, I whisper, and his lips touch my forehead.
Your birthday,
he repeats, and his arms wrap around me.
You be careful, okay?
You too.
It's all going to be okay,
he adds. I nod, but I sense the doubt and worry in his voice. But Dimmy's father steps in and gives me a hug.
Let Dimmy go with you. I need to talk to the police and call Liam's parents. You need each other.
And he kisses my forehead. I'm so sorry, I cry out, and he shakes his head.
You know we love you like you're part of the family, and none of this is your fault. Go check on your mom.
Dimmy grabs my keys and I hold on to him, hoping Mom is going to be okay, hoping Nadia and Caleb are going to be okay, hoping no one else gets hurt. Part 2. Chapter 42. The tick-tock of the old-fashioned clock is grating my nerves. I'm tempted to beat it, but he won't like it. He is strict about the rules. He's not going to be happy I'm changing everything up. But it's time she suffers. It's time she understands how hard this has all been for me. She always had everything. Not anymore. You have to let us go. This isn't who you are. You can't do this. Nadia's eyes are so wide, but she mostly retains her composure. Probably for Caleb. He's sobbing on her shirt. We won't tell anybody. My laughter is full of derision. You should have watched more scary movies. Since when do you think the sentence, "we won't tell anybody," has worked? I step forward and she has the courage not to cower. I've always known Nadia was strong, but I thought her seeing Liam bleeding to death would weaken her. I should have known better. Nadia is dead set on comforting Caleb. Dead set. This is almost funny. We're all going to wait until Erin does what she needs to do. But first, she needs to suffer a bit longer. Wait. Not knowing where you are, if you're still alive. After all, I suffered too. I didn't know if my father was dead or alive. Caleb closes his eyes. His hair spikes in all directions. His hair that is similar to mine. He's been wheezing as if he's developing a bout of asthma. Even though I hate Erin, I don't wish him any harm. Or not that much harm. After all, we're family. Chapter 43. Erin. The drive to the hospital is blurry.
I asked Officer Rivera to bring you a new phone at the hospital. It's not going to be fancy or anything, but at least you'll have one in case you need to talk to anyone.
He stops at the traffic light by the tiny shopping center.
I'll feel better that way, too, knowing you can call us and we can reach you.
Thank you, I whisper. My mind races and my heart bleeds. Did you hear anything about Caleb? How about my mom? Tyreek shakes his head.
I'm sorry. Your dad is on his way to the hospital, but we don't have additional information.
Dimitri gently takes my hand in his and I settle against him. My body feels heavy and the pressure on my chest now feels like little daggers are poking me. I can't breathe. I can't think. Dimitri keeps his hand on his knee, but uses his other one to trace circles on my arms. A sob escapes, but I don't acknowledge my sadness. I fight it, because right now, if I let myself feel, I'm never going to come back from that ocean of sadness. I'll drown in it. Thinking about Caleb, hoping Nadia is with Caleb. Wherever they are, if they're together, I know Caleb will be as safe as can be if he's with her. Trying not to replay the message, the image of Liam I received. Liam. Ambulances are arriving at the same time as we are and we park in the back. It took us 30 minutes to get there. 30 minutes without any news about Mom's condition, about Caleb, Nadia, Dad. As soon as Tyreek parks, I jump out, hurrying to the entrance. Erin? Dad's voice doesn't crack. He doesn't cry or scream. He's just standing there. How is Mom? I struggle to say the words. How is she? She's fighting. She's always been a fighter. Listen, Erin. I have to go, but I'll be back tonight, okay? You have to go? I croak. The earth opens underneath my feet at his words. What do you mean you have to go? Tyreek steps closer to us. Mr. Hortz, we have to ask you a few questions. Talk to my lawyer unless I'm under arrest. He steps closer to Tyreek. I've just been told that my wife and son were attacked in a motel room. My wife must have tried to defend him. Her throat was slashed and she still tried to get help by crawling out of their room and fell down a flight of stairs. My breath bursts in and out. Oh no. Mom! Dimitri puts his arm around my shoulder. You were not doing your job. If you were, my family would have been safe. Dad yells at Tyreek and steps around him. Everyone in the entrance is looking at us. Dad's face is unshaven. His shirt is not tucked in and he has a glint in his eyes. It's not sadness. There are no tears. It's almost like he's excited about something. Dad, your wife is at the hospital fighting for her fucking life and you have to go? You want me to believe you have nothing to do with all this, but you can't spare one shred of empathy for your own wife? She stood with you. Until she didn't. His words hit me right in the gut. And what about Caleb? It's Caleb's fault too that he disappeared, that he's in danger? Of course not. I understand you're upset, but don't you see? He gestures back toward the hospital. It proves I have nothing to do with those murders. Those murders? I'm yelling now, and I don't care if anyone hears us. The police, the press, anyone. You almost make it sound like this is a good thing, that as long as you're no longer a suspect, we shouldn't worry about Mom or Caleb or Nadia. Liam is dead, Dad. You were always so emotional. Beautiful, yes, but so emotional. And without saying another word, he walks away from me. Tyreek follows him outside. Dimmy gently nudges me forward. Come on, let's go. And I hurry inside the hospital, where I'm told Mom is in surgery and I can't see her. She's fighting for her life. Chapter 44. Dimitri.
Tyreek left the hospital to go back to the police station, and Officer Rivera came with a new phone. Erin barely said a word. I entered some numbers into it, wanting to be sure she could reach people who cared about her, wanting to feel like I was useful. And then Erin insisted I go home to be with my dad. Knowing she was safe and that Dad needs me to, I didn't protest. Officer Rivera managed to get another officer to drive me home. When I was 8 and Nadia was 6, Mom told me that there would be times my sister would annoy me, but that I needed to always be there for her. I promised. When Mom got sick, Nadia changed. Even though she slowed down, even though she couldn't get out of bed at first, Erin was there for her and Nadia was there for all of us. Nadia didn't go for the cheer captain position. She chose smaller roles in the theater. She said she couldn't do it all anyways. The cheer practice was conflicting with her theater rehearsals. She grew older much faster than I had to do. She was the one comforting Dad by making him his favorite meal. She was the one reminding me Mom wanted me to keep on playing like she kept on cheering. One evening, Nadia was cooking dinner and she broke Mom's favorite mug from the University of Maryland and she burst out in tears. "It was Mom's mug," she said, and she lost it. And I was there for her that evening, like I promised Mom. But now I don't know what to do. Dad's standing in the living room. "Dad?" I ask, and he turns to me, his eyes full of tears. I walk up to him. He's staring at an old picture of Liam and Nadia. It's from freshman year, their first official date. Nadia is staring at the camera with her braces smile, but Liam is gazing down at Nadia. Already then, he looked like he would do anything for her. And it seems like he did. Dad busies himself sending emails, contacting people, organizing the search. But then he turns to me. "Listen, I need to go." His shoulders are slumped. I need to go see your mom. I need to talk to her. She'd know what to do. He struggles to speak. "I can come with you. The cemetery isn't far from here, and I don't want Dad to be alone." But he shakes his head. "I need some time, son." My throat tightens and I can't say a word. I don't want to lose it now in front of Dad, who seems on the verge of tears. So I nod. He hugs me tight. "I'll see you at the search party. We have officers outside. Do not go anywhere without them." My phone rings not long after.
Hi, Erin breathes out. I still couldn't see Mom. The doctor said her injuries were extensive. On top of the slash to her throat, she got beaten pretty badly and one of her lungs got punctured. When she fell down that flight of stairs, she also suffered internal damage.
I can come over now. I need to be back for the search party in an hour. Everything is set. Liam's family is creating a hotline for tips to pass on to the police with a reward, and Audrey called. She's preparing food and calling different restaurants so we can feed all the volunteers who are going to be searching the area.
Are you sure?
I am. I want to be back for the search, but it starts in a bit over an hour. Dad already left. He said he wanted to be alone. He's going to Mom's grave. My throat closes up. I tried to go with him, but he said he needed some time alone. What he really wants is time with Mom. Erin's voice breaks.
Dimmy, I'm so sorry.
I'll be there soon. I hang up and call Audrey, thinking about another way to bring more people to the search party. She answers after the third ring, seeming out of breath. Hey, I was wondering if you could do me a favor and call Carlos. I just want to make sure the team knows when the search party starts, and I know Jamel has a big following on Twitter. If he could help spread the word, that'd be great. We need as many people as possible.
Of course. Jenna mentioned she talked to the organizers of the Queen of Hearts pageant, so that maybe they can also organize a search and use all the airtime possible to help find Nadia and Caleb. Maybe by next week they'll already be found.
She sounds hopeful. That's all I'm hoping for, but I'm afraid to put everything into the search party today. The angel killer doesn't seem afraid of getting found. Maybe it's good for us, but maybe it's only because he knows he's been playing everyone for so long.
Do you still think it's Erin's dad?
I think he knows more than what he's saying, and I leave it at that. I'm on my way to the hospital to be with Erin.
My mom and I are praying for her.
There's a shuffle in the background.
Sorry, I'm starting to bake for the search party.
Thank you so much again, Audrey. And please, thank your mom for us, too.
Of course, Dimmy. I'll call you back soon.
And she hangs up.
Chapter 45.
I would do anything for him. But of course, he only has eyes for Erin. Erin with her big puppy eyes. Erin who's not as perfect as everyone seems to think. She stole $5 from the money jar to buy candy when she was 7. She was jealous of Nadia and Liam at first. Nadia and Erin told me during one of our pajama parties. One of our long and boring pajama parties. The only redeeming moment at those stupid parties was seeing Dimitri. Dimitri's abs, Dimitri's hands, Dimitri's smile. The smile he usually reserves for Erin is the one I want.
You have to get an inhaler,
Nadia whispers. She knows if she talks too loud, I'm going to hit her again. I will. I crack another egg. Do you know your brother and I shared a moment last year? Nadia resists the temptation to roll her eyes, but I see it, and I kick her in the stomach. We did. It was at your place because God forbid Erin ever invited all of us to her house. She invited you, of course, but she usually didn't invite me. I wonder if my dad is the reason why. If my dad told her I wasn't a good influence on her. I don't think so, though. He couldn't.
Your dad?
Nadia tries to sit up, but with her hands tied behind her back and her leg bleeding, she's having a hard time. She manages to slide closer to Caleb, whose asthma attack seems to have weakened him. He's no longer asking questions, but rather he keeps his eyes on Nadia. She forces a reassuring smile, and I almost want to applaud. Tell her I admire her acting skills. But I don't. Dad's next, you know. He thinks we're in this together. But he's going to have to die for everything he put me through. I crack another egg and mix it with the butter. I'm going to make the best caramel apple pie ever.
Chapter 46. Erin. The hospital waiting room smells like Dimitri and Nadia's grandmother's nursing home. A mix of Clorox and sadness and courage. I went to visit her several times with them. She always asked Dimitri to read her a book, and seeing him with her was another reason my heart had no chance against him. Not that it was fighting hard. One of my favorite pictures of him is when he's sitting next to her and she's looking at him with a smile. But the difference between the nursing home and the hospital is that here more people cram on the chairs. Many look haggard and worried.
After another hour I can't remember, a doctor with dark skin and violet hair approaches us. "Hi, I'm Dr. Giametti." Her hand is strong and sure. "I'm the surgeon who operated on your mom. Why don't you come with me? I understand your father left already." "Can my friend come with me?" I can't let go of Demi's hand. She hesitates for a second. "Please," I add, and I don't care if I sound desperate. I am desperate. "Okay," she replies. I nod. Dad hasn't called or texted her anything. I gave him Demi's number, but he's probably too busy finding a way to make sure Mom's attack is also not pinned on him. At this point, I'm not sure I'm supposed to expect anything from him. Once we're away from the crowd and in another hallway, we pass the doors requiring a badge, and the doctor gestures for us to sit on a chair. "She is in a coma," the doctor tells us. She looks to be in her mid-30s, and even though the circles under her eyes are the biggest I've ever seen, she takes the time to answer all of our questions. "You can sleep in the hospital if you want. Your father said he couldn't, and technically you're under 18, so we wouldn't let you, but—" "I want to," I reply. "I have to go to the search party in an hour, but I will be back as soon as possible." "I will let the nurses know, and I'll be here. I'm going to monitor your mother's progress myself." She tilts her head the way people do when they're about to tell you bad news. "Her heart stopped, twice, and right now she's in an induced coma so her body can regenerate. But I won't lie to you, Aaron. She may not make it." A wave of sadness crashes into my chest, tightening it so hard I struggle to breathe out. Demi caresses my back. "Did she say anything?" She shakes her head. "No, I'm sorry. She was already unconscious when she arrived." "Do you think it's really a good idea for me to go to that search party? I want to be here when she wakes up." The doctor's voice becomes even softer. "You will be fine for several hours. I'll call you if there's a turn for the worse." And it's only once I'm in Demi's truck on our way to the search party that I notice she didn't say she'd call me if there's a turn for the better. Like she already knows it's not going to happen, and that there's a greater risk of my mother dying than a chance for her to live. Chapter 47.
That search party is a fucking joke. Like they think we'd be stupid enough to be caught now. Dad stands away from the crowd. They whisper about him. They point their fingers at him. They already decided he's guilty. They're not wrong. What I hate is that they're now sympathizing with Aaron. Poor Aaron. Poor Aaron. The one who's always had everything. A loving mother, a father at home. The pageant she keeps on winning while I should be the one with the crowns. The supportive best friend, Dimitri. I want to shout that they should all be feeling sorry for me. I'm the one who's had to live with secrets. I'm the one who deserves their pity. Maybe they should realize Aaron should have been with Caleb instead of getting it on with my guy. Her mother fought to save Caleb, but slashing her throat was rewarding. She's going to die, and it is a good thing. That bitch was too stupid. But at some point she may have put together some of the missing pieces that makes up my miserable life. But it's creating this aura around Aaron. They should be hating her too. After all, she's responsible for all of this. Whatever. They'll realize soon enough. The crowd is getting organized into teams. The plan is to search until darkness falls and then reconvene every late afternoon until they find them. They'll find them all right. But they'll be dead. My hands are full of caramel apple pie, and I slide next to Dimitri. He's wearing that dark blue polo shirt I adore on him. His arms are strong, and I remember how they felt around me during that one and only dance last year. Aaron had invited me to that bonfire, and the music was playing. Dimitri was drunk, and he was flirting with Rachel while stealing love puppy glances at Aaron. But he danced with me. It was only for a few seconds, but being in his arms almost righted all the wrongs. It was right before his accident. I didn't know he was going to be the one driving the car. I thought it was going to be that slut, Rachel. Killing her was a pleasure. Dad has taught me well in the past 6 years. Ever since he found out I was his daughter, I became his little angel. Dimitri must sense me because he turns to me. His dark eyes are on me and my entire body reacts to his proximity. I wish I could simply lean in and finally feel his lips on mine, his hands on my body.
"Thanks again so much for your help,"
he says, and gives me a one-sided hug before gently taking the caramel pie away from my hands.
This smells delicious. And thanks to you, Jenna agreed for Aaron to use the Queen of Hearts pageant to spread the word, to get as much information out as possible.
Anything to find them, I reply, brushing against him. How are you holding up? I keep my voice as sad as possible. Nadia would be proud.
I still don't think I realize this is happening.
His eyes leave my face to scan the crowd. Aaron's talking to the sheriff, and Dimmy simply stares at her as he continues speaking to me.
I think I'm going to wake up and find Nadia in the kitchen making coffee or complaining I should have made it for her.
I'm tempted to grab his face and turn it to me so he can give me his full attention again. But sweet Audrey doesn't do this. Sweet Audrey sucks it up and offers her support. Sweet Audrey will be there when Aaron will be gone and when he'll need someone to lean on. We'll find her, I say, and then step away. Let me see if I can help get the teams together.
Thanks again.
He nods and gives me a brief glance before striding to where Aaron is now standing alone, looking sad. She has no idea what's coming to her. No fucking idea.
Chapter 48. Dimitri.
The search hasn't turned up anything, and we still have no news from Nadia or Caleb. No news about Aaron's mom's condition. We're both exhausted, but staying a bit longer to thank everyone who showed up.
I'll be back tomorrow afternoon,
Audrey says, hugging Aaron.
We're going to find her.
She sounds so sure, and I wish I could be as sure as she is. She waves at me and hurries back to her car. Her mom must have loosened the rules with everything that's happened for Audrey to be allowed to help. Let me take you back to the hospital, and then I'll go home and see my dad. My dad was on another search party, and he went home to answer questions he's received from all around the country. Aaron's dad marches through the parking lot, stopping right in front of us. His hands are curled up into fists, and his face is a mask of anger. His lips are pursed, his nostrils are flaring, and he's breathing hard.
You little slut.
Erin gasps. Her eyes widen while my blood boils. Her father doesn't look drunk. He's not wobbling or slurring. He doesn't look wasted or high, only furious and clearly out of his mind. I step in front of Erin. It's not calculated, it's instinctive. And her father snarls.
You think you can defend her?
His eyes go straight to my used-to-be fucked-up leg.
You're a football player with a career destroyed before it even began. What are you going to bring to her?
He smirks. I've only seen glimpses of her father acting that way. It was when the school lost a competition or when someone doubted him, but never so full force.
You're responsible for this shit,
he snarls.
If only you had kept to yourself and didn't throw yourself at this joke of a boy, we wouldn't be in this mess. I would still have my life. I wouldn't have to worry about anything, but of course you had to open your legs.
Anger boils within me and it's about to explode. Don't speak to her like that. What the fuck are you even talking about? Erin's frozen behind me and I'm tempted to turn around to make sure she's okay, but I'm not letting this shitty excuse of a father away from my glare.
You'll see. But Erin, I gave you everything. I gave you everything and this is how you repay me?
He sounds infuriated. I think you need to leave, sir. I grab Erin's hand and nudge her toward my truck.
I think you need to stop screwing my daughter. So I guess we both want things we can't have.
He raises his hands up in the air.
It's only the beginning.
And with those words, he stomps away. Erin climbs into the truck without a word. Are you okay? I ask, wanting to take the words back as soon as they slipped away. Of course she's not okay. My muscles tense. I want to punch the steering wheel, but I don't want to frighten her. Erin's breathing hard and the sadness on her face hurts me more than what her crazy father said.
Remember on my 13th birthday? Mom organized a party for me at the lake, but then she was too tired to come. I ate a piece of cake your mom made before the party started, and then I fell while taking pictures. I didn't check where I was going. I scraped my knee pretty bad and twisted my wrist. I tried not to cry, not because it hurt, but because Mom wasn't there to tell me it was going to be okay.
She leans forward.
Your mom helped out that day because mine couldn't get out of the house. That's why I cried, but Dad told me I was weak. He yelled at me for being a crybaby. Ever since that day, he's gotten slowly worse, and these days I never know if I'm going to get the silent treatment or get yelled at. But
He's getting out of control. We need to call the sheriff.
Erin bites her lip and then notices she's doing it and she shakes her head.
I always tell Nadia to stop biting her lip, and I'm doing the same.
Nadia. If he's the one who has her, what is he doing to her? Anger and panic mesh in my heart in a desperate cocktail. Erin laces her fingers with mine, and I'm not sure who's giving and who's receiving the most comfort from this simple gesture.
Chapter 49. Erin. Mom's situation hasn't improved or deteriorated, and for the past 4 days I've been sleeping at the hospital, avoiding Dad, going to school part-time, and participating in the search parties every afternoon at 3. The crowd of volunteers is already thinning. Dad's lawyer managed to keep the police away from him. They interrogated him only once, according to what Tyreek told Dimmy's dad, but they have nothing on him. Apparently, the day Nadia and Caleb disappeared, he was caught on camera at a supermarket, and then his truck stayed on the parking lot for hours. To me, it doesn't sound like enough of an alibi, but Dad did hire the best of the best lawyer. I didn't want to come to rehearsal today. I certainly don't want to participate in the Queen of Hearts pageant. Being on stage and pretending nothing is wrong isn't happening. Not when I barely eat, cry until I'm too tired to cry, beg Mom to wake up. But Jenna told me the organizers only agreed to help if I was participating. Apparently, their committee is struggling with the pageant and they think I could help them secure more funding. A win-win, Jenna said. Bullshit. Audrey is already there when I arrive. She's waiting on the porch. Her long dress is floating around her. She waves at me. I was waiting for you. Are you doing okay? I'm surviving. I definitely wish I could stay at the hospital instead of coming here. I don't understand why the organizers want me in that pageant. I've received 2 letters telling me to stand down and that I couldn't represent the county. I don't want to represent the county. I rub my forehead, squint at the sun shining. How is your mom feeling? She tilts her head in that sympathetic tilt people do. No change. I can barely get the words out. I wish I don't know, before the bonfire, if only I asked them to leave with me so we could go to Sonic or something, you know? Maybe Liam would be alive and Nadia would be there with us. Whoever did this may not have taken Caleb, too. You've got nothing to blame yourself for. I look back in the distance, wishing I could play rewind. You don't either. She stands up and squeezes my hand. Come on, we can do this. I follow her inside Jenna's home. Jenna, who is currently sitting at her desk in the office instead of in the studio. She stands up when we both enter. And she does something I didn't expect her to do. I'm so sorry for Nadia, for your brother, for everything. I can't imagine what you're going through. She hugs me tight and then lets me go. Her sad face is soon replaced with her professional one. We have to talk. I really don't want to be on stage. I know, and I wish I could convince them that you don't have to. She seems to mean what she says, and it warms my heart. But they may have a point. If you're on stage, the world is going to watch. We could maybe try to get more funds for the tip line. We could ask for more volunteers to join. I came yesterday and saw there are less and less people. You were there? Surprise must show on my face because Jenna frowns. Of course I was. I know I'm hard on you girls, and I've been harder than before. But I care for you, and I'm so sorry you're going through this. Audrey clears her throat while I mumble a thank you. She joins her hands neatly on her knees. How are we going to do this? How are we going to best use this opportunity for Nadia? Jenna glances at both of us. With the interview, but Audrey, you're going to need to keep doing your same routine. Erin is the one who needs to appeal to the crowd. If both of you do it, it might lose some of the power. She touches her lip with her finger. And the committee asked specifically for Erin to be the one spreading the message. Audrey opens her mouth and then closes it, as if she's trying to rein her feelings in. This is ridiculous. I want to do something too. I'm going to ask you to go to the studio and train as usual. Jenna pauses, clears her throat. And let's face it, knowing your mom, she probably wouldn't like any of this. She had issues with you rehearsing together with Erin way before any of this happened. She's had issues ever since her dad became a suspect. And the last time I talked to her, she was threatening to fire me if I kept both of you on.
Audrey gasps and the fist clenching my chest tightens. Of course. Everyone is shunning us away. Everyone. Audrey gets up and her hand rests on my shoulder.
I'm going to talk to my mom. I'm going to make her change her mind.
But when she leaves the room, I know it won't happen. The only way I'll see Audrey again is if she disobeys her mom, and let's face it, that's only happened once in the 6 years I've known her. Once. The team had an away game, and Audrey had always wanted to go to a football game with all of us, so she snuck out and met us at the hotel. We had a great time, but the next day her mom came all the way to Dallas to drag her out. She never disobeyed her mom after that. Never.
Chapter 50.
Funny how Jenna doesn't realize she's been talking to me on the phone. I tried to convince Jenna to drop Aaron from the pageants. But of course, Jenna fought for Aaron, explaining how important it was for all of us to stick together in those difficult times. Jenna can be a softie. Mommy Dearest had issues with Aaron, but not because she thought she'd be a bad influence. Nope. Mommy Dearest was jealous of Aaron, too. Mom's been dead for a long time. Ever since she came to drag me back home after Dallas, I knew she had to go. It wasn't peaceful. It wasn't a good death, as she used to say. There was screaming and fighting, and more screaming. But she had to know it was coming. You don't screw a serial killer and expect your daughter to not have some of him in her mind.
Chapter 51. Aaron. The Queen of Hearts pageant is the pageant event of southwestern Texas. Since it doesn't necessarily follow the same entry obligations as other pageants and is more open to outsiders, it's always a popular event. Plus, this year they got the football stars of each school of the county to show up, even getting Jay Robinson, the star quarterback of North County High, Dimitri's hero, the legend of our area, to be one of the judges. Nadia would usually drive me to the pageants. She would help me and Audrey get ready. If Jenna was in a good mood, she'd try to convince her that she should definitely enter one pageant just to try it, but Nadia would shake her head. Way too time-consuming, which is her polite answer. To me, she'd rant that even though she understands why I'm doing it, she doesn't understand why it's such an institution. If Jenna was in a bad mood, she'd bitch that Nadia doesn't understand pageants and would look her up and down before telling her she needed to stay in theater, because pageants weren't for her. I enter the hotel where the pageant takes place and follow the signs. My heels don't make any sound on the thick carpet. The smells of perfume and hairspray are already in the air. Even though the event is more open to different participants, the same crowd as usual is here. Mary, who started pageants only 2 years ago but is well on her way to become Miss Texas. Salika, who's been my competition since we were old enough to realize this was a competition, and the rest of them. Salika waves at me, whispers something to her mom, and steps my way. People stop talking when their eyes land on me, and I know what most of them think. How can she show her face here? Others must think judges are going to go easy on me because of what happened, and they hate that too. But they have no clue how I feel. Being here hurts me deep inside my chest. Nadia always came to my pageants, and she's not here today. Caleb made posters to cheer me on, and he's not here today. I'd rather be at the hospital with Mom or searching for Nadia and Caleb than parading on stage. You've got lady balls, Salika says with her soft and musical voice. Don't let them... She glances around the room. Don't let them get to you. She pauses. I'm praying for Nadia. I'm praying for her to be found. Thank you, I reply, and there's this void inside of me. I haven't prayed since I tried to strike a bargain with God about keeping Nadia's mother alive. It didn't work. And even before that, I sometimes just went to church because I had to be part of the community, but I wasn't sure about what I believed in. Not sure I believed in anything. And that's where the void came, because if you believe, you can make sense of things that don't make sense. You have a security blanket that helps you in difficult times. The thoughts rush to my mind. Salika nudges me. Are you okay? I shake my head. Not really, I reply. Thanks again, really. Salika nods and I turn away, trying to find an empty corner in this uber-crowded room. Everything seems so normal, like the world continues even though so much has changed. Some mothers bite their nails, nervous for their daughters. Others belittle their daughters for not trying hard enough, for not being ready,
for not winning last time. A few are on their cell phones, bored by the entire ordeal. My mom is still at the hospital. She still hasn't woken up, and the longer it takes, the more worried the doctors are about her condition. A few dads stand in the room, and there's drama unfolding in the front. 2 women yelling at each other while their girls stare at them. They're wearing the same exact outfit. Beginner's mistake. Around them, other girls continue to do their hair, their makeup, trying to appear in control, trying to appear confident, not only for the judges, but also to freak out the competition. Everything is the same as usual, yet nothing is. Carla, a girl I beat last year at almost every pageant, strides my way and bumps my shoulder. She doesn't apologize, but instead frowns.
Erin, I cannot believe you're here.
A sentence I'm sure I've heard 10 times already.
I'm surprised you even showed up. I mean, okay, you've got the poor me look going on with Nadia and Caleb missing and all.
I forgot what a bitch Carla could be when she feels threatened. Her mom's so hard on her, and I overheard her yelling at her once that if she couldn't even win a pageant, she didn't know what Carla would do with her life. Winning became the one thing Carla wants more than anything. I don't answer. I only want to find Audrey and stay in my bubble until the beginning of the competition. But Carla doesn't seem to agree with that plan.
Your father is a killer. You probably helped your father lure all those girls in.
Her voice rises above all the others, and my hand itches, but I simply turn around. Sometimes not answering is the best policy. I scan the crowd looking for Audrey. We'd usually meet early, but after the argument between her and Jenna, she hasn't called or texted me. Her mom is probably on her case, too. I grab my phone in my little bag, but she hasn't called or texted. A weight of anxiety curls up into my chest, and any attempt to squish it fails. My throat is parched. My hands clam up. I can feel him before seeing him. His hand on the small of my back, his voice next to my ear, and the comfort I feel knowing he is near. "You're going to be amazing. You are going to get the scholarship. And we are going to find my sister and your brother." His lips touch my skin, and I lean into him. I feel like I should be out searching, not on stage. Without Nadia, this scholarship... You can't think like that. When you're not at the hospital, you're searching for Nadia and Caleb. Nadia would be so pissed if you didn't give it your best. Demi looks exhausted. He's been out searching tirelessly. It's the first time he's taken a break.
Erin!
Jenna interrupts us.
You know the rules. No boys backstage. Even if this boy is as edible as a Texas flood pie.
She's carrying a bag with her. What's going on? I ask.
Nothing.
You used to lie much better than this. I tilt my head to the side. All the girls are wearing purple bracelets on their wrists. What is it?
It's a fine Nadia and Caleb bracelet. I told you we would raise money and awareness.
I'm tempted to hug her, but she waves me off.
Your makeup is on, and you already left a trail on this yummy boy's t-shirt.
She points to Demi's gray shirt that now has a trail of red. Have you heard from Audrey? My eyes dart to the door, half expecting Audrey to make a grand entrance, but still nothing.
She has to be on her way.
She's always early. It doesn't make sense. What if something happened to her, too? My throat dries up at the thought.
She'll be here.
Jenna steps back, her phone in her hand.
I'm going to call her again.
Her gaze turns softer.
You go and make me proud. But most importantly, Erin, you go and get yourself the future.
You can do this. Demi dips his head and finds my lips, not caring one bit about my makeup. In the crowd of girls, some give me an encouraging nod, while another one, not wearing the purple bracelet, mutters, "Daughter of a killer." And I realize that it might always be like this in all areas of life. People will lift you up, people will tear you down. But I can't let them take away who I am. And I know that I need to do this. For Nadia and Caleb, for Liam, for the girls who've been killed before. The cameras will be rolling, the questions will be coming, and I will be giving my best.
Let's get this show on the road,
one of the organizers yells out, and Demi raises his finger in the air like I did for him when he played football. Audrey has to be here by now, but I don't have time to turn around to look for her or to do our traditional pep talk, because it's time. Time to shine. For Caleb and Nadia. Chapter 52.
Dimitri.
The room is full of people, and full of reporters. Ever since Jenna hinted at the fact that Aaron was going to call out the angel killer, everyone has been holding their breaths, including me. My phone buzzes. Aaron must be texting me right before going on stage for the second time. They just did their first entrance, and now each of the girls is coming back out for the evening gown walk.
Still no news from Audrey? Super worried.
I'll try her house again. And I try for the third time. Audrey still hasn't shown up for the pageant, and after texting her several times, I call Tyreek. With everything that's going on, they need to know right away if someone has disappeared. After calling them, I return into the audience. Erin is on stage, but she's not smiling, which I understand. Being here is already hard enough. She does the walk with her evening gown and goes first in the Q&A section.
Miss Hortz, we understand you had a few difficult weeks. What gave you the courage to show up here? Many people are wondering how you decided to still come today, despite everything that's happening.
Erin frowns. This wasn't the question she had agreed to answer. Jenna raises her shoulders as if she's not aware of what's happening.
I'm not here because I'm courageous. I'm here because we need to talk about what's going on. About Nadia Kovlev and my brother, Caleb, so that as many people as possible look for them. But with your father being in the spotlight and your boyfriend being a person of interest...
Erin purses her lips and stares straight ahead.
I'm sorry, did you have a question?
The crowd applauds and the judge continues very quickly.
We will continue with our question after showing this clip you have prepared about your best friend and your brother. I've used pictures I took of them in the last 15 years and got several people to tell me something about them. I'd like everyone here and at home to watch it and to report any tips they may have at 1-800-FIND-THEM.
The lights dim in the room and the screen goes down. The first picture of Nadia Erin took was with a disposable camera when they were 8 at our cousin's wedding. Nadia is laughing. Erin's voice starts to narrate.
Nadia and I have known each other for as long as we can remember. Nadia is...
The image jumps and her voice changes into a metallic one. The same one who called me from Rachel's number. The hair lifts on my arms. Erin shrieks. She's shaking.
What's going on?
I stand up to make my way to her, but the crowd is thick.
Nadia isn't dead yet, but she will die. She will pay for all your sins, Erin. Caleb will die too, because you weren't with him.
And then there's an image of Erin's father.
Did you know he killed more than 20 girls? So many more deaths than the ones the stupid police are investigating. Did you know he chose some of them because of you, Erin? That you're responsible for their deaths? See you later.
And the screen goes dark. People are running around.
Calm down, please, calm down!
One of the judges takes control of the microphone while Erin rushes backstage. Her police protection will be there, I tell myself. Everything will be okay. Seconds stretch into minutes, and I'm about to go backstage to find her when I receive a text from her.
I'll meet you at your truck.
It makes sense. The backstage area is probably too full of people. Jenna is talking to some reporters, and I manage to avoid them by going via the exit on the right. The parking lot is still full. I hurry to my truck. I try to call Erin, but she doesn't answer. I text her, dread turning my stomach into stone. I'm here, waiting for you. And I wait for a few more minutes before fear invades each of my breaths. I call her again. No answer. The crowd still trickles out of the room. The police are there, checking everyone. I spot Tyreek. Have you seen Erin? She told me she was changing and then coming back out. She was supposed to meet me at the car 5 minutes ago. Before, 5 minutes didn't seem that long. Now 5 seconds seems like an eternity. It's no longer the difference between a touchdown and a loss. It's the difference between being alive and being dead. Between having everything and having nothing. My fast walk turns into a jog. I push the door to the hotel and hurry backstage. Some girls shriek and I step back, covering my eyes. Has anyone seen Erin?
She left out back 5 minutes ago.
She pauses for a second.
You can uncover your eyes, we're all dressed. You just surprised us, that's all.
What? I scratch the back of my head. Her words don't register.
She seemed to be in a hurry. She left all of her stuff here, only taking her phone and her purse.
She points to a small table on the right corner. Tyreek strides to the small table. She left a note. Audrey is in trouble. I'll be back soon. He reads out loud. What the fuck? I yell and grab the back of my neck with both hands. Did she say anything else? Write anything else? And that's when my phone buzzes. A text from Aaron.
I never understood what you see in her.
And a picture of Aaron in the back of a car. I know that car. I know that color. 3 years ago, Audrey's mom came to the garage to get her tires changed. Dad asked me to help him that weekend, and I asked Audrey's mom why she got red seats. She told me it reminded her of a time long gone. It's Audrey's mom. It has to be Audrey's mom, I mutter. I show the text to Tyreek. This car, it has the red seats and the burned cigarette hole in it. I asked her if she wanted me to replace it or clean it, and she got mad, saying one should never clean away or replace memories. I shudder. She kind of freaked me out, to be honest. The way she was with Audrey was always weird. What's her address? He asked me, words tumbling out of his mouth. We need to send a car there right now. She lives outside of town, close to the gas station, the house with the blue shutters. Tyreek takes his radio out. Send a car to Mrs. Juliana's house with the blue shutters by the gas station. You may have saved her life, son. We're going to find her. We're going to find Nadia and Caleb. He grabs whatever Aaron left behind, and I follow him. If he thinks I'm going to stay behind, he doesn't know me.
Chapter 53. Aaron. Audrey's text message chilled me to the core.
Help me, he's going to kill us. He said he was going to kill Caleb first. He said I should pick you up and you should guide me to the cabin.
The cabin? I haven't been there in years. It's a wooden cabin not far from the lake. My feet are on autopilot. I don't say anything to anyone, scribble a note for Dimmy and weave my way to the back door, through the crowd of girls chattering and changing. Audrey's mom's car stands on the far right. I try to open the passenger door, but it's locked. Audrey's eyes are wide and she points to the back seat.
Hurry up,
she pleads, and her voice is full of fear. I climb into the back seat and close the door. She locks them from the driver's seat and turns to me, snapping a picture with her phone before driving off. What are you doing?
Taking your picture. You love the spotlight, even though your face doesn't scream beauty queen right now.
She accelerates. I've never seen her dress like this. She's wearing my clothes. My shirt that says cheering isn't easy, and my favorite pair of shorts, the one with the hole in the back that I got while climbing into the treehouse with Dimmy 2 months ago. I tilt my head to the side, my heart beating louder than her engine. The cabin is by the lake, I tell her, despite the fact she's already on her way and we've never been there together. I need to stay calm. There has to be an explanation. She turns on the radio and plays a very familiar song, the one I first danced to with Dimitri when I was 13. Audrey had just moved to the area.
This should have been our song,
she says, sounding angry.
This should have been our first kiss, but you have to steal everything from me.
What are you talking about? She laughs, and it's such a hard laugh. Audrey's always been so sweet, so nice.
I'm talking about you stealing my life. Did you know that when I was 5 years old, Mom and I didn't have enough to eat? Did you know Dad didn't see me until I was 13? For the first 13 years of my life, I didn't have a father.
Your father died in service.
You're so gullible. My mom's boyfriend died in an accident right before we moved. Mom knew I didn't like him, but she still brought him around. He wasn't such a bad guy, but he wasn't my father.
She slams her hand on the wheel and I lean forward, my fingers searching for my phone. Audrey's nuts. She lost it. She has to be involved in the murders. If I can call 911 now, maybe they'll be able to trace us. She takes a turn too fast and the car spins on its wheels. It's now or never. While she regains control of the vehicle, I dial 911 and press the call button before burying my phone inside my bag. With the music still going strong, she shouldn't hear anything.
A car accident happens so fast, you know.
She switches the music to another song, one I don't recognize.
This song played at the father-daughter dance you attended with your father. Again, it should have been me.
It makes no sense. What are you doing, Audrey? I ask, crossing my fingers someone hears me talking. Why are you doing this?
Because, sister, I'm tired of being on the losing end.
Sister? She laughs again.
Please tell me you're not that surprised about it. Why else do you think I planned all of this? For Dimitri only?
She bores her eyes into mine in the rearview mirror.
Dimitri is mine. But it all started when Mom finally told me about my dad. See, she said that she loved him at first, but that he was starting to scare her. They had an affair back in Georgia, when your mom had her first mental breakdown after her parents died.
She smirks.
After Dad killed her parents.
No words come out of my mouth. Audrey is almost at the cabin. I jump out of the car, but what about Caleb? What about Nadia?
Anyway, sis, I begged Mom to move closer to Dad, and she was kind of scared of me back then, so she did. And she loved our dad. She was obsessed with him, really. When we moved here, he freaked at first. He thought she wanted to blackmail him, but then he met me. He said he finally had a daughter who could make him proud.
She chuckles.
I became Daddy's little angel then. She was the third person Dad and I killed together. The feeling of the knife in my hand was so powerful. Her screams didn't do anything to me. No sadness. Nothing. And Dad was proud of me.
Bile rushes up to my mouth and I break eye contact with her. Her mother. Her own mother. Where's Dad?
Because you care. You don't give a shit about him. It's only about you. You.
My throat closes up. She laughs like I'm amusing her, like the entire situation is so funny. She parks in front of the cabin and pulls out her phone.
Do you want to see what happened to Dad? I filmed it thinking about you, how we could share that one moment.
She turns around, the knife in one hand, the phone in the other.
Press play, and nothing else, or I'll slash your face earlier than planned.
My fingers shake, but I manage to press play. Dad's sprawled on a kitchen floor, bleeding out. His face is all red. He gargles, and I close my eyes, dry heaving. Audrey's knife touches my cheek.
Open your eyes. I want you to see him die.
She presses the knife further in my skin, and the sting makes me open my eyes.
Such a good girl.
She chuckles.
Now, watch.
Dad struggles to sit down. Bile shoots through my mouth and my entire body tenses. I blink away tears. Knowing he's a killer meshes with the fact that a part of me always hoped Dad would come around and love us. Love me. He gargles again. We have rules. Audrey's voice resonates through the phone.
Rules? What rules? Never to attack family? Oh, please. You killed your wife's parents. They were family. You thought about killing Aaron more times than one.
I gasp, and Audrey's smile stretches further.
When did you start killing?
Dad doesn't answer, and she kicks him.
When?
13. I was 13, then 17.
Why?
Angels. Beautiful angels. All mine. He grunts, and despite Audrey kicking him again, he doesn't move. She takes away the phone.
He died way too quickly. I may have stabbed him one too many times. He was so dumb, coming over thinking he could reason with me. So dumb.
Why did you attack him? Why?
Because he wanted the focus to be on him. He's quite the narcissistic daddy dearest. Well, he was. He's dead. The police will find him at my house. Maybe they'll think Mom killed him and I'm missing. Once I'm found again, alive, Dimitri will be so relieved.
She pauses and scratches the tip of her nose.
Did you know it takes 24 to 72 hours for the internal organs to start decomposing? It stinks, too.
She pauses, sighs dramatically.
Now get out of the car.
She flashes a gun at me.
Daddy dearest did give me quite a few valuable gifts.
She puts it back in her purse. I stumble outside. Audrey's blonde hair is held up, and she even walks differently. With more swagger, with more confidence. She kicks me in the back of my legs, and I wince at the pain, holding back a whimper. She pulls rope from the front seat and ties my hands, probably cutting the blood from circulating.
Come on, hurry up.
She shoves me forward.
Oh, wait, I need your phone. I need to send another text from it when you're dead. A picture of you and me. I'll look hurt, but when they find me, I'll still be breathing. You won't.
Shit. She tugs me back to the car and grabs my purse.
I'll get it,
I whisper. She laughs.
You think I'm going to untie you? You're even stupider than I thought.
But she rummages through my bag and curses when she finds it.
You bitch!
She pulls on my hair and slams my head against the door.
You fucking bitch!
My head throbs and my heart slams against my chest. She's wild-eyed and the little control she had is gone. She mutters to herself,
Dad would be so pissed. So pissed! Such a beginner mistake.
She slaps me and the pain piles on. She stares at my phone and her lips move, but she doesn't say a word. Then she yells into the phone,
I want to speak to Dimitri. Only to him.
Then she hangs up and tucks my phone in her back pocket.
You're going to pay for this,
she whispers in my ear, and the hairs on my nape lift. She opens the door of the cabin.
Aaron,
Nadia whispers.
Aaron.
Caleb is lying on her lap, not moving. I rush to them. Is he okay? Oh, Nadia, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Nadia's face is all bruised up, while Caleb seems to be fine. He wakes up as soon as I touch him.
I did my breathing exercises. They helped.
His voice is hoarse. I turn to Audrey, who's pacing around us. She kicks me again, this time on the back. Caleb screams and Nadia flinches while I yelp. I have his inhaler in my bag. I always have an inhaler in my bag for him, I tell Audrey. He's your brother. Don't let him die. She chuckles as if I just said the funniest joke ever.
You're my sister and you're still going to die. I haven't decided on this one yet. I'll kill Nadia. I'll be happy to kill Nadia. She and Liam were so sickening. And the way she was always on your side. Even when you two argued, you would always make up. Best friends forever. Gag.
I slide next to Caleb.
Actually, I should make it a game. You should decide between Caleb and Nadia.
She steps forward.
You two, get up.
No, you don't have to do that.
Of course I do.
Nadia wobbles up, and then before Caleb can move, she leaps forward for the gun. She might have been fast enough when she was healthy, but her injuries slow her down, and Audrey pushes her back down.
I guess you decided to go first.
She crouches down in front of her.
Do you remember when Liam died? He was protecting you. He jumped in front of you. He died for you. You're responsible for his death, too.
She hits Nadia with her weapon and something cracks, but that doesn't stop her. She kicks her and kicks her. Caleb whimpers, hiding his eyes, while I try to untie my hands, to do anything. Don't look, Caleb, please don't look. Stop it! I yell. It's me you want. You have me! Her phone rings and she stops beating Nadia, who's no longer moving. My throat tightens and I try to remember the first times I met Audrey. What could sway her? Can anything save us now? Chapter 54. Dimitri. When we get to Audrey's house, silence welcomes us as well as a stench that has me gagging. I put my arm in front of my nose.
What is that? Stay back, Dimmy, Tyreek tells me as he moves forward. Officers Rivera and Martinez are up ahead and update him on the situation, but I can't stay behind. I can't do nothing. I walk around the house. I drove Audrey back one day after a sleepover she and my sister had at my house when Aaron was sick and couldn't make it. Audrey told me her mom wasn't feeling well either and Nadia didn't have her permit yet. She went out back to enter her home because she said her mom hadn't wanted her out and she hoped she could pretend like she had stayed home. The kitchen door leading to the outside is opened. I step inside and the smell attacks me. He's dead. I don't scream the words. I don't whisper them. Tyreek, he's here. Tyreek hurries to where I'm standing. I told you to stay back. He looks down. Oh my God, do not touch anything. Go back outside and wait for me by your car. His phone rings and he answers. This is he. He listens for a minute without a word. Are you sure? His eyes snap to mine. We'll meet you there. I'm sure he knows where it is. We have the body of Mr. Hortz here. He's been dead a few hours. And we think there's another body on the property. We need the dogs to come out and search for it. He steps around the body and pulls me with him outside where I take a deep breath. My hands shake. Who did this? But I already know. Audrey. She's holding your sister, Caleb, and Aaron in a cabin by the lake. Aaron managed to place a 911 call. Audrey is dangerous." His eyes bore into mine. "She said she wants to talk to you." My breathing accelerates and my hands clam up. "Okay?" "Based on what they heard on the phone, Audrey is Aaron's half-sister." I do my best not to let this piece of information derail me. What am I supposed to tell her? How do I get them out? "You get her confidence. I'm not sure the team responsible will let you do that, but I have a feeling if they do not, she'll kill everyone. We know you don't have the proper training, but we'll be there every step of the way." He pauses. "We'll be there with you," he repeats, and even though his words are reassuring, his voice shakes a little. We make it to the cabin in record time. Another team is following us, and Tyreek wants to wait for them. The cabin is tucked away from the lake. Erin showed it to me once when we were jogging. We tried to get in, but it was locked. She said she came here after her 13th birthday. Her dad got mad at her for eating a piece of my mom's scrumptious meringue pie before her party and not paying attention to where she was going while taking pictures. Instead of sleeping over at our place, he took her to the cabin. They stayed for only a very short time, and my spine chills wondering what he would have done if she had stayed longer. Had he planned to kill her? There's little doubt in my mind that he is the angel killer, especially based on the radio discussion I overheard on the way here. "Son, are you ready?" Tyreek asks after talking to another policeman who just arrived. "We're going to try to establish communication. Stay nearby just in case." Okay. My eyes never leave the cabin, wondering what's going on inside, wondering if they're still alive.
Chapter 55. Aaron. Dimitri's talking to Audrey. His call came right as she was about to kick Nadia or me again. Her smile was so sweet and so much like the Audrey I thought I knew. Nadia's breathing is slowing down. The blood trickles slowly out of her wounds, but her fingers give mine a slight pressure. "I love you," she mouths, and I want to yell at her that it's not goodbye yet, that she can't say goodbye to me now. We're best friends. We're going to be going to Maryland together. We're going to have a future.
Erin needs to know that we're going to be together. She needs to stop coming between us. She stole my title and my dad. She stole you. She can't keep stealing things from me.
Audrey stares at me with the knife in her hand and the gun behind her. If I could untie myself, maybe I could destabilize her. But if I move, she'll know right away. She steps closer and kicks me on my back. The pain is sharp.
She thinks she's better than everyone else. Did you know her dad is a serial killer? I mean, our dad. Of course, she had an easy life while I was the secret, the other one, the one no one was supposed to talk about. Mom told me before I killed her that I reminded her of him.
She chuckles, her dry, lifeless chuckle.
We're going to play a little game. If you answer 3 questions correctly about me, Nadia is going to live.
I'm not sure what Dimitri is saying, but whatever it is, Audrey's lips turn into a smile.
Do you really think that? Wait, give me a second.
She turns around and my hands fumble on the cord. Nadia's fingers have stopped moving and her breathing is ragged. I force my body to move closer, but Audrey has me tied up against the chair. If I move, she's going to hear. She's reapplying lip gloss right now. My lip gloss. And glancing outside.
They're here,
she sing-songs.
I might let Caleb go. He never hurt me. Dad wasn't that enamored with him like he was with you before I came along.
I open my mouth, but she strikes me before I can say a word.
Shut up!
Caleb sobs next to me. He's holding on to me.
Leave my sister alone! I'm your sister too. And let's face it, I would have been a much better sister than Erin. She's the best sister ever,
he replies, his voice trembling. His breathing turns more labored and his nose is pinched. He needs his inhaler. I move my chin to the door. My bag is right there. Please, can you please give it to him? She seems to consider for a moment, but slowly approaches my bag. She drops all the contents on the floor, picks up my wallet first and digs into it. She finds Dimitri's picture.
I can't believe you kept this all those years. They probably say I'm unstable, but who keeps a picture for 3 years in their wallet?
She shakes her head.
You probably blackmailed him into being with you. I know he's been wanting me. If only I'd gone to your school. I almost did, but Mom had to go and homeschool me.
She throws the inhaler at us. I can't get it without my hands. Caleb's hands are tied too. And it almost seems another part of her emerges as she comes back to us, leans down, and unties Caleb.
I'm going to let you go soon. You can take your inhaler, but you need to step away from Aaron. Go over there.
She points to the small table on the other corner.
Stay there. If you move, I will shoot her.
Go, I whisper to Caleb. Go, I'll be okay.
No, you won't, but whatever,
Audrey says. She talks on the phone again.
Those 3 questions I had. Do you think you can answer them?
Her voice is sweet, full of honey.
Of course the police want to talk to me.
Her lips turn into a smile.
I knew you would say that. I'm not sure Nadia can move, and I'm keeping Sister Dearest with me. Caleb can go. I don't really care for him.
She walks to Caleb and pulls him up. Caleb cries and tries to escape from her grip.
I want Aaron!
He screams over and over again. Audrey slaps him and he hiccups.
Listen to me, you little shit. I could change my mind, but I want you out now. Aaron wants you to go too, right?
Caleb turns his big, sad eyes to me and I nod. I do want you to go outside. You'll be fine. I'll be there soon.
What about Nadia? She said we needed to stick together. She said she was going to protect me, and she did. She protected me.
He's full-blown sobbing now, and my heart breaks, but I need to stay strong. Nadia will want you to go, too. At her name, Nadia finally stirs and groans. Blood trickles on her face, but she's breathing. She's alive. You need to go, Caleb, I repeat, and he finally moves toward the door. Is it going to be like in the movies, and they're going to take a shot at her as she opens the door? But instead, she turns to Nadia.
Since you seem to be alive, open the fucking door.
She pulls Nadia up by her tied hands. Nadia coughs and opens one eye. The other is too swollen. Her breathing is labored and she can barely move. I can open the door, I say. I'm fine. Caleb can open it too.
I need this bitch to get moving so Dimitri sees she's still alive. Do you think he's going to continue talking to me if he thinks his sister is dead?
She yells and moves her hands around, still carrying that gun. Nadia groans and almost falls back down. I can. She takes a few steps but is too weak to pull the door open. Go, Caleb, go. He opens the door and runs into the field. Audrey grabs her phone again.
See? Nadia is alive. I wouldn't do anything to her. Aaron is the one who destroyed everything. She took everything from me. My father, my family, you.
Audrey walks around and my brain searches for something, anything to get Nadia out, to get Audrey to see things differently. The cabin looks different than the last time I came here. Dad was so mad at me that day. It was the only time he took me here. He had those haunted eyes, and I remember being scared because I thought he was going to leave me here alone, and he knew how scared I was to be alone then. Not sure why. On the counter, there are pictures of all the girls he killed. Pictures and mementos. My stomach churns and I shake my head. I can't get sick. The police checked this cabin at least 5 times in the last few years. Dad would always complain about it. He called it his peaceful retreat. Audrey giggles. Whatever you're doing, Dimmy, keep doing it, I think. Nadia coughs again and moans, falling to her side.
Your sister is okay.
Audrey props Nadia back up against me. Our shoulders are touching.
Our dad beat her up, but I told him to stop. I told him she was important.
Nadia glances at me. It's brief, but with the way she's now sitting, back to back, she could untie my hands. Or I could untie hers. Her fingers touch mine and she grunts as she pulls on the cords. Audrey's still too absorbed with lying to Dimmy to see anything, but the cabin isn't big, and if she sees us, she'll kill us. I don't know why she hasn't killed me yet.
Erin needs to disappear. Without her, I'll finally have my place back. My life.
Audrey sounds more deranged by the second. How can she think she could ever have her life after all of this? But then I hear her giggle again. Audrey has lost all ties to reality. My hands are free. And now what? Nadia slumps back as if this extra effort took everything from her.
Liam,
she whispers and tears roll down her face. I want to hug her and comfort her, but I need to find a way out. I wait until Audrey has her back turned completely away from us. It's like she's forgotten we're even here. Years of cheer practice come back to me, not the smiling or the cheering part, but the training. I slide up against the wall. Nadia seems to have passed out again.
Of course I'll let you talk to your sister.
Shit, it's now or never. I kick the hand that's holding the gun and it ricochets away from her. It seems to be the signal they'd been waiting for. Footsteps in the distance. You fucking bitch! Audrey yells and tries to jump on me. I'm hurt, but the adrenaline must be pumping because I kick her again. She pushes me back with a strength I didn't know she had. But what else did I miss?
Our father was going to kill you here. On your 13th birthday, he was going to gut you open. You wouldn't have been one of his angels. You just pissed him off. He came to our home afterwards and he told me how much he wished I was the one he could call his daughter publicly. That's when I knew. I knew he and I had a bond you couldn't break.
She tightens her hands around my neck.
Why? Why angels?
I croak out. The door busts open and Tyreek barges inside the cabin. He grabs her away from me, reads her rights, and handcuffs her. I wheeze, struggling to take a breath. Why? I repeat.
Years of research might tell you why he killed. People might say he was sick or deranged or that he didn't know what he was doing. He did. He didn't black out when he killed. He enjoyed every single moment, every whimper, every scream. He told me he killed his first victim when he was 13. She was the daughter of his parents' friends. His parents called her a little angel because she was oh so nice and polite and sweet. He pushed her down into a lake and held her underneath the water because she didn't want to go out with him. Dad didn't like rejection.
She laughs and the sound rips my heart into pieces.
Like father, like daughter. You wouldn't understand.
I shake my head. I'm glad I don't. Audrey looks lost in time as she continues talking.
He was a bit more meticulous than me, though. He had a ritual. It became a game for him, satisfying his urges and playing with the cops. He killed in other states, but he used a different signature for each of them.
Tyreek pulls her with him. I stumble to Nadia. A doctor is near her, and then I hear Caleb calling my name. Dimitri is holding him in his arms. He gasps when he sees his sister. Give me Caleb, I manage to say while tears run down my face. Caleb throws himself in my arms and I almost fall back, but I hold him tightly. Dimitri kneels close to Nadia, listening to what the doctor says, calling his dad, holding her hand. I'm going to the ambulance with her, he tells me before kissing me. It's a quick and hungry kiss, one that makes Caleb laugh, and that sound is the sound I needed to realize that we're alive. I love you, Dimmy says, his eyes finding mine. I love you too, I reply and hobble to where Nadia is now lying on a stretcher. They're carrying her into the ambulance, but I have to tell her. Thank you, I whisper, and the tears are no longer rolling down my face. They're in my voice. Thank you for taking care of Caleb. She opens one eye. He's okay, right? I have a hard time understanding her. He's okay. Liam. Oh, Liam. She groans and closes her eye again. And my heart hurts and aches for her, for what she lost. Chapter 56. Dimitri. At the hospital, the frenzy is insane. The media, the reporters, the people, all want to take a look. Nadia has been in and out, and as soon as Dad arrives, he takes charge. He wants to know everything about her condition, the operation. She has a punctured lung and broken ribs, and a broken arm. She has bruises everywhere and the gash on her face. Aaron and Caleb have already been released, and they got to spend 5 minutes with their mom. Caleb is dozing off on a seat, and Aaron jumps up when she sees me. She rushes to me and I open my arms. Holding her almost seems surreal. You're okay. I kiss her hair, kiss her forehead, her lips. You're okay, I repeat. I don't know, she replies and holds on to me tighter. Everything. My dad, Audrey, all those girls he killed, the ones she killed. She said he killed at least 30 girls. All those times he said he was spending time at the cabin, he was hunting for them. In different counties, even in different states. He was playing everyone. How do we not see it? I lean back and bore my eyes into hers, trying to convey everything I feel. You're not responsible for what they've done.
You're not responsible. I gently touch her face. You helped my sister stay alive. She shakes her head, not bothering to hide her tears.
Nadia kept Caleb alive. He told me how she moved in front of him when Audrey got mad at him for crying too much.
Her lips quiver and she shivers.
Without Nadia, I think she'd have killed him too. And without me, none of that would have happened. She wouldn't have been jealous of me.
With the way you're thinking, maybe she still would have met me and I wouldn't have given her the time of day, so she would have gone after Nadia no matter what. I rest my chin on her head and she snuggles into my neck. We stay like this without a word until Caleb calls her name.
I'm here,
she replies, and he smiles when he sees me.
You're a superhero.
I limp to where he's sitting. You're a superhero, I reply. The way you ran on that field was impressive. Aaron's eyes widen.
Your leg. What happened to your leg?
I twisted it. Nothing bad, I simply say, then continue before she blames herself all over again. It's not bad at all. My knee needs to rest for a week or two, and then I'll be fine. The coach of the Midwestern State here in Texas left me a message earlier. He wants to see me. Aaron smiles.
I'm so happy for you.
I link my fingers with hers and I sit next to her, while Caleb snuggles to her other side and closes his eyes again. I lean in and whisper, Aaron Hortz, I love you.
Why are you using my full name?
She giggles and I'm not sure if the tension releasing, but I chuckle too. I don't know, it sounded more official that way.
Dimitri Kovlev, I love you too.
And she rests her head on my shoulder. After everything we've been through, we'll figure it out. Distance or no distance, we'll figure it out. Together.
Epilogue. Aaron. 4 months later. Caleb holds on to my hand.
Are you going to be home when I get back?
I nod. I will. Promise. He still has nightmares almost every night, but according to our counselor, he's doing much better. Nadia forces herself to continue living, but she's having a hard time seeing Liam at every corner of school, of the city, everywhere. The scar on her right cheek has almost disappeared, but the scars within run deep. Dimitri and his dad welcomed us into their home. After everything that's happened, staying in our old house didn't feel right. Too many lies and too many tears happened there. Mom's slowly recuperating. She's still in rehab. Dad had been tampering with her pills for years, and when her parents' file was reopened, it was proven that Dad had tampered with the breaks. He was afraid they were going to tell Mom to leave him. He didn't love our family, but he liked to have us as some sort of trophy. One thing Audrey was right about, everyone had an idea about what happened to Dad, and to her. I drink another sip of my coffee. Dimitri ended up signing with Midwestern. He's going to play, and it's close enough that he won't need to stay in a dorm. And Coach Miller asked him if he could still help him out from time to time. He's thinking about becoming a high school art teacher and an assistant coach. He sneaks behind me and wraps his arms around my waist.
Remind me why I need to go to school today?
He kisses my shoulder blade, my neck, and I could melt right here and now. I don't know, I can't think of anything, I reply and turn around. His lips are on mine in less than a second. His hands roam underneath my shirt. His dad has been pretty clear on the rules we have to follow, and that includes not sneaking into each other's rooms. But he didn't say anything about the garage, or the treehouse, or the kitchen. His dad is already out, working, and with Caleb gone, I can't remember why making out in the kitchen is a bad idea. Oh, I moan into his mouth. School. You have class this morning. He grunts and with one swift movement lifts me onto the counter, settling between my legs. Our kisses deepen, becoming more urgent. My fingers curl at the hem of his shirt, ready to take it off. But then my alarm rings. I need to go too. I have a meeting with Dr. Sams before school. She wants me to talk about my coping mechanisms. Dimmy leans his forehead against mine.
Tonight we have a date though, right?
I can feel his smile and I tilt my head up. I can't help but smile along with him.
At the lake.
At the lake. Clothes are optional.
Is that so?
My lips brush his neck and his pulse beats in harmony with mine. He steps away from me, runs his hand through his hair and grabs his drawing material.
I'll see you tonight.
He pauses at the door.
I tried calling Nadia again. She didn't pick up.
I'll see her during my lunch break, and I'll call you right after. He nods, mouths a thank you and an I love you, and hurries out.
I don't tell him not to worry because we both know Nadia only pretends to be fine. And I wish for the millionth time that I could turn back time, that Liam could be saved, that all those girls hadn't died, that as my therapist tries to make me understand, the past is not something I can change, no matter how hard I want to, no matter how painful it is. The present is what I need to focus on. The now. And for now, we all take it one step at a time. For us, it might be easier because we have one another. I just hope Nadia finds a way to learn how to smile again. To live. The end. This has been Fear Me Not, Gavert City, Book 1. Written by Elodie Nowodazkij. Narrated by Megan Carter. Copyright 2016 by Elodie Nowodazkij. Production copyright by Elodie Nowodazkij.